All right, I'm going in now.
Yes, sir. What's good, Mr. Rothschild? Mr. Rothschild's in the business.
Absolutely. How you pimps doing? What's good in your neck of the woods?
I'm doing great, man. Just enjoying this beautiful Sunday, man. I told you guys earlier, there's some stuff going on up here.
Excellent, excellent. Anybody watching the NFL today?
Nah, man, I'm more of a Roblox type of person.
All right, I got you. Well, you'll be in the Super Bowl of Roblox pretty soon, so good on you.
Shit.
Perhaps we'll take you to the top. Absolutely. All right, so I know some of you know who I am, but for those of you who don't, do you mind if I give you my spiel? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. We talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed, like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, through saltwater greenhouses, through floating greenhouses. We talk about ending world hunger through vertical farming and hydroponics and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of jigging of wells in Africa and other developing areas. I want to help I've already done that with one of the projects with which I'm associated. I want to help with smart life straws there, or smart straws, and then additionally, most importantly, desalination plants. Basically, pumping the Earth's ocean water onto land to make it drinkable for people. I think these are really important issues that aren't discussed in society. If you don't know that I created the world's largest archive of human record, I'm live right now on more than 10 different YouTube accounts, and I multi-stream on 33 different platforms. I do this for world peace. Essentially, it's a real-life Truman Show, if you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show. And I have over 100 different YouTube accounts, 200 different Instagram accounts, 300 different Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 different TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 different Twitter accounts, and I have over 10,000 different Kick accounts. We talk about some things on this stream that aren't normally discussed, things like anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about alien disclosure. We talk about life extension technology. All of you probably, when you were born, your average life expectancy was probably going to be about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of stem cells, human growth hormone, steroids, perhaps the utilization of ambrosia therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, additionally nootropics and cryogenics. But eventually you're going to get to be age 120. You're going to say, Rabbi, my body's breaking down. Then what? If no one has been told this before, it's my privilege to be able to tell you all that I don't think anyone in here is going to die. And why do I say that? Jay, I love black people. I have black friends. I've lived with black people. Yeah, exactly. And so, and And so for all the people for for all the people who have died in a shootout, I have, or any kind of death, I have a solution for that. But before we get to that, let me talk to you about why you guys aren't going to die. You're all younger people, and within a generation or two, a type of technology known as mind uploading technology is going to become really a regular occurrence on Earth. What is mind technology, you may ask? It's essentially the ability to scan someone's brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, basically a digital save point for real life, like you would have in a video game. All that information, every atom of your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system is saved into a computer for later download as needed as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm basically saying to you is that you all have the opportunity, perhaps in the future, at a digital immortality. And that's very exciting. Now, to my man Jay and anybody else out there who perhaps has known anybody to die of any reason, but especially people who died. Hold on, legend. Hold on. Let me roll, baby. Let me roll. Anybody out there who has had someone who they loved who has died, there's another type of technology known as revivification technology. What is revivification technology, you may ask? It's the type of technology where we can take someone's DNA and bring them back to life. It's somewhat related to de-extinction technology, which is already a real thing. If you don't know what de-extinction technology is, the first successful de-extinction, meaning taking an extinct animal and reintroducing them into the wild, or at least bringing them to life, was completed in 2003. It was an ibex known as a Pyrenean ibex. If you're like, what's an ibex? It's a goat. So basically, there was a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that went extinct, and scientists in 2003 were able to revivify it. Now, fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, has made it their goal by the year 2028, so within the next 3 years, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth. If you don't know what a woolly mammoth is, basically the things that a caveman hunted, they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using an African elephant hybrid. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce um, the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So perhaps within the next, per, perhaps,
Quick question.
go ahead.
I know that like cloning animals is dead ass real because like they cloned a cat before. I seen that video on this.
Yeah. So the first successful public cloning was a sheep known as Dolly, and this happened in the mid 1990s. So yes, that type of technology has been around, at least publicly, for almost 30 years. So yeah, all of that is true, absolutely. But for those of you who perhaps are like, well, Rabbi, I'm just a regular person and I don't have the money for all the stuff that you're talking about. You may not have the money now, but you will in the future. I'm live on camera. That's right. That is where Rabbi comes in. And absolutely. I'm talking about all of you. I'm talking about Legend and Jay and Angel. I'm talking about Doggo and Jaden. And of course, biggest loser on the internet. I'm talking about Bleed. I'm talking about Busted. And I'm talking about Zil. And Aiden Ross, too. I'm talking about all of you guys. Essentially, you need to understand that data is Earth's number one resource. That's not Rabbi saying that. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And when people find out that you can literally follow someone's life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, from now until the end of their life, and they also have 3 years worth of data as an archive, I'll be able to monetize that, perhaps be the richest person on Earth someday. And when that becomes the truth, I'm going to give blessings to all of you. What I'm going to do is literally this. I'm going to say, I need you to take care of yourselves. I need you to take care of your friends and your families. And then I want you all to start charities to help other people, basically philanthropic organizations, so that you can help the people in your community. I want to do that now too. And I'm telling you this, we're very close to doing that. And why do I say that? If you guys don't know who I am from Kick, I am the most infamous spammer on Earth. I create robots that spam for me on Kick. So I'll show you my robots right now. Yeah, I do. So right now, what this bot is doing is it's creating clips on Twitch. So I've graduated from Kick into Twitch because just Twitch has so many more people. And here it is. It is creating a clip for me, and then what it's going to do is it's going to follow the person and it's going to spam them with all my social media. And I just started doing this on Kick literally less than 24 hours ago, and people are already starting to see what I'm doing. But I did it on Kick to the point on Kick where the owner of Kick is my friend on Discord, Eddie Craven. The head developer, his name is Santa Maria. He knows exactly who I am. He's made videos about me. So basically, I'm taking my talents to a larger platform to be able to make people aware of what I do. And it's just a matter of time. It could happen within the next month that I go viral. And when that happens, you'll all remember this conversation. It's archived for forever. And it'll be very exciting for people to know that you were there at the very beginning of this. So you all should be very excited. As you see, my hands, I mean, I'm holding a camera with one hand and my hands here, but all of this is automated. And, it just basically does what I need it to do 24/7. So I can sleep, and this will be creating clips for me, and it will be following people, and it'll be spamming for me. And then what it does after it does it for enough people, it starts the whole go ahead. Yo, legend is priceless. Trust me, when we're all very rich people someday, we'll think back and laugh about this situation. I'm 30. That's fine. I'm 39. That's fine. That's fine. I'm 39 years old. Have I ever gotten unemployment? Not to my knowledge, no. I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've also have contracts with Fortune 500 companies that allows me to essentially retire early and do this. Yeah, so it's just it's a program. It's called a macro, and essentially it's very smart. It can detect pictures on a computer or text on a computer, and it memorizes where my mouse clicks are. So if you really want to know the name of it, it's known as Macro Recorder. And here you can see it spamming. Like that's all that is my spam, and then it just moves on to the next person. And here it is. It's create. I've got it creating an account right now. So what it'll do is I actually haven't paused on this one, but it creates accounts for me. And yeah, I mean, actually, the way that I got into the Adin Ross server, I created a robot that whenever one of the moderators would kick me out of the call because they just got sick of me or whatever, it would bring me right back in. And so I basically outlasted them, and I started streaming in there like 7 months ago, every single day, 24/7, and I haven't stopped. When am I going to upgrade? Oh, perhaps within the next few months. No, yeah, no, I understand that one. Basically, that is just an old tablet that I have. Here, let me give you a room tour so you can see everything else. Okay, so over here, I've got I've got 3 different devices here, and I've got another 2 devices here. What are these doing? Up here, this is in a Telegram for a cryptocurrency. So I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. If you guys are ever like, why do you have so much Sonic the Hedgehog stuff? It's a cryptocurrency that's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth $300 million right now. So it's a very serious cryptocurrency. 100%. When I started with it, it was worth pennies. Yeah. So, well, it's available on Uniswap. It's available on Uniswap. I can tell you that the reason why I think it's special is not because of its name and it's not because of its community. It's because it's backed by data. You're good. So let me show you where you guys usually see me from, and I'll show you. Okay, so you guys usually see me from here. Absolutely. When I get a free hand, I will. So this is the camera you usually see me on. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's stream, or Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer all time in KSI's. I'm the number one streamer in iShow Speeds and a bunch of other influencers. Word, dog. Word. Absolutely. So as you can see, there's like a wall. There's a big wall of computers here. I also have devices here live in a bunch of other platforms. I have a ceiling camera. So I have a camera literally on my ceiling so that people can watch me from above 24/7. I'm live on 10 different YouTubes right now. Go ahead. No, that's a legitimate question, and that's okay. It's really about it's a 3-part answer, and shout out to my a fellow streamer. His name is Straight Savage. He summarized this very succinctly, and I think he's right. Number 1, you want to be consistent. Number 2, you want to network, and number 3, you want to be yourself. If you can do those 3 things over enough time, you're going to be successful. And so just think about it this way. One thing that we talk about a lot on the stream is AI and the use of AI in the future. Now, I know how it's going to be important to me. It's going to be able to take my 3.5 years or however much data I have on the internet and be able to edit it into very summarized pieces so that you don't have to watch 24 hours of me. You can just watch highlight reels essentially, and it's all done in an automated fashion. But just know, for everybody else out there, you won't have positions like you traditionally would. Everything from a lawyer is being replaced by AI to doctors to surgeons. The Da Vinci is an AI surgeon, a robotic surgeon. Every customer service position is going to be replaced. 100%. Absolutely. And actually, McDonald's had this 70 years ago. They had something called the Speedy system. McDonald's has had this type of technology for 70 years. It's called the Speedy system. And previously, people weren't comfortable ordering only from a robot, but they have become accustomed to that. So what does that mean for all of you? Well, you're doing the right thing. You're creating content. You guys are influencers, and you may not have as many followers as you want. You may not have as much, as many subscribers as you want, but that doesn't. Oh, I'm going to change all your lives. You're all going to be very famous people in the future. Well, no, you're all going to be very successful. It will not take me 5 years to go viral. Just one moment. Let's talk about artificial intelligence for a moment. So we are approaching what's known as artificial general intelligence, which is essentially AI that has the same intelligence as an average person. What's very exciting is the next level of artificial intelligence, which is known as artificial superintelligence, ASI. What is that? So we have the first one, which is AGI, which is artificial general intelligence. And at least OpenAI, the company that owns ChatGPT, says that they will have established this when they have $100 billion market share. And they're approaching that very quickly. That should be within the next 2 years or so. And then once you get into artificial superintelligence, what you're going to have is essentially perhaps like the Skynet-like kind of future. We'll have neural networks. Potentially, we'll be able to connect to each other telepathically and never need any kind of cords for this. Essentially, what we'll be moving towards is 6G, 7G, 8G, 9G, 10G, etc. So what does that mean for you all? You're all influencers in your own right, but how are you going to be able to make money in the future? Well, artists will be much bigger than they currently are. Currently, there's the stereotype of a starving artist, but that may not be the same in the future. We may experience a second renaissance, especially because artificial intel artific- especially because artificial intelligence is it creates so much art that isn't connected to humans, and humans will want to buy art that is connected to being made by hand. And so things like ceramics, music that's made by people and not necessarily made by robots, will have much more value in society in the future. Additionally, cryptocurrencies will have a lot more value in the future. Same with NFTs as well. So you all are, I'm sure, smart enough to be able to get your own wallets full of any kind of cryptocurrency NFT that you want. Excellent. That's smart. That's smart. Pardon me? 20. What about when do I shower? I understand. I shower on stream. Yeah, I sing in the yeah, I sing in the shower. I do a lot of karaoke. I do my best to entertain people. I dance. What's your question? No, I don't. Exactly. Excellent. But you should all know what I do day in and day out, 24/7, is I do my best to be a positive person. I do my best to be optimistic. I have people from all over the world who come to me for advice, who ask questions. I do my best to help them with any problems they have. I'm about solutions. I want to solve problems for the world, whether it's world hunger, whether it's world thirst, whether it's world peace. And why do I say that I really think that world peace will eventually occur? If we want to explore other planets, if we want to have space tourism and terraform other planetoids, essentially like Mars or like the moons of Jupiter, perhaps Europa, or even terraform Venus, we need to have peace here on Earth first. If you know anything about extraterrestrial civilizations or even the study of them, they all have to have peace on their home planet before they go exploring other planets. And when I talk about mind uploading technology and the fact that I don't think you all will die, then that means that this no longer becomes an issue for your children, but it becomes your issue. And so I'm a huge advocate for peace. I don't feel that it's right for me to put my hands on you, nor you put your hands on me without consent. And if we can live by that from a neighborhood perspective all the way up to global perspective, I think that that will be very positive for the world. Pardon me. Look, I'm going to tell you guys something right now. Out of anybody here who is at least currently speaking, Jay's got more potential than anybody. He's got amazing charisma. He's got an amazing personality. He's going to be an influencer in his own right, as will all of you in your own way. But you guys got to be respectful to him. Legend, you got some work to do. You got some work to do. But I really mean this. You all have your own individual talents. You will all find your niches. You will all have your individual niches. And just know, if you're like, well, Rabbi, you talked earlier about art. Maybe I'm not an artist. Well, what can I do that will be exciting for people in the future? Gaming is going to be huge. So somebody said earlier that they liked Minecraft. Minecraft's going to be huge. I mean it. There will be a Super Bowl of Minecraft someday, and the person in here, Data. Oh, 100%. 100%. 100%. Absolutely. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be the biggest game in the history of mankind. It is going to be a cultural revolution. It is going to cause many people to move to South Florida just over the fact that it is so exciting. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. So, yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. 100%. I am look, I've completed a 100% completion on Grand Theft Auto Vice City. I've beaten every single Grand Theft Auto, and I'm excited for Grand Theft Auto 6. I know it's still perhaps a couple years away, but I can't wait for it. We'll see. Yes, sir. Uh, I don't know who that is. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Excellent. Hey, hey, I can teach you that. I can teach you that. All right. All right. All right. All right. I'll pull Jay. 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 Jay, you 18? Okay, excellent. So we'll do some pickup routines, okay? So let's say I meet you at a club or whatever, and I come up to you, you're, with your friends or whatever, and I can basically use some routines to be able to give myself a little bit of an edge when it comes to who you want to date as a partner. So here's something that we do. I want you to imagine a cube, Jay. Okay, I want you to imagine a cube. Okay. Is it a big or a small cube? Okay. Is what color is it? Okay. Is it facing me straight on, or is it at an angle? Excellent. Is it in the air or on the ground? Excellent. All right. Now I want you to imagine a ladder. Okay. Where is the ladder in relation to the cube? Excellent. How many rungs or how many steps are on the ladder? How many? Jay, how many? 12. Excellent. All right. Finally, I want you to imagine a horse. Okay. Describe the horse to me. Describe the horse to me. Excellent. Excellent. Now, what I want to do when I'm picking up a chick is create a false time constraint. So basically, I have to make you aware that I'm a high valued individual. Hey, dude, do you want to talk? Do you want to talk?
There's even a book written about him called Eminence Grise, Gray Eminence. The fellow who was the front man for the Bilderbergers was Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, who was at one point a Nazi and then a Dutch freedom fighter. Take your pick. But Rettinger is the moving hand behind the whole thing, and I'll be damned if I can figure out who Rettinger is. So the idea is that, well, you get like influential people in media, business, politics, and you bring them together just to talk, to try to find common answers or common questions. It's all very much sort of Western Europe, Anglo-European. I mean, all very closely sort of connected to NATO. The whole concept of a kind of Atlanticist world, which is essentially the Anglo-American combined with Western Europe. But you got a bunch of these things. I mean, the Council on Foreign Relations is very similar to that, and the Bilderbergers, and there's an overlap with the Bohemian Club, and then you've got the Pinay Circle, or Les Cercle, which is more military, but also linked to the so-called secret Gladio. You know, the idea if the Soviets overran Western Europe, there would be a stay-behind organization called Gladio. There'd be these freedom fighters. So the question I have about that is that how many secret organizations do you need?
Yeah, big
I mean,
dog.
why all these separate groups? Which
Yo, my bad, dude. I don't know what's happening with that kid right there. Are you
No worries at all. It becomes too many people, and it's whatever. I had the opportunity to share with the group what I wanted, and while I wasn't able to put the closing on the cube, it's a very good pickup routine, and I want you to know I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to them all.
They calm down, dude. They calm down. Are you gonna join back?
All right, I'll finish the cube. Here we go.
What's gonna happen?
Oh, I'm just gonna tell Jay. Are you Jay, or are you different?
Yeah.
Oh, you're Jay. Okay, well then I'm gonna tell you what all that shit meant that I just learned from you.
Okay.
All right, so I'll join you back in there.
This is my second.
Excellent. All right, shout out to Jay. Jay hooked it up. Okay, so what is the cube? It's a pickup routine. Basically, what you want to do is create some interest in yourself. And hey, if you're gonna talk, then I'm gonna leave. Got it? So shut the fuck up. Let me say this. I won't. All right, so what did Jay? So we're pretending that Jay's a chick, and I was at a bar creating a false time constraint, basically showing a higher status that I have things to do, but I'm going to spend a little bit of time. And what did I learn about Jay? So Jay's cube is essentially a medium-sized cube. That means that your cube is your ego. Okay, so Jay has a medium-sized ego. Jay, what's your favorite color? Okay, Jay's favorite color is black. About 70% of the time, the cube will be the same color as someone's favorite color. So a lot of times you'll get a girl's favorite color out of that. The fact that the cube is off the ground shows that they're a creative person being straight on. They are upfront, honest individual. They don't like to beat around the bush. When it comes to the ladder are your goals. So basically you have 12 rungs, and I don't know what they are. Become a millionaire, become a billionaire, become a trillionaire, perhaps. Who knows what it is, but find a girl, perhaps have children, perhaps have a nice life. If you ask me what my ladder looks like, it goes all the way into the sky, but it could be anything. And then in the description of your horse, it's your ideal mate. Essentially, these are things that you can do that create interest in yourself, that show a girl that you have confidence to be able to walk across the room, talk to her about it, and then you go back to your friends, you go keep doing what you're doing. But the whole night, this girl will be thinking about all these things that you were able to learn from just some of these subconscious symbols that she was able to give you. We'll try one more. Jay, here we go. It's called the 5-question game. Okay. So Jay, I'm going to ask you 5 questions. All you have to do is answer them incorrectly. Okay. Now everybody be quiet while I do this. All right, Jay. What color is? We'll do a practice round. Okay. Well, perhaps no. We'll make it the real thing. Okay. So here's the question. No practice. Here we go. What color is the sky? What color is snow? Excellent. Okay. What question are we on? Boom! Got you right there. And you have to buy me a drink. So you go to a girl and you be like, hey, we're going to play a game. I got 5 questions for you. All you have to do is answer them incorrectly. And Jay, have you ever played this before? Jay, have you ever played this before? The 5-question game. I told you had to do was answer them incorrectly. You got to buy me another drink, son. All you do is just do this, and it shows that you're a charismatic individual. And so there are just some routines that you learn. So if anybody's interested in this, I suggest that you read the book by Neil Strauss called The Game. It's passed around fraternities. It's passed around dormitories. It's how you pick up women. It's how a nerdy dude picked up Britney Spears back in the day. So with that, friends, I wish you very good things. Feel free to send me a friend request if you want to get to know me better. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Much love to everybody. Shout out to you, Dio. That 5-question game gets you every time.
which often seem to have the same people in them.
Yeah, the closer I look, the more I wonder the same question we asked about the Russian intelligence or power. It seems to be very hard to figure out. Does the secrecy scare you?
Well, I guess on one level, I'm comforted that there's somebody actually making decisions, as opposed to I mean, what do you want? Do you want chaos, or do you want everything kind of rigidly controlled? And I don't put much stock in the idea that there actually is some small group of people running everything, because if they were, you would operate more efficiently. I do think that there are various disparate groups of people who think that they're running things or try to. And that's what concerns me more than anything else. Well, I hate to go back to them again, because if you bring up, you go back to the Nazis, they had their whole idea about a new world order, and they only had 12 years to do it. And look what a mess they made. I mean, look at the damage, the physical damage that can be done.
Mr. Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
By an idea.
how do I get rich and successful like you, bro?
Just like I said, networking is probably the best way to do it. I would.
So I'm asking you for, I need that network. You see potential.
Oh, absolutely. You have a lot of potential, my friend. So, well, what you're doing is exactly right. You're in Aiden Ross's Discord. You're a well-known individual. You're charismatic. You got a great personality. You got great hair, my man. I love your hair. So you got all that going for you. Are you a streamer?
Yeah, you got people that make the content. I'm sending you.
Please. Please do. I'll go through your social media right now. I'll tell you what to do. Okay, first thing. First thing. Hold on. First thing. Do you have a link tree?
Yeah. It's on my phone. Yeah.
Excellent. Send me your link tree. Everything should be there. That's step one. If you don't have everything linked there, well, then just link it. It's pretty easy. But basically, you should have.
Of course, it's the first thing in my videos.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so then I'm going to Jay, and I'm going to your. I don't see your link tree. I see YouTube J clips.
I need to put this on my own Discord. You're right. I need to put this on my Discord, but I send it to one of your accounts.
Okay, send it to this the account that I that's in my hand. Hold on one second. I'll send it to you.
All right.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean.
Hold on. I'll go through all your social media right now, and I'll give you some really good advice. There perhaps is no better person on the earth who you could have asked for advice on with social media, because I've created so many different accounts. I've seen it so many different ways. I know what basically every influencer stuff looks like. So I just sent you I just said hi. If you can look at that message, send me your link tree, and we'll. It will. It's the foundation that you need. It's definitely the foundation that you need. Okay, so I got
the foundation.
absolutely. So I've got. You can send it to the account. There you go. Okay,
Yeah.
J Clips.
I
Excellent.
think I put my second channel.
That's okay.
Sure.
Okay, so Jay.
My Instagram is where you want to go. Though. That's where the reels and short form content is.
Excellent. So
I
you
told myself I'm posting reels every single day and stuff like that.
excellent.
Short form content. I know that's what's really popular.
Excellent. Do you have Snapchat?
No, I don't use it. I know that they make good money off.
Hold on. Here's the first thing that you have to do is make sure that you have an account on every major platform. So that's Snapchat, that's Twitch, that's Reddit, that's Imgur, that's YouTube, that's Twitter. There are 20 different ones, and if you want the list, just look below. And I've got them all listed. I've got 50 of them listed, but you take the top 20. And I know you may be like, well, yeah, but I don't want to use Snapchat. That's fine. You don't want somebody else to take your name. And if your name is J Clips,
I was already using. I was using it for uploading them. I had just stopped it on a second.
That's okay. Make sure you link it. One of the impressive things about my main account that people see is I have so many different things. I mean, you see how you've never seen somebody with more social media in their Discord profile than I have. And so that's something people take pictures of it and say, this must be some kind of record. I'm not saying you have to do that, but you want to have your social media footprint to be as large as possible, especially if you get some shorty who's like, hey, I want to be able to check out perhaps your Snapchat, perhaps your Twitter, whatever it is. Okay, so I'm going to now look at your YouTube. We'll do that first. Okay, so we got Jay. You're at J Clips.
That's my main channel.
Excellent.
I'm gonna send you my second channel because that's where I've been posting my other content.
Please do.
I've been doing all types of shit.
Excellent. So subscribe for Max Aura. That's cool. It's a call to action, and you've got you've got something there. So a lot of people don't even have something there. So that's a good banner. Now the picture that you have is a dog. Why is it a dog?
I don't know. I feel like it suits me. I feel like it suits me in my life. If you watch my content, I feel like that. I don't know. I seen it on somebody's Instagram. I was like, low key, that suit me.
That's fine. Do you see what Caspian Sea has?
Yeah.
Or what I have? It's basically our face. That's what you want. You have a great face. You have great hair. And you want people to be able to identify you immediately. They're not going to identify that dog as you. So you want to make that connection to people. The best advice I can give you is to do something similar to what I do with a little circle around it. You don't have to say Guinness World Record or anything, but you can say at JClips on YouTube. And then at the bottom, you just say linktree.com/JClips. So that whenever anybody sees you, it's a call to action that they can check out your stuff. They don't even need to go to your Discord, or they don't need to go to your links. They can just see it from your profile picture. And then that profile picture is everywhere.
Did you see the other link I sent you?
I'll take a look at it right now. Just one moment.
This is the other one that this is my second channel. I just made that one like a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
I brought in like 15K views.
That's very good. Okay, so we got J Live at J Clips Live.
Short form content didn't do.
Okay, why do you have two eyes in live?
I don't know. It's like
You don't want that. You don't want that. If you get some shorty, some super hot chick who's like, hey, what's your at on YouTube? And you're like, it's at J Clips Live with two eyes. You sound like a doofus. You just want it's at J Clips Live. Can you get at J Clips Live? You can change it.
I think so.
Yeah, you can.
I know you can keyword search my name. Though. Like you just look at my name. My channel's up.
If you're with some hot chick in a club, do you want her to have to keyword search you or just get the at? You just want the at. And you want it to be really easy to remember. I'm at J Clips Live. You don't want to say I'm at J Clips Live with two eyes in live because also Clips hasn't, you want it to has an eye. You want it to be just something very simple. So my advice would be right away, J Clips Live. And also somebody's going to get at J Clips Live with one eye. So you want that. You want that account.
Somebody took that, I think.
Okay, then
That's what I was thinking. Like I didn't have that because I wouldn't put two eyes unless I really had to. You know, I think because I know I remember it now.
I got you.
Somebody because the original page called J Clips.
That's cool. Okay, so then we can find an alternative. Really,
Hold on, you might not might actually be lying. I think I can change it right now. Let me see.
That's cool. Do that.
It's not taking.
It's taken.
Oh, we fixed it. It's not taking. We just fixed it.
Perfect. Excellent. I'll refresh it. We'll see if it updates. If it doesn't, that's fine. Oh, it did, dude. Nice. Good job, son. Perfect, dude. Okay, now you're at J Clips Live. Okay, now some shorty comes up to you like, oh, you're an influencer? Yeah, I am. Okay, what's your at on YouTube? I'm at J Clips Live. Nothing else. No, oh, but it's 2 eyes and live. You get it. Okay, so if anything, that's a major gain from this conversation. All right, so then you're live every day, 8 p.m. on Twitch. 8 p.m. when? 8 p.m. in Kazakhstan, 8 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. When 8 p.m.?
Okay, Eastern.
Okay, perfect. So you just put live every day, 8 p.m. EST, and then Twitch/JClips. But that gives people a connection, and that's amazing that you're live every day. Do you multi-stream?
I want to, but
Hold on. Yes, it can. So, and I can walk you through this. I know a girl from Poland, or a woman from Poland, who I walked this through yesterday. So, Rumble, have you heard of Rumble?
Yeah.
Okay, so Rumble has something called Rumble Studio that allows you to multi-stream using the same bandwidth that you normally use on multiple streams at once for free. So when you press go live on Rumble, you'll be live on YouTube, on Twitter, on Twitch, on Rumble, and on Twitch all at the same time. So, but you can do even more than that. I do it on 33 different ones for free. But you'd be live on the big ones are YouTube, Rumble, Kick. Oh, I should have said Kick, and Twitch. You want to be live on those 4. Why? Because you want to have the biggest footprint possible, and it unifies your chat. So, do you have a Rumble account?
No, I can make that.
Yep, you're going to make it right now, and I'm going to walk you through how to do all this. It's actually pretty easy. I walked her through it yesterday, and now when she presses one button to go live on Rumble, she's live on YouTube, on Twitch, on Kick, and on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, and Kick all at the same time. And that's what you want. Here's why. If you don't want to have to re-upload your content on other platforms, basically this gives you the biggest footprint possible, so that you may not know it, but somebody may say, hey, how are you on Rumble? Or hey, how are you on Kick? And it's going to come into your chat, and you're like, wow, I wouldn't have even known that this person was talking to me. But because Rumble unifies all of the platforms, and it's free. My big thing is free. I don't have, everybody's got a budget of some sort, and I don't want to have to be paying monthly subscriptions to some company when it's available somewhere for free. So what you want to do is create a Rumble account, and you want to try to get J Clips Live or J Live, either one of those. Have you gotten J Live on Rumble yet?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to do it, and I gotta finish editing this video real quick. So I can ready to put it up today.
Okay. I would tell you this: getting this Rumble account is more important than you editing a video.
I think I can help on this, right?
Excellent. So then what you're going to want to do is put your Rumble on your Linktree. Okay, so I'm going to continue looking at your Linktree. You got a really great name.
My Linktree, I can't update anymore. It won't let me update the Linktree.
Why not?
Because of the monthly subscription thing.
What are you talking about? I have Linktree. There's no monthly subscription.
Oh, there is? Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second.
Take your time, my man. Okay. So what you want to do is go to linktree.com.
I got another question.
Go ahead. Ask your question. Go ahead.
What would it take for you to sponsor me?
I don't do sponsorships, but what I will tell you is that when I go viral, you'll be one of the first people about whom I talk. So I can tell you that you'll get all the sponsorship you need from that. And I'm serious. It could be within the next month or two that I go viral, especially with these robots. A lot of people are finding out about me, and I'd love to be able to just write you a check. I can't do that right now, but when I can, I will.
All right. Can you help me out with the Twitch bot thing?
Well, really, I have to utilize. I can teach how to do it. How about that?
I don't got enough devices to do it.
Yeah, you do.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
I know you see potential. I know you see potential.
Oh, absolutely.
Get right.
Hold on. You do have enough devices to do it. You just need one.
Oh,
Yeah, don't worry. I'll teach you how to create the bot too. So you'll be able to have a bot of your own, and I'll teach. It's a real easy bot that I'll teach you how to make. It will just literally just create accounts for you on Kick, and then add them to your followers. So you'll get a new follower every minute, and then you'll have 10,000 followers within a few days.
you might show me how to do that.
I will.
Can you do it from my account for me?
I can't do it for your account because I'm using them on my own. But what I can do is show you how to do it. It's that old phrase: give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a
Oh
lifetime.
yeah. Right.
Excellent. And then you can use it for anything that you want. So if you want to use it to create YouTube accounts for you or TikTok followers, whatever you want, you'll be able to do it in an automated fashion. Okay, here's what I want you to do. Go to linktree.com, log into your account, and we're going to put your different links in here. So you don't have your Kick link in here. You don't have your Snapchat in here. You've got to create a Rumble account. So you got some work to do. I understand. I'm going to walk you through it. And you're going to have the most robust social media of any person that you know by the end of this call. You already changed your YouTube channel, which is a game changer.
You said what?
You already changed your YouTube name, which is a game changer. Wait, you've got J Clips and you've got J Clips Live, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. So you have to put both of those in your link tree.
Yeah, I'm gonna be right now. Let me just. I'm not so fast.
Pardon me? I'm here. You let me know when you've done that. Oh my god. Sure. Swag. Ha!
Yeah, inspiring a relatively small group of people controlling a nation based upon some sort of racial or ideological fantasy that has no real basis in reality and yet guides their actions. It's this differentiation that I always make, and I would try to get across to students between always be clear about what you know and what you believe. You don't know many things. You know your name. You know when you were born. You probably know who your father is. That's not absolute unless you've had a DNA test, and only if you trust DNA tests. So you know who your mother is. You believe this man is your father. Why? Because your mother told you. So you believe things generally because someone has told you this is to be true, but you don't really know for sure. Well, because we know so little, we tend to go by beliefs. So we believe in this, we believe in that. You know, you believe that your cult leader is the answer to everything, and it seems to be very, very easy to get people to believe things. And then what happens is that whether or not those beliefs have any real basis in reality, they begin to influence your actions. So here again, regrettably in some ways, to bring it back to the Nazis, what were the Nazis convinced of? They were convinced that Jews were basically evil aliens. That's what it comes down to. They weren't really humans. There's some sort of evil contamination which we must eradicate. And they set out to do that.
And that they were sure that there's just a few problems that could be solved, and once you solve them, that you have this beautiful utopia where everything would be just perfect. It would be great, and we can just get there. And I think it's really strong belief in a global utopia. It just never goes right. It seems like impossible to know the truth in it.
For some reason, not long ago, I was listening on YouTube to old wobbly songs. Internet.
All right.
The Workers of the World. I don't know why. I didn't know there was a whole album of wobbly songs. But, and there was one of them called Commonwealth of Toil. And it's like most of them, they're sort of taken from gospel songs. And it's talking about in the future, you know, how wonderful everything will be in the Commonwealth of Toil that will be. And now these are, you know, revolutionary leftists, in this case, wobblies, but nonetheless, it's like a prayer for communism. Everything now, in the future, everything will be good because the earth will be shared by the toilers, and you know, from each his abilities, each according to his need. And it's this kind of sweet little song in some way. But I'm just sort of imagining this. You know, if I was going to stage that, I'd have like this choir of children singing it with a huge time, because that's what it's combining. And that you can think that the sentiments that are expressed in that song, which, you know, are legitimate in some way, of all the horrors that then leads to.
It is fascinating about humans. A beautiful idea on paper, an innocent little idea about a utopian future, can lead to so much suffering and so much destruction and the unintended consequences that you see described.
Law of unintended consequences.
And we learn from it. I mean, that's why history is important. We learn from it. Hopefully.
Do we?
Slowly. We're slow learners.
I'm unconvinced of that, but perhaps it's
Speaking of unconvinced, what gives you hope? If human beings are still here, maybe expanding out into the cosmos 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 years from now, what gives you hope about that future? About even being a possible future, about it happening?
most people are cooperative and kind most of the time. And that's one of those things that can usually be depended upon, and usually you'll get back to what you put into it. Another thing that I have like a weird fascination of watching are people who have meltdowns on airplanes, because it's just bizarre.
It's fascinating to watch, yeah.
The people who will, there's some sort of psychotic break that occurs, and it's always going to end the same way. The cops are going to come on and drag you off the plane. Now, true, you're going to inconvenience everybody there, and usually at some point they don't care about that. That's the one little sense of power that they have. So they have some sort of sense of powerlessness, and if their only way of power is just to piss off everybody else on that plane, they're going to go ahead and do it, even though it's going to lead nowhere for them.
And there's similar, sometimes psychological behavior in traffic.
Well, the road rage thing.
The road rage, yeah. It's fascinating.
And I bet the most, there again, those are all people who up to some point were cooperative and kind and polite. And then they snap. So those are all part of the human makeup as well.
But also part of the human makeup, difference between humans and chimps, is the ability to get together, cooperate on a mass scale over an idea, create things like the Roman Empire did, laws that prevent us and protect us from crazy human behavior, manifestations of a man's type of
Well, human beings are just weird animals. Don't get me wrong. They're just completely peculiar. I'm not sure that we're altogether natural.
But I think we are altogether beautiful. There is something magical about humans, and I hope humans stay here, even as we get advanced robots walking around everywhere, more and more intelligent robots that claim to have consciousness, that claim they love you, that increasingly take over our world. I hope this magical things that makes us human still persist.
Well, let us hope so.
Rick, you're an incredible person.
Well,
You've done so much fascinating work, and it's really an honor.
I've never had anybody ask me as many interesting questions as you have. So,
thank you so
or
much.
as many questions.
This was so fun. Thank you so much for talking today.
Well, thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Rick Spence. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from John F. Kennedy. The very word, secrecy, is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The ideas that I am talking about are ideas that are widely supported. Everything that I talk about, raising the minimum wage, healthcare for all, a tax system which demands the billionaires pay their fair share, those are all popular ideas, but people didn't know. You got to run for president and have 22 rallies and win 23 states. And there's, well, maybe those ideas are not so crazy after all. And we've got to entertain them. The establishment doesn't like that. They really don't. They want to tell you, and this is how they succeed. What they say, Lex, is the world is the way it is. It always will be this way. We got the wealth. We got the power. And don't think of anything else. This is the way it is. You have no power. Give up. That they don't say it quite that way, but that's really what the intent is. And what we showed is, guess what? running an outsider campaign. We took on the Democratic establishment, we came close to winning it, and we did win 23 states. And the ideas that we're talking about are the ideas that working class people, young people believe in.
The following is a conversation with Bernie Sanders, senator from Vermont and two-time presidential candidate, both times as the underdog who, against the long odds, captivated the support and excitement of millions of people, both on the left and the right. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Bernie Sanders. Growing up, did you ever think you'd be a politician?
Nope. Not in a million years.
Yeah, I know that you hate talking about yourself, which is rare for a politician, I would say. What's your philosophy behind that? You like talking about the issues
Yeah,
you're
I
talking
do.
about.
I mean, everybody talks about themselves. It's not about me. Nice guy, not a nice guy. What politics should be about is the issues facing the people of our country, the people of the world, and how we're going to address it. That's what it should be.
That said, there's interesting aspects to your life story. For example, in 1963, you were very active in the civil rights movement. Got arrested even for protesting segregation in Chicago. And you attended the famous March on Washington, where MLK gave his I Have a Dream speech. What was that like?
It's extraordinary. Took a bus ride down with fellow students from the University of Chicago. And there was a zillion people there. I'm not sure if it was the first time I'd ever been in Washington in my life, but it was, it was a very impressive moment. And what he was talking about, what people very often forget about that, it was not only racial justice, it was jobs and justice. That was the name of that rally. And so it's something I've never forgotten.
What influence did he have on you? What would you learn about the way he enacted change in the world?
King was a very impressive guy. More impressive, I think, than people think that he was. And what he did is he created his movement from the bottom on up. So he developed real organization, grassroots organization, which put pressure on communities and officials to end segregation, to open up voting patterns. And I think what has to also be remembered about King, which is really quite extraordinary, is, he won the Nobel Peace Prize, and there was, oh, you're great, you're wonderful. But then, to the end of his life, he took on Lyndon Johnson on the war in Vietnam. And as soon as he did that, suddenly the editorial pages throughout America, establishment papers, no longer thought he was so great. In fact, the message sent out, you're black, deal with civil rights. Don't worry about foreign policy, we'll take care of that. But he said, if I talk about peace and nonviolence, I can't sit back and allow what's going on in Vietnam to continue without speaking out. Incredible courage to do that. And, by the way, when he was assassinated at a fighting for the rights of AFSCME workers, garbage guys that live at the garbage, who were treated terribly, low wages, bad working conditions. They went out to support their right to form a union. That's when he got killed.
So on the war front, one of the things that people don't often talk about, your work in politics, you gave what I think is a truly brave speech on the Iraq War in 2002, I believe. You voted no on the Iraq Resolution, you voted no on the Patriot Act, and you basically predicted very accurately what would happen if we go into Iraq. What was your thinking at the time behind those speeches, behind voting no on the Patriot Act and the Iraq Resolution?
It maybe, ironically, came out of maybe the war in Vietnam and the ease and lies that people told. We went into Vietnam under a lie. We lost close to 60,000 Americans, millions of people in Vietnam. Cambodia died as a result of that. So you think twice about it. And the war in Iraq, you had people like Dick Cheney and others telling us, oh, they have nuclear weapons and all that stuff. It's the only way we can resolve the issue. I didn't believe it. I didn't agree with it. And you're right. Turns out, historically, I was right.
What's the way to fight this thing that Martin Luther King tried to fight, which is the military-industrial complex.
It's huge. I mean, it gets to the broader issue of where we are as a nation. What I, almost uniquely in Congress talk about is the fact that we are moving, Lex, to an oligarchic form of society. And not a lot of people are familiar with that term, but what it means, we talk about oligarchy in Russia. They're all Putin is surrounded by the oligarchs. Well, guess what? What do you think is happening in the United States? So what you have right now is an economy with more concentration of ownership than we've ever had. All right, that means whether it's agriculture, transportation, healthcare, whatever it may be, fewer and fewer massively large corporations control what's produced and the prices we pay. And then you look at our political system, and we don't talk about it. What is the reality of the political system today? And that is that billionaires are spending huge amounts of money to buy this election. In Trump's campaign, you got three multi-billionaires spending over $200 million. Three people. Democrats have their billionaires not quite as concentrated. But at the end of the day, billionaires play an enormous role in terms of electing politicians and in Washington in determining what legislation gets seen and not seen.
But it's not just single billionaires, it's companies, lobbyists.
You got it. Let me give you one example. Lobbyists. We pay in the United States by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. This is an issue I've been working hard on with some success. Take a wild and crazy guess. How many lobbyists are there from the drug companies in Washington, D.C.?
Well, over 1,000.
Over 1,000. There are 100 members of the Senate, 435 members of the House, 535 members of Congress. There are 1,800 well-paid lobbyists representing the drug companies, including former leaders of the Republican and Democratic Party. That is why, one of the reasons why, we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Military-industrial complex. You got a revolving door. People go from the military into the General Dynamics, into Lockheed Martin and the other large companies. And what we see there is an institution in the Pentagon. We spend $1 trillion a year on the Pentagon. It is the only federal agency that is not able to submit to an independent audit. So if you think there's not massive fraud and waste and cost overruns in the Pentagon, you'll be sorely mistaken.
Do you think most politicians are corrupt in accepting the money, or is the system corrupt, or is it a bit of both?
If the corrupt means that, hey, here's $10,000, vote this way, it doesn't work like that. Very, very rare, occasionally. Very, very rare. That's corruption. What happens is that if you are in a campaign, and right now the amount of money that people have to raise, you're running for Senate in Ohio, you're talking about $50-60 million. Where the hell are you going to get that money? It's not going to be $10 donations. You're going to be surrounding yourself with people who have the money. You're going to have $5,000 plate dinners, etc. So you surround yourself with those people there. Oh, these are my problems. This is what I need. I need a tax break for billionaires, blah, 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 blah. So you live in that world. They are your financial support. They are, in a sense, your political base. So you're very cognizant of what you do in terms of not upsetting them. So it's not corruption in the sense of, taking envelopes with, huge amounts of money to vote a certain way. That very, very rarely, if ever, happens. It is the power of big money to make politicians dependent on those folks. And that's why, when I ran for president, what I'm probably maybe most proud of is the fact that we received millions and millions of campaign contributions, averaging $27 a piece, I think, in 2016.
Have companies, lobbyists ever tried to buy you, try to influence you?
We don't welcome them into our office. I do deal with these guys, but it's usually on a confrontational tone, so they don't come into my office very often telling me their problems.
So how do we fix the system? How do we get money out of politics?
This is not, like many other issues, we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. It exists in other countries. If you go to, every country has their own election system, but nobody has a system where billionaires can spend unlimited sums of money through super PACs to elect the candidates of their choice. So first thing you got to do, one of the things, Lex, I found that the more important the issue, the less discussion there is. The less important the issue, the more discussion there is. A number of years ago, the United States Supreme Court, in one of its more pathetic decisions, asked the Citizens United decision. What Citizens United decision said is you're a multi-billionaire. You want the freedom. You're a free person in a free country. You want the freedom to buy the government. And how terrible it would be to deny you the freedom to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a campaign to elect the candidates. And they said that's your freedom, and that's what Citizens United is about. We've got to end that. In my view, we move to public funding of elections. That means you want to run for governor, you want to run for Senate, show that you have some support, get $5 contributions from X number of people to show you're not a flake. You have some support, and government will pay a certain amount more, and there will be a limit on the amount of money that can be spent. So it will be a real, you can run against me, and I'm not going to outspend you 10 to 1. That's what we should be moving toward in my view.
How do we make that happen when there's so much money in the system and the politicians owe to the people who paid for their election? Does it have to come from the very top, essentially, sort of a really strong, populist president?
Well, you raised exactly the question. If I am getting a huge amount of money from billionaires, do you think I'm going to go out and announce, I think billionaires should not be involved in buying elections? I doubt that very much. So what you're going to need, and you tell me if I'm missing something, but I pay attention, you don't hear either of the major candidates talking about that issue, do you?
I think what happens is when an individual politician speaks out about it, they get punished. But I think this is a popular idea. So if a lot of them speak out, that's why if it came from the top, if a president was using a very large platform to basically speak out, it provides a safety blanket for the other politicians to get it all out of the system. But there has to be a kind of a mass movement.
Yes, it does. I mean, and every place I go, I always speak about the issue. And it always, people understand it. You're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're progressive, you're conservative. Who really believes that we are a democracy when billionaires can spend, tens and tens of millions of dollars to buy elections? So it is a very popular issue. It's important. You're right. We need political leaders to be speaking out on that. But we need a grassroots movement to say, when somebody is at a town meeting, you're running for the Senate, you're running for the House, what's your view on Citizens United? Are you prepared to vote to overturn that decision and move to public funding of elections? Extraordinarily important.
So many of your policy proposals are quite radical.
No, they're not. I beg to differ.
Okay, great.
Go through.
Well, they're popular. So what I mean is relative to the way other politicians speak, it's usually a little bit more moderate. So from everything you've learned from politics, is it better to go sort of radical, maybe we can come up with a different word, versus a moderate, safe, ambiguous kind of policies?
Okay, let's talk about it. Fair enough. We talked about one issue, very important, money in politics.
Money, yes.
Getting big money out of politics. Do you think that's a radical idea?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a popular idea. It's an idea that makes sense. But in order to implement it and actually make it happen requires, to flip the system upside down, right? In that sense, it's radical.
In that sense, it's radical. But if you go to walk down the street here and you say, do you think billionaires should be able to spend as much money as they want to buy politicians? I would say 9 out of 10 people say, that's crazy. That's not what America's supposed to be about. So in that sense, it's certainly not radical. Talk about healthcare. Go out on the street, do it. We do a poll. I've done the poll. Is healthcare a human right? Should every American be able to go to a doctor when they need, regardless of their income? You know what people say? I would say about 85, 90% of the people say, of course. The idea that healthcare is a human right available to all exists, Lex, in every major country on earth except the United States. So you're here with me in Burlington, Vermont, right? You got a car, go 50 miles north to Canada. Walk into Canada and ask people, when you go to the hospital, how much does it cost you? Which kind of bill? And they say, what are you talking about? It doesn't cost us anything. It doesn't cost us a nickel. That's the case in virtually every country in Europe. So the idea that healthcare should be available to all, that there should be no out-of-pocket expense because it's a human right, is widespread around the world and very much agreed to in this country. Bottom line is that because of our corrupt political system, we have a healthcare system designed not to provide healthcare to all people, to make huge profits for the drug companies and the insurance companies. And that is what's happening. And we got to change that system. So I'm a strong advocate, and I've led the effort on Medicare for all.
Okay, let's talk about Medicare for all. If you could snap your fingers today and implement the best possible healthcare system for the United States of America, what would that look like?
Well, we have a pretty good system, not great, but a pretty good system in Medicare. So it's there for the elderly, and Lyndon Johnson passed that in the 1960s, a huge step forward. It is being chopped away by the private insurance companies through Medicare Advantage. But if you strengthen Medicare and you do away with the kind of deductibles that seniors now have to pay, you do away with other stuff, and you say basically right now you're a senior in America, go to any doctor you want. When you're in the hospital, Medicare will pay the entire bill. If you expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision, which it doesn't now cover, you do all of those things. And then the next thing you do is say, okay, to be eligible for Medicare now, you have to be 65. First year, we're going to lower it to 55. Then we'll lower it to 45. Then we'll lower it to 35. Then we'll have everybody in the system. So I think in a 4 or 5 year period, you can strengthen Medicare and have everybody in the system. And when you do that, this is not just me talking, a number of studies have pointed this out. When you take the profit motive out of it from the insurance companies and the drug companies, you can end up providing quality care to all people at no more than we're spending right now. Because right now, we are spending twice as much per person in healthcare as the people of any other nation. Incredibly wasteful system.
So the way to pay for the system is to increase taxes. But you're saying if you cut that cost and increase the taxes, you're saying it's going to
Here's the
balance
story.
itself out.
And
Yeah.
I've gotten my share of 30-second ads attacking me on this. Bernie Sanders wants to raise your taxes on healthcare. It's true, in a progressive way. But right, do you have health insurance?
Yes.
Okay. Somebody's paying for your health insurance. It depends. If you are working, most people get their health insurance through their jobs. Okay. So if you're working for a large company, your employer is paying your health insurance. And by the way, that comes out of your wages. Healthcare costs in America are very high, and your employer will tell you honestly, look, I can't give you more than a 3% wage increase because I got a 10% increase in your healthcare costs. You want that? Or if you're a union negotiating, you know what they'll say? Hey, you want decent wages? We're going to have to cut back on your healthcare. That's what every union has to deal with, every negotiating session. So we're paying for it through employers out of pocket. We pay through it through Medicare, Medicaid, Veterans Administration, etc. What I am proposing is really not radical. It's what exists in Canada and other countries. It is publicly funded, like the police departments and like libraries are, like public education. This is publicly funded in a progressive way. So right now, rather than paying out of your own pocket, if you are a family, let's just say you're self-employed right now, and you are, you have a couple of kids and a wife, it could cost you $15,000, $20,000 a year in insurance costs. Well, that's all eliminated. Will you have to pay more in taxes? Of course you will. Maybe it depends on your income level, but it could be that you'd be paying $12,000 more in taxes, but not $20,000 more in premiums, co-payments, and deductibles. You save money. So it's paying taxes rather than paying money to the insurance company. You got a better deal through the tax system.
So the most painful thing in today's system is the surprise bills, the number one cause of bankruptcy, and the psychological pain that comes from that, just worrying, stressed, in debt.
You got it.
And just basically afraid constantly of getting sick because you don't know if insurance is going to cover it. And if you're not insured, you don't know how much it's going to cost. So you're not going to go to the hospital, even if there's something wrong with you, if there's pain and all that. So you just live in a state of fear, psychological fear. That's the number one problem. It's just not just financial, psychological.
Look, and I think you said it very well. I'm chairman of the committee that deals with this stuff, so I talk to a lot of doctors. And doctors in Vermont and all over this country tell me that they are astounded. People walk into their offices much sicker than they should have been. And the doctor said, why didn't you come here 6 months ago when you first, felt your symptoms? And they said, well, I have a high deductible, I have a $10,000 deductible. I don't have any money to pay. I'm uninsured. Some of those people don't make it. Other people, and this is what is totally crazy, they end up in the hospital at huge expense to the system rather than getting the care they need when they need it. So that is how, I'll give you another example. We pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. 1 out of 4 Americans can't afford the drugs their doctors prescribe. So you walk into the doctor's office and they say, okay, Lex, you got this, that, the other thing. Here's a prescription. You can't afford to fill it. What happens? You get sick. You end up in the emergency room, which is an extremely expensive proposition. Okay. Or you end up in the hospital. Rather than dealing with the problem when it occurs. And what is not talked about, I mentioned earlier how we don't talk about some of the major issues. The estimate is that some 60,000 people in America die every single year unnecessarily because they can't get to a doctor when they need because of financial reasons. And you want to get even crazier. 1 out of 4 people who get cancer treatment in this country either go bankrupt or deplete their financial resources to live in. So your point is right. If somebody diagnoses you with cancer, you're scared to death, you're worried about how you're going to live, you're going to die, what's going to happen. And then on top of that, you got to worry about whether your family goes bankrupt. How insane and cruel is that? So to me, I think healthcare is what unites us all. Everybody has family that gets sick. We'll get born, we all die, we all want care. And we all have got to come together to create a system that works for all of us, not just the drug companies or the insurance companies.
There's just so many stories, and not even the horrific stories. There's countless horrific stories, but just basic stories of cost. Like my friend, Dr. Peter Attia, has this story where he happens to be wealthy, so he can afford it, but he had to take his son to the emergency room, and the son was dehydrated, and the bill was $6,000. They just did a basic test and gave him an IV, a basic thing. And he has really good insurance, and the insurance covered $4,000 of it. So he had to, at the end, pay $2,000 for a basic emergency room visit. And there's a lot of families for whom that one visit for such a simple thing would be just financially devastating.
And you know what? People know that. And you know what they say? I don't feel well today.
Yeah.
Something's wrong. I ain't going to go to that emergency room because I don't want a $6,000 bill. And what happens? He had insurance that paid 2/3 of it, right?
Yes.
So what happens if he didn't have? What happens if he didn't have money? He'd be hounded by bill collectors for the rest of his life. So it is a disgusting system. It is an inhumane system. But the insurance companies and the drug companies are very powerful. They make a lot of campaign contributions, have a lot of lobbyists, and we are where we are. But I think the American people want fundamental changes there.
So that's another good example of a really popular idea that is not implemented because of the money in politics.
That's a wonder. And I'll tell you that not only is it not implemented because of money, it's not even discussed. All right. So I'm saying here, and no one disputes me, we are spending twice as much per person on healthcare, right? And yet 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, and our life expectancy is lower than virtually every other major country on earth. Do you think that might be an issue that we'd be discussing?
Again, if a single politician discusses it, they get punished for it. So there needs to be a mass movement, and probably, from my perspective, it has to come from the very top. It has to come from the president. And the president has to be a populist president where they don't care about the parties with the rich people. They just speak out because they know it's a popular message and they know it's the right thing. So speaking of that, you had a historic campaign run for president in 2016. And in the eyes of many people, mine included, you were screwed over by the DNC, especially the WikiLeaks emails showed. What's your, just looking back, feelings about that? Are you angry? Are you upset?
Yeah, of course I'm angry, and of course I'm upset. But when you take on, in this case, the Democratic establishment, who have controlled that party forever, moneyed interest in the Democratic Party. When you're taking on corporate America, when you're taking on the corporate media, and when you're calling for a political revolution that creates a government that works for all and not just the few, the opposition is going to be extraordinary. But what I am extremely proud of from that campaign in 2020 as well is that we took on the anointed candidate of the establishment, and we showed, despite the fact the entire establishment, I had in the Senate, I had one supporter. There were 50 Democrats. I had one supporter. I had no governors supporting the other. Maybe a few people in the House. But we took on the whole political establishment, and we did, got millions of votes, and the ideas that we brought forth were ideas that they had to eventually deal with in one way or another. And if you look at the American Rescue Plan, which I'm proud that helped write during the midst of COVID, a lot of the ideas that we fought for were implemented in that bill, and I want to make them obviously permanent.
You almost won, and a lot of people thought that you would win against Donald Trump.
I think we would have. I think Trump is I think he's a little bit crazy between you and me, but he is a smart politician, and he's appealing to a lot of the anger that working class people feel. And you know what? Working class people should feel angry, but they should make sure that their anger is directed in the right direction and not against people who are even worse off than they are, which is what demagogues like Trump always do. So, I think we had, as I went around the country then and now, we have a lot of support from working class people who understand that there is something wrong. And this is an incredible fact that no one talks about. All right, I'm going to ask you a question. Are you ready for this, Lex? Let's go. Here we go. Over the last 50 years, there's been a massive increase in worker productivity as a result of technology, right? Everyone agrees with that. And I don't know exactly what it is, but the worker today is producing a lot more than the worker 50 years ago doing something similar. Is the worker today, in real inflation accounted for dollars, making more money than that worker 50 years ago?
Well, there's a lot of close arguments there, but your point is well taken. It's either the same or a little bit higher or a little bit lower, depending on the statistics. Okay. It has not increased significantly, and the wealth inequality has increased significantly.
That is the point. So you would think that if a worker is producing a lot more, that worker would be better off, would be working lesser hours, etc. That hasn't been the case. And what has happened in that 50 years is, according to the RAND Corporation, there has been a 50 trillion with the T, redistribution of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. So you got CEOs today making 300 times more than their workers. You got 3 people on top owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society. So that's why people are angry. And they're worried that their kids may have a lower standard of living than they in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. So there's a lot of anger out there. And I think we tap some of that anger in a constructive way, essentially saying, you know what? We don't need so few to have so much in wealth and power. Let's distribute it more fairly in America.
I got to get back to 2016 because it's such a historic moment. So there's a lot of fans of yours that wanted you to keep fighting because you forgave in the end the establishment and joined them in support. And your fans wanted you to keep fighting for a takeover, for a progressive takeover of the Democratic Party. If you just look back and had to do it all over again, what would you do different?
Well, by the way, in terms of a takeover of the Democratic Party, we did try. We ran, you know who Keith Ellison is? Keith is now the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. He's doing a great job, really. One of the outstanding attorney generals in the country. And Keith was then a member of Congress. And we ran Keith to become the head of the DNC, and the establishment from the President of the United States on down went crazy. And they beat him by a few votes, not a whole lot. So it's, look, you face, and you know, that's the exact same position that many of us are in right today. So people say, well, why did you support Hillary Clinton? Yeah, what's the alternative? Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is an extremely dangerous person trying to undermine American democracy. So I can't support him. You know, Hillary Clinton, obviously, his views are very, very different than mine. But that in that moment, you know, that's where politics becomes really tricky. And it ain't easy. And, you know, sometimes you have to do things that you're not really all that excited about. But I think it was right to try to do what I could to prevent Trump from getting elected. And in 2020, I did the same with Biden. And we had more success with Biden than we had with Clinton.
Well, there's this interesting story about a long time coming meeting between you and Obama in 2018, I believe. So Ari Rabenhoft, who was a former deputy campaign manager, wrote a great book, I would say, about you called The Fighting Soul on the Road with Bernie Sanders. And he tells many great stories, but one of them is your meeting with Obama. And he says that Obama told you, Bernie, I wish I could do a good Obama impression. Bernie, you're an Old Testament prophet, a moral voice for our party, giving us guidance. Here's the thing, though. Prophets don't get to be king. Kings have to make choices. Prophets don't. Are you willing to make those choices? Basically, Obama's making the case that you have to sort of moderate your approach in order to win. So was Obama right?
Look, and again, that's why politics is very, very fascinating. You know, sometimes you can run and lose and you really win if your goal is not just individual power, but transforming society. One of my heroes, you mentioned Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who is one of my heroes. Another one of my heroes is Eugene Victor Debs. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
For many reasons, yes.
All right. Debs, many listeners may not know who Debs was. Debs was a union organizer in the early 1900s, helped form the American Railway Union, ran for president, I think, 5 times, ran the last time while he was in a jail cell because of his opposition to World War I and got 1 million votes doing that. Debs lost badly in every race that he ran in. 1932, Franklin Delano Roosevelt ran for president, and much of what Roosevelt ended up doing was at least some of what Debs had talked about. Debs helped lay the groundwork for ideas. So sometimes you can lose and win if you're into transforming society. What my view is, where I disagree with Obama, is I think you have got to raise consciousness among ordinary people. And when people know what's going on and are prepared in an organized way to fight for change, they can make incredible changes. And we've seen that in recent years. You know, today we take for granted, well, we have a woman running for president of the United States, so I'm supporting. We have had other women running for president. We have women governors and senators. Not so many years ago in the United States Senate, there were 98 men, 2 women. Right? Even before that, 1920, it was when women got the right to vote. How did that change? How did women's role in society change? It changed because women and their male allies stood up in courts. Gay rights. Old enough to remember that anybody I knew who was gay, you think they would talk about it? Come out about it? No, they wouldn't. That's changed. We have seen, in terms of civil rights, massive changes. Change happens when people at the grassroots level demand it. We talked about healthcare a moment ago. We will get universal Medicare for all when millions of people make it clear that's what they want. So I believe politics starts at the grassroots level, and that's how you got to bring about change.
So just to go back to Obama, though, in many ways, he too is a singular historic figure in American politics who has brought about a lot of change. He's a symbol, I think, that will be remembered for a long time. What do you admire most about Obama?
Well, I know him. We're not best friends, but I know him well and reach out every once in a while. First of all, don't underestimate what it was in 2008 to be the first black president in the history of this country. And I think few would deny that he's an extraordinarily intelligent guy, very, very articulate, one of the best speakers that there is in America. And that he and his family, and again, it's a lot harder than it looks. He and his family for 8 years, with his wife, Michelle, and his kids, really held that office in a way that earned, I think, the respect of the American people, even if people disagreed with him. So he deserves it. And again, don't underestimate. I think, years ago, there were people who said a black president in our lifetimes never going to happen. He did it. And that is a huge accomplishment. And I think, he has had some significant achievements in his presidential tenure. He and I, did disagree on a number of issues. I think he would tell you, I think his public stance is that, if you have to start all over again, he would do Medicare for all, single payer. But where we are right now, the best he could do is the Affordable Care Act. Well, we disagree on that. And we disagree on other things. But, I think he deserves an enormous amount of credit for what he has accomplished.
And he, like you, also gave a damn good speech opposing the Iraq War before running for president, and that takes courage.
Yes, it does.
But then it also shows that once you get into office, it's not so easy to oppose or to work against the military-industrial complex.
It is very hard. People do not fully appreciate how powerful the establishment is, whether it is the healthcare industry, whether it's the military-industrial complex, whether it's the fossil fuel industry. These people have unlimited amounts of money. They're very smart lobbyists in Washington, D.C., and they are very, very greedy people. They want it all.
I have to ask you about capitalism, the pros and cons. So you wrote a book, It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism. That is a thorough, rigorous criticism of, I would say, hyper-capitalism.
Yes, that's right.
A certain kind of capitalism that you argue that we are existing in today in the United States. But a lot of people would attribute to capitalism all the amazing technological innovations over the past 70 plus years that have contributed to increase in quality of life, in GDP, in decrease in poverty, decrease in infant mortality, increase in expected life expectancy. So what are the sort of, how do you see the tension, the pros of capitalism and the cons of capitalism?
You know, some of my European friends, they say, you know, Bernie, in the United States, you're considered to be very radical. If you were here in, you know, France or Denmark or something, you'd be kind of mainstream left guy, not all that radical. So this is what I think. I mean, I think the best that we could do right now, where we are right now, is to create a society which does two things. It encourages innovation, but at the same time, it makes sure that all people in a wealthy nation have a decent standard of living. In some countries, if you look at Scandinavia, and this shocks people because we don't talk about this at all. So in Scandinavia, it has been the case, you know, Denmark, Finland, Norway, for years, that people have healthcare. That's not a big deal. You end up in the hospital, so what? They don't pay a bill. You have, and this shocks people, in America right now, we have people who get 1 week, 2 weeks off paid vacation. Sometimes we get nothing. You know that? There are people out there with no vacation off. You know, in Germany, you get 6 weeks paid vacation and other holidays as well. People are shocked by that. In America, we don't have paid family and medical leave. The only major country not to do it. You know, other countries, you know, your wife gets sick, you stay home with her. Your kids get sick, not a big deal. You get a certain amount of paid family and medical leave. Cost of prescription drugs are far more affordable. So what you want to do is create what's called a social safety net. That means, I don't care what your income is. Of course, you're going to have healthcare is the human right. Of course, you're going to have housing that is affordable. Of course, your kids are going to have great quality education with childcare at university without much cost. You know, every country has a little bit different. But there are countries in the world right now, I think in Germany, I think the college is now tuition free, as I recall. For obvious reasons, they want to have the best educated workforce they can. So in government playing a role in a civilized democratic society of providing all basic needs, healthcare, education, housing, retirement benefits. Yes, that is what we've got to do. Now, does that mean then that the government is going to run every mom and pop store in the corner? Of course not. You want innovation. You want to go out and start a business, produce a product. Good luck to you, make money. But on the other hand, in terms of even making money, we want you to be able to do that, come up with good products, good services. But do I think you should end up with $100 billion? I don't. And you know what's funny? I did an interview with Bill Gates, who is, I think, the third wealthiest guy in the country, struggling behind Musk and Bezos. And he's only worth 100+ billion, but he gets by. And I said to him, Bill, he was supposed to ask me questions. I asked him the question. I said, Bill, tell me something. You know, you're an innovator with Microsoft and all that stuff. Did you know that you've become a multi-billionaire and was that motivated you? That one motivated you? And he said, no. And I believe he was honest. I love doing I love programming. You know, as a kid, he started doing that. He loved it. He was motivated by it. Do you think that there are scientists out there who work in day and night trying to develop drugs to deal with Alzheimer's or cancer? that they're motivated. Oh, boy, if I come up with this drug, I'm going to become a billionaire. So I think, we want to reward success. Fine. But you don't need $1 billion. We want people to get satisfaction from what they accomplished, the work they're doing, whether it's cleaning the street or developing a new, drug. So I think we have gone a little bit too far. And you're right in talking about the book was an attack on, you call it hypercapitalism or uber capitalism. But right now, and this is not an American issue, this is a global issue. It's not an accident that Musk is over there in Saudi Arabia talking to the, trillionaire families in the Mideast. These guys are with Putin and his friends. You got probably not more than 5,000, 10,000 extraordinarily wealthy families who have unbelievable economic power over 7 billion people on this planet.
Well, Elon Musk is actually an interesting case because he's investing all the money back into the businesses. So I think there is a balance to be struck, and you just spoke to it, which is we can still celebrate even big companies that are bringing wealth to the world, that are building cool stuff, that are improving quality of life, but we can question why is it that the working class does not have a living wage in many cases, and sort of trying to find that balance.
That's right. That is the story. Look, I am no great fan of Elon Musk, especially the role that he's playing right now in Trump's campaign. But is he a brilliant guy? Of course he is. Does he work like a dog? Of course he does. Does he come up with these incredible innovations in companies? Yes, he does. Does he deserve credit for that? Yeah, he does. But, even in terms of encouraging innovation, I would hope that we are focusing on the important issues. I would love to see great innovators figure out how we build the affordable housing that we need, come up with the great drugs that we need to solve many of the terrible illnesses that plague people. Climate change, for God's sakes. All right, do we need innovation? We're making some progress in this country. Should we do more? What kind of technologies out there can really cut back on carbon emissions? So, I hope we focus on some of the most important issues that impact humanity. But, reward innovators, I don't have a problem with that, but I do have a problem when 3 people end up owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society.
Maybe you can briefly speak to something you tweeted recently about Donald Trump going to McDonald's and the minimum wage, I believe, was $7.50. Can you just speak to that tweet?
Look, nothing new. Trump didn't invent it. It's called a photo opportunity. I've done 1 or 2 in my life. So you go to a place on an apron. Good old Donald Trump, just another McDonald's worker. But anyhow, he was sublime. He did his photo op. Kamala Harris was in North Carolina handing out food to people who were victims of the hurricane. Fine. That's what politicians do. But some reporter asked them, they said, Mr. Trump, are you for raising the minimum wage? And that was a fair question because she got, I don't know how many, but many, many thousands of McDonald's workers and millions of other American workers right now are trying to get by on $9, $10, $11 an hour. Federal minimum wage is $7.25. You have people working in McDonald's right now for sure who are working with $12, $13 an hour. So the reporter said, what do you think about raising the federal minimum wage? And he's, these are great workers. I love McDonald's, and so forth. He didn't answer the question. Well, I think that in the richest country in the history of the world, if you work 40 hours a week, you should not be living in poverty. And that means we should have a federal minimum wage, not absurdly $7.25 an hour, but in my view, $17 an hour. And will that solve all the economic problems for working class people? No. It'll help.
Since running for president, you've often been attacked, especially from the right, about being worth, I believe, $2 million and owning 3 houses. So from my perspective, the answer to that is most of your wealth has been earned from writing books and selling those books. And you are one of the most famous politicians in the world. And so your wealth in the context in comparison to other people of that fame level and other politicians is actually quite modest. So what's your response usually to those attacks?
Do I own 3 residences? Yeah, I do. I live here in Burlington, Vermont. We live in a middle-class neighborhood, nice house. Guess what? I'm a United States Senator, and I own a home in Washington, D.C., as do most senators. You live there year after year. When I first when I was in Congress for 16 years, I rented all the time. But I got elected. Okay, got a 6-year term. You know what? Let's buy a house. So we bought a house. And guess what? Like many thousands of people in the state of Vermont, I have a summer camp. It's a nice one on Lake Champlain. That's it. Now, how did I get the money? You're right. I wrote 2 best-selling books, including this book on capitalism. It was New York Times bestseller for a while. And also another book was a youth book. And I make, I don't know, $175,000 a year. And that's more or less how I became the zillionaire that I am.
I should also mention that sometimes the word mansion is used, and I think your residences are quite modest. At least from my
Normal
perspective.
houses and they're not, they're middle-class houses, very nice house.
So when you started in politics, I read you were worth $1,100.
That much?
Yeah, that much. That's right. Has the increase in wealth changed your ability to relate to the working class?
Well, that's a good question. And obviously, growing up in a working-class family has been maybe the most singularly significant aspect of my politics. It's, I grew up without money in a family that lived in a rent-controlled apartment in Brooklyn, New York. So that has impacted me. I'll tell you, I don't really give a damn about money. I drive a car that's 11 years old. It's an old car. And money, here's my jewelry. It's a solar watch.
Nice.
And my wedding ring. That's about it. I don't have a Rolex watch. Would not be interested in it. But I'll tell you what has impacted me. My wife, who also grew up in a working class family, will tell you the same. We don't worry. You raise that issue. If we have to go to the doctor, if our kids have to go to the doctor, we go to the doctor. I don't spare fights for him. There was a time I had to worry about how to pay my electric bill. I don't worry about that anymore. So what has happened, that stress, that economic stress of worrying about a financial disaster, that's gone. And that is enormous. I, maybe as much or more than any other member of the Senate, work hard, not only for, but with working class people. I'm chairman of the committee that deals with labor issues. We have been involved probably in dozens of strikes all over this country. I've been on picket lines. So, I do my best. It's a very easy trap to fall into. You can get separated from ordinary people and their struggles. Not hard to do. I try as hard as I can not to do that.
So sometimes people say, can money buy happiness? I think I agree with you. That worry, sort of being able to fill up your car and not worry about how much it's going to cost, or be able to get food for dinner and not worry about how much it's going to cost. Or even, I've been poor most of my life, but I've been very fortunate recently to have enough wealth to not worry about healthcare, to have insurance and be able to afford an emergency room visit. And that worry is just such a giant lift off your shoulders.
Lexi, I think you said it very well. I remember and I saw this change in myself. When I used to go out and I do the grocery shop, my wife does a lot of the cooking. I do the grocery shop. I used to look at the prices of everything. I do that less now. I said, what the hell, so what? It costs 50 cents more for this can of stuff, so what? But that's a luxury you have when you don't have to worry about that. And I don't have to worry about it. But your point is, again, to me, I don't like big fancy cars or big fancy homes. Don't go on. My wife will tell you we've not been on a real vacation for God knows how long, because I work pretty hard. But the major thing about having money, which is enormously important, is just what you said. I don't have to worry. If somebody in my family I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about putting food on the table or paying the mortgage. So that's what money has done.
Okay, let me ask you about the future of the Democratic Party. So one of the biggest impacts you've had is you've been the fuel, the catalyst for the increase of the progressive caucus, the progressive movement within the Democratic Party. Do you think that is the future? The progressives, even democratic socialist leaders will take over the party?
That is the most important question regarding, to my mind, American politics. One of the successes that we've had, and I'm proud to have played a role in this, is that if you go to the House of Representatives right now, you will see almost 100 members of the Progressive Caucus, led very well by a woman from Washington, Pramila Jayapal, who does a great job. It's people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Ilhan Omar, and many others. Many of them are young, often women, people of color, and many of them come from working class backgrounds. So what we have been able to do in recent years, elect a number of strong progressives who represent working families very, very effectively. The struggle in the Democratic Party is between the corporate wing and the progressive wing. And, the corporate wing takes a whole lot of money, sees its salvation in getting a whole lot of money from wealthy individuals and, large corporations, and is not very vigorous, in my view, in representing the needs of working class people. If they were, we would have health care for all. We would have a minimum wage that was a living wage. We would not have a housing crisis. We would not have a tax system in which billionaires pay an effective tax rate that is lower than a truck driver or a nurse. So I think one of the reasons that Trump has had political success is he's not so much his ideas. Most working class people don't think we should give tax breaks to billionaires or worry about the size of, Arnold Palmer's genitalia. But they are angry. People are angry. And the Democrats have not responded effectively to that. So the struggle that we are waging right now is the future of the Democratic Party. Will it be a party of the working class and represent working class issues, whether you're black or white or Latino or Asian or whatever you may be? Or will it be a corporately dominated party? That's the struggle we're in right now.
Did you consider running in 2024? From my perspective, I would have loved it if you ran. I think you would have had a great chance of winning not just the primary, but the presidency.
I gave it about 5 minutes. And the reason was we have a slogan, the progressive movement. It's not about me, it's about us. And, to have taken on Biden, who, in my view, on domestic issues has been quite strong, would have really split the Democratic Party and laid the groundwork for an easy Trump victory. And that I did not want to see. So sometimes in life, and I know that a lot of younger people don't agree with me, but you got to make choices which are painful. So I strongly supported Biden because I liked his domestic record. He's done some good things against a lot of opposition, and I'm supporting Kamala right now. But I'm doing my best to see that a dangerous guy like Donald Trump does not become president.
And the hope for you is that there will be future candidates that are populist, that are progressive.
Yes, absolutely.
Let me ask you about AOC. She's become one of the most influential voices for the progressive cause in the United States. You two had a great conversation on your podcast, and in general, you work together. So what's to you is most impressive about her?
I really like Alexandria. Hold on. She is a young woman who comes from a working class background. She helped her mother clean houses. She was a bartender in the Bronx, New York. And I'm very proud that my campaign for president inspired her to run. And she ran on a progressive working class program. And she took on one of the more powerful guys, a guy named Joe Crowley, who was pretty high up in the Democratic Party. And she had no money. She did a very strong grassroots effort. And I appreciate that. So that's number one. I like what she stands for. She's incredibly smart. And she has that certain charisma that, maybe you're born with it, maybe you develop it. I don't know. A couple of years ago, she came up here to Vermont. This was the time she and her partner, Riley, came up. And we were out in the street, and people saw her, and they said, "Oh, Congresswoman," and she just smiled, and she had an approach to people which was beautiful. I mean, it wasn't phony, it was real. But to be a politician, you got to know how to, you can be a great intellectual, but you can't relate to people. She relates well to people. And so I think both from a personality perspective, from an intellect perspective, from an ideological perspective, she helped create the Green New Deal concept, the need to create jobs as we transform our energy system away from fossil fuel, strong advocate for Medicare for all, workers' rights. So I'm a big fan of Alexandria.
What do you think is the most powerful, enduring impact you've had on American politics? Looking back, you've been in it for quite a bit.
Well, I don't know. I can give you a singular answer. I was mayor of the city and proud of what we accomplished here. Proud of my accomplishments as a U.S. Senator, when COVID was devastating this country and we had a massive economic downturn. As chairman of the budget committee, I helped write the American Rescue Plan, which put a lot of money into people's pockets. We cut childhood poverty by 40% by providing a child tax credit. We kept hospitals going, we kept colleges going, kept people from getting evicted, helped get public health out there, people getting the vaccines. I'm proud of that. But at the end of the day, I think what I have shown is that the ideas, this gets back to the early part of this conversation, the ideas that I am talking about are ideas that are widely supported. So when Donald Trump says, "Oh, Bernie Sanders is a far left," it's like I'm some kind of extremist coming up with ideas that nobody supports. Everything that I talk about, raising the minimum wage, healthcare for all, a tax system which demands the billionaires pay their fair share, those are all popular ideas, but people didn't know. You got to run for president and have 20,000 people come out to your rallies and win 23 states. And well, maybe those ideas are not so crazy after all. And we got to entertain them. The establishment doesn't like that. They really don't. They want to tell you, and this is how they succeed. What they say, Lex, is the world is the way it is. It always will be this way. We got the wealth. We got the power. And don't think of anything else. This is the way it is. You have no power. Give up. That they don't say it quite that way. But that's really what the intent is. And what we showed is just one. Running an outsider campaign. We took on the Democratic establishment. We came close to winning it, and we did win 23 states. And the ideas that we're talking about are the ideas that working class people, young people believe in.
Yeah, you showed that it's possible to win. And that's an idea that will resonate for decades.
And out of that came dozens of candidates now in the House of Representatives, people on city council, people on state legislature who did win.
So we mentioned about the worry of getting sick, the worry of life that many people in the working class are suffering from. But there's also the worry that we all experience of the finiteness of life. Do you ponder your own mortality? Are you afraid of it?
Well, when you're 83, it does come across.
All right.
Yeah, of course I do. And
are you afraid of it?
No, I'm not afraid of death. What I am afraid of, I think, is infirmity. I have been, knock on wood, this is wood, I think, reasonably healthy with an exception. I had a heart attack 5 years ago. And what blew me away was that my body failed me for the very first time in my life. That was stunning to me. That, suddenly I was in a hospital bed. I have a great deal of compassion for people as we speak who are in nursing homes, having a hard time walking. Maybe your mental agility is slipping a little bit. That's tough. That's what worries me. We are all going to die, and that's that. So I'm not afraid of that. But that aspect of getting older,
not this horse,
and that does concern me.
That said, your mind is as sharp as any politician that I've ever heard. And also just off mic, I should say that just the warmth that you radiate, and I deeply, deeply appreciate that, just as a human being. So you still got it. After all that, after all those speeches, after all those houses, after all of it, there's still the humility and just the sharpness, the wit is all there. So Bernie, like I said, I wish you would have ran this year, but I also wish that there's future candidates.
Yeah, and there will be. I absolutely would. I think, you asked about my legacy, the idea that they're all wonderful, really, really wonderful people who are now got involved in the political process and are fighting for justice. That's a great legacy.
What gives you hope about the future of this country, about the future of the world?
Sometimes one can become very cynical. You look at the terrible wars that are going on right now. You look at the divisiveness in this country, the ugliness, the poverty. You look at climate change. You can get depressed from all of that. But I am lucky in this sense, in that I've had the opportunity. People often ask, what inspires you? How do you keep going? And I remember, it actually was in California where it really crystallized for me. I was at a rally in the agricultural area of California. We did a rally, it was sunset. Thousands of people were out. And you looked around the crowd. There were young people, black and white and Latino, Asian American, huge cross-section of older people. And they all wanted to make America a very much better country. And it really moved me. I mean, I see that time and time, I've just been on the campaign trail, and you see great people, really beautiful people who are not interested in becoming billionaires. They want to improve life for other people in this country. So, I am grateful that it sounds like a platitude. It's what every politician says, oh, blah, 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 blah. But when you go out around the country, you go to Native American reservations and you go to factories and everything, and you see so many wonderful people. I have been able to see things that many others have not been to every state in the country. And that inspires me.
I share their optimism. I share your optimism. Bernie, I've been a fan for a long time. It's a great honor to speak to you today. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for what you're doing. Let me just say a word about what you're doing.
Okay,
Let's
go.
The compliments here. Okay. I think there is a growing dissatisfaction with corporate media. And not because it's fake news that the reporters lie all the time. That's nonsense. They don't. But I think people want to hear folks really talk about in a calm manner about some of the very important issues which are not discussed in corporate media. And I think that's what you and some others are doing. So I thank you very much. It's a very important service to the country.
And thank you from a mayor perspective of creating a wonderful town. And I look forward to looking at the fall leaves, walking around
I
tonight.
didn't quite create the leaves.
Yeah.
I did create some other things.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bernie.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Bernie Sanders. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Aristotle. The real difference between democracy and monarchy is poverty and wealth. Wherever men rule by reason of their wealth, whether they be few or many, that is an oligarchy. And where the poor rule, that is democracy. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The big question for me in that timeline is, why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings of civilization?
The following is a conversation with Graham Hancock, a journalist and author who for over 30 years has explored the controversial possibility that there existed a lost civilization during the last ice age, and that it was destroyed in a global cataclysm some 12,000 years ago. He is the presenter of the Netflix documentary series Ancient Apocalypse, the second season of which has just been released, and it's focused on the distant past of the Americas, a topic I recently discussed with the archaeologist Ed Barnhart. Let me say that Ed represents the kind of archaeologist, scholar I love talking to on the podcast. Extremely knowledgeable, humble, open-minded, and respectful in disagreement. I'll do many more podcasts on history, including ancient history. Our distant past is full of mysteries, and I find it truly exciting to explore those mysteries with people both on the inside and the outside of the mainstream in the various disciplines involved. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Graham Hancock. Let's start with a big foundational idea that you have about human history, that there was an advanced Ice Age civilization that came before and perhaps seeded what people now call the six cradles of civilization: Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, China, Andes, and Mesoamerica. So let's talk about this idea that you have. You at the highest possible level describe it.
It would be better to describe it as a foundational sense of puzzlement and incompleteness in the story that we are taught about our past, which envisages more or less, there have been a few ups and downs, but more or less straightforward evolutionary progress. We start out as hunter-foragers, then we become agriculturalists. The hunter-forager phase could go back hundreds of thousands of years. This is where it's also important to mention that anatomically modern humans were not the only humans. We had Neanderthals from 400,000 years ago to about 40,000 years ago. They were certainly human because anatomically modern humans interbred with them, and we carry Neanderthal genes. There were the Denisovans, maybe 300,000 to perhaps even as recently as 30,000 years ago. And again, interbreeding took place. They're obviously a human species. So, you know, we've got this background of humans who didn't look quite like us. And then we have anatomically modern humans. And I think the earliest anatomically modern human skeletal remains are from Jebel Irhoud in Morocco and date to about 310,000 years ago. So the question is, what were our ancestors doing after that? And I think we can include the Neanderthals and the Denisovans in that general picture. And why did it take so long? This is one of the puzzles, one of the questions that bother me. Why did it take so long when we have creatures who are physically identical to us? We cannot actually weigh and measure their brains, but from the work that's been done on the crania, it looks like they have the same brains that we do, with the same wiring. So if we've been around for 300,000 plus years at least, and if ultimately in our future was the process to create civilization or civilizations, why didn't it happen sooner? Why did it take so long? Why was it such a long time? Even the story of anatomically modern humans has kept on changing. I remember a time when it was said that there hadn't been anatomically modern humans before 50,000 years ago. And then it became 196,000 years ago with the findings in Ethiopia, and then 310,000 years ago. There's a lot of missing pieces in the puzzle there. But the big question for me in that timeline is, why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings, what are selected as the beginnings of civilization in places like Turkey, for example? And then there's a relatively slow process of adopting agriculture, and by 6,000 years ago, we see ancient Sumer emerging as a civilization. And we're then in the pre-dynastic period in ancient Egypt as well, 6,000 years ago, beginning to see definite signs of what will become the dynastic civilization of Egypt about 5,000 years ago. And interestingly, around about the same time, you have the Indus Valley civilization popping up out of nowhere. And by the way, the Indus Valley civilization was a lost civilization until the 1920s, when railway workers accidentally stumbled across some ruins. I've been to Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, and these are extraordinarily beautifully centrally planned cities. Clearly they're the work of an already sophisticated civilization. One of the things that strikes me about the Indus Valley civilization is that we find a steatite seal of an individual seated in a recognizable yoga posture. And that seal is 5,000 years old. And the yoga posture is Mula Bandhasana, which involves a real contortion of the ankles and twisting the feet back. It's an advanced yoga posture. So there it is 5,000 years ago. And that then raises the question, well, how long did yoga take to get to that place when it was already so advanced 5,000 years ago? What's the background to this? China, the Yellow River civilization. Again, it's around about the same period, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, you get these first signs of something happening. So it's very odd that all around the world, we have this sudden upsurge of civilization about 6,000 years ago, preceded by what seems like a natural evolutionary process that would lead to a civilization. And yet, certain ideas being carried down and manifested and expressed in many of these different civilizations. I just find that whole idea very puzzling and very disturbing, especially when I look at this radical break that takes place in not just the human story, but the story of all life on Earth, which was the last great cataclysm that the Earth went through, which was the Younger Dryas event. It was an extinction level event. That's when all the great megafauna of the Ice Age went extinct. It's after that, it's after that event that we start seeing this, what are taken to be the beginnings of the first gradual steps towards civilization. We come out of the Upper Paleolithic as it's defined, the old end of the Old Stone Age, and into the Neolithic. And that's when the wheels are supposedly set in motion to start civilization rolling. But what happened before that, and why did that suddenly happen then? And I can't help feeling, and I felt this for a very long while, that there are major missing pieces in our story. It's often said that I'm claiming to have proved that there was an advanced lost civilization in the Ice Age, and I am not claiming to have proved that. That is a hypothesis that I am putting forward to answer some of the questions that I have about prehistory, and I think it's worthwhile to inquire into those possibilities, because the Younger Dryas event was a massive global cataclysm, whatever caused it, and it's strange that just after it we start seeing these first signs.
So the current understanding in mainstream archaeology is that after the Younger Dryas is when the civilizations popped up in different places of the globe. There's a lot of similarities, but they popped up independently.
Yeah, independently and by coincidence. And by coincidence, those big civilizations that we all remember as the first civilizations, Sumer, Egypt, the Indus Valley Civilization, China, they all pop up at pretty much the same time. That is the mainstream view.
And they don't just pop up; they kind of build up gradually. First, there's some settlements.
Oh, definitely, yes.
And then there's different dynamics of how they build up, and the role of agriculture, and that is also not obvious, but it's just there's first a kind of settlement, a stabilization of where the people are living, then they start using agriculture, then they start getting urban centers and that kind of stuff.
It seems like an entirely reasonable argument. Everything about that makes sense. There is no doubt that you're seeing evolutionary progress, social evolution taking place in those thousands of years before Sumer emerges. But what's happening now, really, I spent much of the 90s and the late 1980s investigating this issue of the lost civilization. I wrote a series of books about it. But by 2002, when I published a book called Underworld, which was the most massive and most heavy book that I've ever written, because I was writing very defensively at the time. By the time I finished that book, my wife Santa and I spent 7 years scuba diving all around the world, looking for structures underwater, often led by local fishermen or local divers to anomalies that they'd seen underwater. By the time that book was finished, I thought, actually, I've done this story. I've walked the walk. I really don't have much more to say about it. And I turned in another direction, and I wrote a book called Supernatural: Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind, recently retitled Visionary. And that was fundamentally about the role of psychedelics in the evolution of human culture. And I didn't think that I would go back to the lost civilization issue. But Göbekli Tepe in Turkey kept on forcing itself upon me. The more and more discoveries there, the 11,600-year date from Enclosure D, which is the two largest megalithic pillars. And I reached a point where I realized I have to get back in. I have to get back in the water, and I have to investigate this again. And Göbekli Tepe was a game changer, but I think it's a game changer for everything, because Göbekli Tepe, the extraordinary nature of it, we're looking at a major megalithic site, which is at least 5,500 years older than, say, Gigantia in Malta, which was previously considered to be the oldest megalithic site in the world. And this led, of course, to a huge amount of interest and attention, both from the Turkish government, who see the tourism potential of having the world's oldest megalithic site, and from archaeologists. And this in turn has led to exploration and excavation throughout the region. And what they're finding throughout that whole region around Göbekli Tepe, and going down into Syria and further down into the Jordan Valley as far as Jericho, and even across a bit of the Mediterranean into Cyprus, is what Turkish archaeologists are now calling the Tas Tepeler civilization. They're calling it a civilization, the Stone Hills civilization, with very definite identifying characteristics: semi-subterranean circular structures, the use of T-shaped megalithic pillars, sometimes not anywhere near as big as those at Göbekli Tepe. It's clear that Göbekli Tepe now was not the beginning of this process. It was actually, in a way, the end of this process. It was the summation of everything that Stone Hills civilization had achieved. But what is becoming clear is that this is a period before the foundation of Göbekli Tepe. As far as we know, that date of 11,600 years ago is the oldest date for Göbekli Tepe. But of course, there's a lot of Göbekli Tepe still underground. So we can't say for sure that that's the oldest, but it's the oldest so far excavated. What we're seeing is that in that whole region around there, something was in motion, and it began to go into motion round about the beginning of the Younger Dryas. And this is where these two dates are really important. The Younger Dryas, I'll round the figures off, begins around 12,800 years ago, and it ends around 11,600 years ago. So Göbekli Tepe's construction date, if it is 11,600 years ago, if they don't find older materials, marks the end of the Younger Dryas. But the beginning of the Younger Dryas, we're already seeing the stirrings of the kind of culture that manifests in full form at Göbekli Tepe. And after the construction of Göbekli Tepe, in fact, even during the construction of Göbekli Tepe, we see agriculture beginning to be adopted. The people who created Göbekli Tepe were all hunter-foragers at the beginning. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was finished, and it was definitely, deliberately finished, closed off, closed down, deliberately buried, covered with earth, covered with rubble, and then topped off with a hill, which is why Göbekli Tepe is called what it is. Göbekli Tepe means pot-bellied hill, or the hill of the navel. For a long time, Göbekli Tepe was thought to be just a hill that looked a bit like a pot-belly.
Can you say how it was discovered? I think this is one of the most fascinating things on Earth, period. So maybe can you say what it is and how it was discovered?
Well, Göbekli Tepe is, first of all, the oldest fully elaborated megalithic site that we know of anywhere in the world. It doesn't mean that older ones won't be found, but it is the oldest so far found. The part of the site that's been excavated, which is a tiny percentage of the whole site, we do know. My first visit to Göbekli Tepe was in 2013, and Dr. Klaus Schmidt, the late Dr. Klaus Schmidt, who died a year later, was very generous to me and showed me around the site for over a period of 3 days. And he explained to me that they've already used ground-penetrating radar on the site, and they know that there's much more Göbekli Tepe still underground. So anything is possible in terms of the dating of Göbekli Tepe. But what we have at the moment is a series of almost circular but not quite circular enclosures, which are walled with relatively small stones, and then inside them you have pairs of megalithic pillars. And the archetypal part of that site is enclosure D, which contains the two largest upright megaliths, about 18 feet tall and reckoned to weigh somewhere in the range of 20 tons, if I have my memory correct. They're substantial, hefty pieces of stone. It isn't some kind of extraordinary feat to create a 20-foot tall or 20-ton megalith, nor is it an extraordinary feat to move it. There's nothing magical or really weird about that. Human beings can do that and always have. Besides, the quarry for the megaliths is right there. It's within 200 meters of the main enclosures. So that's not a mystery. But the mystery is why suddenly this new form of architecture, this massive megalithic pillars appear. And the pillars, one of the things that interests me about the pillars is their alignment, and there is good work that's been done which suggests that enclosure D aligns to the rising of the star Sirius, and the rising points of the star Sirius appear to be mapped by the other enclosures, which are all oriented in slightly different directions. It was the work entirely of hunter-foragers, but by the time Göbekli Tepe was completed, agriculture was being introduced and was taking place there. Now, you asked how Göbekli Tepe was found. The answer to that is that there was a survey of that pot-bellied hill in the 1960s by some American archaeologists, and they were absolutely looking for Stone Age material, for material from the Paleolithic. And they had found some Paleolithic flints around there, so it looked like a good place to look. But then they noticed, sticking out of the side of the hill, some very finely cut stone, bits of very large and very finely cut stone. And looking at that, the workmanship was so good that those archaeologists were confident that it had nothing to do with the Stone Age. and they thought they were looking at perhaps some Byzantine remains. And they abandoned the site and never looked at it further. And it wasn't until the German Archaeological Institute got involved, and particularly Klaus Schmidt, who I think was a genius, had real insight into this, and started to dig at Göbekli Tepe, that they realized what they'd found, that they'd found potentially the oldest megalithic site in the world. And they'd found it at a place where agriculture, according to the established historical timeline, that's where agriculture, at any rate in Europe and Western Asia, begins. It begins in Anatolia, in Turkey, and then it gradually disseminates westward from there.
And yet the understanding is it was created by hunter-gatherers.
It was created by hunter-gatherers, yeah. There was no agriculture 11,600 years ago in Göbekli Tepe. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was decommissioned, and I use that word deliberately, was closed down and buried, agriculture was all around it. And this was agriculture of people who knew how to cultivate plants.
Do we have an understanding when it was turned into if I could say, a time capsule? So protected by forming a mound around it. Is it around that similar time?
It stood from roughly 11,600 years ago to about 10,400 years ago, to about 8,400 BC. So around 1,200 years, it was there, and it continued to be elaborated as a site. And while it was being elaborated as a site, we see agriculture, I'm going to use the word, being introduced. There'd been no sign of it before, and suddenly it's there. And to me, that's another of the mysteries about Göbekli Tepe. And then with the new work that's being done, we realize that it's part of a much wider phenomenon, which it spreads across an enormous distance. The puzzling thing is that after Göbekli Tepe, there almost seems to be a decline. Things fall down again, and then we enter this long, slow process of the Neolithic, thousands of years, gradual developments until we come to ancient Sumer and Mesopotamia. But agriculture has taken a firm root by then. Actually, one other thing, I'll just say this in passing. When I talk about a lost civilization introducing ideas to people, I'm often accused of stealing credit from the indigenous people who had those ideas in the first place. So I do find it slightly hypocritical that archaeology fully accepts that the idea of agriculture was introduced to Western Europe from Turkey, and that Western Europeans didn't invent agriculture. It was absolutely introduced by Anatolian farmers who traveled west. So the notion of dissemination of ideas perhaps shouldn't be so annoying to archaeologists as it is.
And perhaps we should also state, if you look at the entirety of history of hominids, humans or hominids have been explorers. I didn't even know this when I was preparing for this.
Yeah.
Looking at Homo erectus.
Yeah.
1.9 million years ago.
Absolutely.
Almost right away, they spread out through the whole world. And we, Homo sapiens, evolved from them. And we should also mention, since we're talking about sort of controversial debates going on, as I understand, there's still debates about the dynamics of all that was going on there, like we mentioned in Africa, that it's, I think the current understanding, we didn't come from one particular point of Africa, that there's multiple locations.
Mm-hmm. This is the out of Africa theory. I think it's more than a theory. It's really strongly evidenced. Why? Because we're part of the great ape family, and it's an African family.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that human beings, our deep origins are in Africa. But then there, as you rightly say, there were these very early migrations out of Africa by species that are likely ancestral to anatomically modern humans, including definitely Homo erectus, and the astonishingly distant travels that they undertook. Yes, I think there is an urge to explore in all of humanity. I think there is an urge to find out what's around the next corner, what's over the brow of the next hill, and I think that goes very deep into human character, and I think it was being manifested in those early adventures of people who left Africa and traveled all around the world, and then settling in different parts of the world. I think a lot of anatomically modern human evolution took place outside Africa as well, not only in Africa.
So I guess the general puzzlement that you're filled with is, given that these creatures explore and spread and try out different environments, why did it take hundreds of thousands of years for them to develop complicated society settlements?
That's the first big question. Why did it take so long? And that raises in my mind a hypothesis, a possibility. Maybe it didn't take so long. Maybe things were happening that we haven't yet got hold of in the archaeological record, which await to be discovered. And of course, there are huge parts of the world that have not been studied at all by archaeology. But the fact that huge parts of the world have not been studied at all by archaeology is not on its own enough to suggest that we're missing a chapter in the human story. The reason that I come to that isn't only puzzlement about that 300,000 year gap. It's also to do with the fact that there's common iconography, there's common myths and traditions, and there's common spiritual ideas that are found all around the world. They're found amongst cultures that are geographically distant from one another, and that are also distant from one another in time. They don't necessarily occur at the same time. And this is where I think that archaeology is perhaps desperately needing a history of ideas as well as just a history of things, because an idea can manifest again and again throughout the human story. So there are particular issues. For example, the notion of the afterlife destiny of the soul, what happens to us when we die. And believe me, when you reach my age, that's something you do think about. What happens? I used to feel immortal when I was in my 40s, but now that I'm 74, I definitely know that I'm not. Well, it would be natural for human beings all around the world to have that same feeling, that same idea. But why would they all decide that what happens to the soul after death is that it makes a leap to the heavens, to the Milky Way? That it makes a journey along the Milky Way, that there it is confronted by challenges, by monsters, by closed gates. The course of the life that that person has lived will determine their destiny in that afterlife journey. And this idea, the path of souls, the Milky Way is called the path of souls. It's very strongly found in the Americas, right from South America through Mexico, through into North America, but it's also found in ancient Egypt, in ancient India, in ancient Mesopotamia, the same idea. And I don't feel that can be a coincidence. I feel that what we're looking at is an inheritance of an idea, a legacy that's been passed down from a remote common source to cultures all around the world, and then has taken on a life of its own within those cultures. So the remote common source would explain both the similarities and the differences in the expression of these ideas. The other thing, very puzzling thing, is this sequence of numbers that are a result of the precession of the equinoxes. At least I think that's the best theory to explain them. Here, I think it's important to pay tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschend. Giorgio de Santillana was professor of history of science, actually at MIT, where you're based, back in the 60s. And Hertha von Deschend was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. And they wrote an immense book in the 1960s called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill differs very strongly from published opinion on the issue of the phenomenon of precession. And I'll explain what precession is in a moment. Generally, it's held that it was the Greeks who discovered the precession. And the dating on that is put back not very far, maybe 2,300 years ago or so. Santillana and von Deschend are pointing out that knowledge of precession is much, much older than that, thousands of years older than that, and they do actually trace it, I think I'm quoting them pretty much correctly, to some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. Reading that book was one of the several reasons that I got into this mystery in the first place. Okay, now, the precession of the equinoxes, to give it its full name, results from the fact that our planet is the viewing platform from which we observe the stars. And our planet, of course, is rotating on its own axis at roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But what's less obvious is that it's also wobbling on its axis. And so if you imagine the extended North Pole of the Earth pointing up at the sky, in our time, it's pointing at the star Polaris. And that is our pole star. But Polaris has not always been the pole star, precisely because of this wobble on the axis of the Earth. Other stars have occupied the pole position, and sometimes the extended north pole of the Earth points at empty space. There is no pole star. That's one of the obvious results of the wobble on the Earth's axis. The other one is that there are 12 well-known constellations in our time, the 12 constellations of the zodiac, that lie along what is referred to as the path of the sun. The Earth is orbiting the sun, and we're seeing what's behind it, what's in direct line with the sun in our view. And the zodiacal constellations all lie along the path of the sun. So at different times of the year, the sun will rise against the background of a particular zodiacal constellation. Today we live in the age of Pisces. And it's definitely not an accident that the early Christians used the fish as their symbol. This is another area where I differ from archaeology. I think the constellations of the zodiac were recognized as such much earlier than we suppose. Anyway, to get to the point, the key marker of the year, certainly in the northern hemisphere, was the spring equinox. The question was, what constellation is rising behind the sun? What constellation is housing the sun at dawn on the spring equinox? Right now it's Pisces. In another 150 years or so, it'll be Aquarius. We do live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Back in the time of the late ancient Egyptians, it was Aries, going back to the time of Ramesses or before. Before that, it was Taurus, and so on and so forth. It's backwards through the zodiac until 12,500 years ago, you come to the age of Leo, when the constellation of Leo houses the sun on the spring equinox. Now, this process unfolds very, 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 very slowly. The whole cycle, and it is a cycle, it repeats itself roughly every 26,000 years. Put a more exact figure on it, 25,920 years. That may be a convention. Some scholars would say it was a bit less than that, a bit more, but you're talking fractions. It's in that area, 25,920 years. And to observe it, you really need more than one human lifetime, because it unfolds very, very slowly at a rate of 1 degree every 72 years. And the parallel that I often give is hold your finger up to the horizon, the distant horizon. The movement in one lifetime in a period of 72 years is about the width of your finger. It's not impossible to notice in a lifetime, but it's difficult. You've got to pass it on. And what seems to have happened is that some ancient culture, the culture that Santillana and von Deschen call some almost unbelievable ancestor culture, worked out the entire process of precession and selected the key numbers of precession, of which the most important number, the governing number, is the number 72. But we also have numbers related to the number 72. 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 divided by 2 is 54. These numbers are also found in mythology all around the world. There were 72 conspirators who were involved in killing the god Osiris in ancient Egypt and nailing him up in a wooden coffer and dumping him in the Nile. There are 432,000 in the Rig Veda. 432,000 is a multiple of 72. And at Angkor in Cambodia, for example, you have the bridge to Angkor Thom. And on that bridge, you have figures on both sides, sculpted figures, which are holding the body of a serpent. That serpent is Vasuki. And what they're doing is they're churning the Milky Ocean. It's the same metaphor of churning and turning that's defined in the story of Hamlet's Mill, or Roddy's Mill. There are 54 on each side. 54 plus 54 is 108. 108 is 72 plus 36. It's a precessional number, according to the work that Santillana and von Deschen did. And the fascination with this number system and its discovery all around the world is one of the puzzles that intrigue me and suggest to me that we are looking at ancestral knowledge that was passed down, and probably was passed down from a specific single common source at one time, but then was spread out very, very widely around the world.
So one of the defining ways that you approach the study of human history that I think contrasts with mainstream archaeology is you take this sort of astronomical symbolism and the relationship between humans and the stars very seriously.
I do, as I believe the ancients did.
I think it's important to sort of consider what humans would have thought about back then. Now we have a lot of distractions. We have social media. We can watch videos on YouTube, or whatever. But back then, especially before sort of electricity, the stars is like
Yeah.
the sexiest thing to talk about.
There's no light pollution.
There's no light pollution, so that's
There's
and
the
you're
majesty
spending
of the heavens.
every single night you're spending looking up at the stars, and you can imagine there's a lot of sort of status value to be the guy who's very good at studying the stars.
Yeah.
And sort of the scientists of the day.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's going to be these geniuses that emerge.
Yeah.
They're able to do two things. One, tell stories about the gods or whatever based on the stars. And then also, as we'll probably talk about, use the stars practically for navigation, for example.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, it makes sense that the stars had primal importance for the ideas of the times, for the status, for religious explorations.
It was an ever-present reality.
Yes.
And it was bright, and it was brilliant,
Yeah.
and it was full of lights. It's inconceivable that the ancients would not have paid attention to it. It was an overwhelming presence, and that's one of the reasons why I'm really confident that the constellations that we now recognize as the constellations of the zodiac were recognized much earlier, because it's hard to miss when you pay attention to the sky that the sun, over the course of the solar year, is month by month rising against the background of different constellations. And then there's a much longer process, the process of precession, which takes that journey backwards, and where we have a period of 2,160 years for each sign of the zodiac. I think it would have been hard for the ancients to have missed that. They might not have identified the constellations in exactly the same way we do today. That may well be a Babylonian or Greek convention, but that the constellations were there, I think was very clear, and that they were special constellations, unlike other ones higher up in the sky, which were not on the path of the sun, that people paid attention to.
Well, but detecting the precession of the equinox is hard, because especially they don't have any writing systems, they don't have any mathematical systems, so everything is told through words.
Yeah, they have. Let's not underestimate oral traditions. The oral traditions, that's something we've lost in our culture today. One of the things that happens with the written word is that you gradually lose your memory. Actually, there's a nice story from ancient Egypt about the god Thoth, the god of wisdom, who is very proud of himself because he has invented writing. Look at this gift, he says to a mythical pharaoh of that time. Look at the gift that I am giving humanity, writing. This is a wonderful thing. It'll enable you to preserve so much that you would otherwise lose. And the pharaoh in this story replies to him, no, you have not given us a wonderful gift. You have destroyed the art of memory. We will forget everything. Words will roam free around the world, not accompanied by any wise advice to set them into context. And actually, that's a very interesting point. And we do know that cultures that still do have oral traditions are able to preserve information for very long periods of time. One thing I think is clear in any time, in any period of history, is human beings love stories.
Yeah.
We love great stories. And one way to preserve information is to encode it, embed it in a great story. And so carefully done that actually it doesn't matter whether the storyteller knows that they're passing on that information or not. The story itself is the vehicle. And as long as it's repeated faithfully, the information contained within it will be passed on. And I do think this is part of the story of the preservation of knowledge.
So that's one of the reasons that you take myths seriously.
I take them very seriously, and the other, many reasons, but I can't help being deeply impressed and deeply puzzled by the worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm within human memory. I mean, we know scientifically that there have been many cataclysms in the past, going back millions of years. I mean, the best known one, of course, is the KPG event, as it's now called, that made the dinosaurs extinct 65 million or 66 million years ago. But Has there been such a cataclysm in the lifetime of the human species? Yeah, the Mount Toba eruption about 70,000 years ago was pretty bad, but a global cataclysm, the Younger Dryas, really ticks all the boxes as a worldwide disaster, which definitely involved sea level rise, both at the beginning and at the end of the Younger Dryas. It definitely involved the swallowing up of lands that previously had been above water. And I think it's an excellent candidate for this worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm, of which one of, but not the only, distinguishing characteristics was a flood, an enormous flood, and the submergence of lands that had previously been above water underwater. The fact that this story is found all around the world suggests to me that the archaeological explanation is, look, people suffer local floods all the time. I mean, as we're talking, there's flooding in Florida, but I don't think anybody in Florida is going to make the mistake of believing that that's a global flood. They know it's local. But that's the argument largely of archaeology dealing with the flood myths, so that some local population experienced a nasty local flooding event, and they decided to say that it affected the whole world. I'm not persuaded by that, particularly since we know there was a nasty epoch, the Younger Dryas, when flooding did occur and when the Earth was subjected to events cataclysmic enough to extinguish entirely the megafauna of the Ice Age.
So there's the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis that provides an explanation of what happened during this period that resulted in such rapid environmental change. So can you explain this hypothesis?
Yes. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, YDIH for short, is not a lunatic fringe theory, as its opponents often attempt to write it off. It's the work of more than 60 major scientists working across many different disciplines, including archaeology and including oceanography as well. They are collectively puzzled by the sudden onset of the Younger Dryas and by the fact that it is accompanied 12,800 years ago by a distinct layer in the earth. You can see it most clearly at Murray Springs in Arizona, for example. You can see it's about the width of a human hand. And there's a draw there that's been cut by flash flooding at some time. And that draw has revealed the sides of the draw. And you can see the cross section. And in the cross section is this distinct dark layer that runs through the earth. And it contains evidence of wildfires. There's a lot of soot in it. There are also nanodiamonds in it. There is shocked quartz in it. There's quartz that's been melted at temperatures in excess of 2,200 degrees centigrade. There are carbon microspherules. All of these are proxies for some kind of cosmic impact. I talked a moment ago about the extinction of the dinosaurs. Lewis and Walter Alvarez, who made that incredible discovery, initially their discovery was based entirely on impact proxies, just as the Younger Dryas is. There was no crater, and for a long time they were disbelieved because they couldn't produce a crater. But when they finally did produce that deeply buried Chicxulub crater, that's when people started to say, yeah, they have to be right. But they weren't relying on the crater. They were relying on the impact proxies. And they're the same impact proxies that we find in what's called the Younger Dryas boundary layer all around the world. So it's the fact that at the moment when the Earth tips into a radical climate shift, it's been warming up for at least 2,000 years before 12,800 years ago. People at the time must have been feeling a great sense of relief. You know, we've been living through this really cold time, but it's getting better. Things are getting better. And then suddenly around 12,800 years ago, some might say 12,860 years ago, there's a massive global plunge in global temperatures, and the world suddenly gets as cold as it was at the peak of the Ice Age. And it's almost literally overnight. It's very, very, very rapid. Normally in an epoch when the Earth is going into a freeze, you would not expect sea levels to rise, but there is a sea level rise, a sudden one, right at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. And then you have this long frozen period from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. And then equally dramatically and equally suddenly, the Younger Dryas comes to an end and the world very rapidly warms up, and you have a recognized pulse of meltwater at that time as the last of the glaciers collapsed into the sea, called Meltwater Pulse 1b, around about 11,600 years ago. So this is a period which is very tightly defined. It's a period when we know that human populations were grievously disturbed. That's when the so-called Clovis culture of North America vanished entirely from the record during the Younger Dryas, and it's the time when the mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers vanished from the record as well.
Is there a good understanding of what happened geologically, whether there was an impact or not? Like, what explains this huge dip in temperature and then rise in temperature?
The abrupt cessation of the global meridional overturning circulation, of which the Gulf Stream is the best known part. The main theory that's been put forward up to now, and I don't dispute that theory at all, is that the sudden freeze was caused by the cutting off of the Gulf Stream, basically, which is part of the central heating system of our planet. So no wonder it became cold. But what's not really been addressed before is why that happened, why the Gulf Stream was cut, why a sudden pulse of meltwater went into the world ocean, and it was so much of it, and it was so cold that it actually stopped the Gulf Stream in its tracks. And that's where the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis offers a very elegant and very satisfactory solution to the problem. Now, the hypothesis, of course, is broader than that. Amongst the scientists working on it are, for example, Bill Napier, an astrophysicist and astronomer. They have assembled a great deal of evidence which suggests that the culprit in the Younger Dryas impact event or events was what we now call the Taurid meteor stream, which the Earth still passes through twice a year. It's now about 30 million kilometers wide. It takes the Earth a couple of days to pass through it on its orbit. It passed through it in June, and it passes through it at the end of October. The suggestion is that the Taurid meteor stream is the end product of a very large comet that entered the solar system round about 20,000 years ago, came in from the Oort cloud, got trapped by the gravity of the sun, and went into orbit around the sun, an orbit that crossed the orbit of the Earth. However, when it was one object, the likelihood of a collision with the Earth was extremely small. But as it started to do what all comets do, which was to break up into multiple fragments, because these are chunks of rock held together by ice, and as they warm up, they split and disintegrate and break into pieces. As it passed through that, its debris stream became larger and larger and wider and wider. And the theory is that 12,800 years ago, the Earth passed through a particularly dense part of the Taurid meteor stream and was hit by multiple impacts all around the planet, certainly from the west of North America as far east as Syria. And that we are by and large not talking about impacts that would have caused craters, although there certainly were some. We're talking about airbursts.
Yeah, I can hear you.
When an
What's going
object
on?
is 100 or 150 meters in diameter.
I'm well, thank you. I'm just working on programming some robots. What's good in your neck of the woods? Excellent. I'm just chilling, my friend. Just feel free to listen to the podcast to which we're listening if you want. They are talking. It's Graham Hancock. He's talking about ancient history. So if you want to listen, feel free. Okay. Excellent. It was a friend of mine's birthday, so we enjoyed the day with that person, and we did a countdown, and then we slept a lot the next day. Oh, fuck yeah, I streamed it. Dog, I've been live 24/7 streaming for more than 3.5 years. No, all day, every day, baby. Thanks, Big Dog. Well, feel free to go ahead. Yeah. Do you have Discord? Excellent. Feel free to listen there if you want, if that's interesting to you. And yeah, then you can see the video if you want. Can you what? Can what other members? Who are you saying? Yeah, come to the Discord and send it to me in a message and I'll take a look at it. Excellent. We'll see you in there.
Yeah. And it's coming in very fast into the Earth's atmosphere. It is very unlikely to reach the Earth. It's going to blow up in the sky. And the best known recent example of that is the Tunguska event in Siberia, which took place on the 30th of June, 1908. The Tunguska event was, nobody disputes, it was definitely an airburst of a cometary fragment. And the date is interesting because the 30th of June is the height of the Beta Taurids. It's one of the two times when the Earth is going through the Taurid meteor stream. Well, luckily that part of Siberia wasn't inhabited, but 2,000 square miles of forest were destroyed. If that had happened over a major city, we would all be thinking very hard about objects out of the Taurid meteor stream and about the risk of cosmic impact. So the suggestion is that it wasn't one impact, it wasn't two impacts, it wasn't three impacts, it was hundreds of airbursts all around the planet, coupled with a number of bigger objects, which the scientists working on this think hit the North American ice cap largely. Some of them may also have hit the Northern European ice cap, resulting in that sudden, otherwise unexplained flood of meltwater that went into the world ocean and caused the cooling that then took place. But this was a disaster for life all over the planet. And it's interesting that one of the sites where they find the Younger Dryas boundary and where they find overwhelming evidence of an airburst and where they find all the shocked quartz, the carbon microspherules, the nanodiamonds, the trinitite, and so on and so forth, all of those impact proxies are found at Abu Huraira. That was a settlement within 150 miles of Göbekli Tepe, and it was hit 12,800 years ago, and it was obliterated. Interestingly, it was re-inhabited by human beings within probably 5 years, but it was completely obliterated at that time. And it's difficult to imagine that the people who lived in that area would not have been very impressed by what they saw happening, by these massive explosions in the sky and the obliteration of Abu Huraira. Now, this is a theory. The Younger Dryas impact, it's a hypothesis, actually. It's not even a theory. A theory is, I think, considered a higher level than a hypothesis. That's why it's the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And of course, it has many opponents, and there are many who disagree with it. And there have been a series of peer-reviewed papers that have been published supposedly debunking the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. One, I think, was in 2011. It was called a requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And there's one just been published a few months ago or a year ago, called a complete refutation of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, something like that, some lengthy title. So it's a hypothesis that has its opponents. And even within those of us who are looking at the alternative side of this,
welcome.
There are
How are you?
points of view. Robert Jock from Boston University, the geologist who
What's good in your neck of the woods?
Can you Spanish?
Sure, just one moment. Un momento, por favor. Spain Spanish or
Spanish. O sea, no mexican, no, o sea, castellano.
how are you? I hope you're having a good day.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Espero que tengas un buen día.
I have.
That's excellent to hear. Well, here's a little bit about myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore.
Es excelente escuchar eso. Bueno, aquí les cuento un poco sobre mí. Soy el rabino Rothschild. Transmito mi vida a las 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana, los 365 días del año por la paz mundial. Ya no quiero guerras.
Really?
See, I've been live streaming 24/7 for more than 3.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. And when I go viral, I'm going to do my best to be a spokesperson for peace.
Llevo más de 3 años y medio transmitiendo en directo las 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana. Tengo más datos en internet que cualquier otra persona en la historia mundial. Y cuando me vuelva viral, haré todo lo posible por ser un portavoz de la paz.
Okay, very good.
Reservar una.
We talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, vertical farming, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, and cloud seeding.
Hablamos de algunas cosas que normalmente se discuten en la sociedad, como acabar con el hambre en el mundo, mediante el uso de la agricultura, drones, agricultura vertical, invernaderos de agua salada, invernaderos flotantes, hidroponía y siembra de nubes.
Other topics.
Very cool, no?
Great, cool,
Otros
yes.
temas.
See. Other topics that we discuss are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, dark energy, dark matter. We talk about things like de-extinction, bringing back previously extinct animals back to life. One of the projects should have a woolly mammoth in the next 3 years.
Otros temas que discutimos son los tuyos. No puedo soportar la gravedad, la antimateria alienígena, la revelación de la energía oscura, la materia oscura. Hablamos de cosas como la extinción, el regreso a la vida de animales previamente extintos. Uno de los proyectos debería tener un mamut lanudo. En los próximos 3 años.
Wow.
Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle through a African elephant surrogate mother, the next project is to reintroduce a Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. These are all the projects of a company out of Dallas, Texas, founded in 2021, known as Colossal Bioscientific.
Tras la reintroducción del mamut lanudo en el círculo polar ártico a través de un elefante africano, una madre sustituta, el próximo proyecto es reintroducir un tigre de Tasmania y luego un pájaro dodo. Todos estos son proyectos de una empresa de Dallas, Texas, fundada en 2021 y conocida como Colossal Bioscientific.
We talk about things like life extension technology. When you were born, your average life expectancy was probably about 80 years old, but I want to increase that.
Hablamos de cosas como la técnica para prolongar la vida. Cuando naciste, tu expectativa de vida promedio era probablemente de unos 80 años, pero quiero aumentarla.
The erosion on the Sphinx may well have been caused by exposure to a long period of very heavy rainfall. He doesn't go for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. He fully accepts that the Younger Dryas was a global cataclysm and that the extinctions took place, but he thinks it was caused by some kind of massive solar outburst. So what everybody's agreed on is the Younger Dryas was bad, but there is dispute about what caused it. I personally have found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis to be the most persuasive, which most effectively explains all the evidence.
How important is the impact hypothesis to your understanding of the Ice Age advanced civilizations? So is it possible to have another explanation for environmental factors that could have erased most of an advanced civilization during this period?
In a sense, it's not the impact hypothesis that is central to what I'm saying. It's the Younger Dryas that's central to what I'm saying. And the Younger Dryas required a trigger. Something caused it. I think the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, the notion that we're looking at a debris stream of a fragmenting comet, and we can still see that debris stream because it's still up there, we still pass through it twice a year, is the best explanation. But I don't mind other explanations. It's good that there are other explanations. The Younger Dryas is a big mystery, and it's not a mystery that's been solved yet. And that word advanced civilization, this is another word that is easily misunderstood. And I've tried to make clear many, many times that when we consider the possibility of something like a civilization in the past, we shouldn't imagine that it's us, that it's something like us. We should expect it to be completely different from us, but that it would have achieved certain things. So amongst the clues that intrigue me are those precessional numbers that are found all around the world, and are a category of ancient maps called Portolanos, which suddenly started to appear just after the crusade that entered Constantinople and sacked Constantinople. The Portolanos suddenly start to appear. And they're extremely accurate maps. Most of the ones that have survived are extremely accurate maps of the Mediterranean alone, but some of them show much wider areas. For example, on these Portolano-style maps, you do find a depiction of Antarctica again and again. And another thing that these maps have in common is that many of the map makers state that they based their maps on multiple older source maps, which have not survived. These maps are intriguing because they have very accurate relative longitudes. Our civilization did not crack the longitude problem until the mid-18th century with Harrison's chronometer, which was able to keep accurate time at sea. So you could have the time in London and you could have the local time at sea at the same time, and then you could work out your longitude. There might be other ways of working out longitude as well, but there it is. The fact is, these Portolanos have extremely accurate relative longitudes. Secondly, some of them show the world, to my eye, as it looked during the Ice Age. They show a much extended Indonesia and Malaysian peninsula, and the series of islands that make up Indonesia today are all grouped together into one landmass. And that was the case during the Ice Age. That was the Sunda Shelf. And the presence of Antarctica on some of these maps also puzzles and intrigues me and is not satisfactorily explained, in my view, by archaeology, which says, oh, those map makers, they felt that the world needed something underneath it to balance it. So they put a fictional landmass there. I don't think that makes sense. I think somebody was mapping the world during the last Ice Age, but that doesn't mean that they had our kind of tech. It means that they were following that exploration instinct, that they knew how to navigate. They'd been watching the stars for thousands of years before. They knew how to navigate and they knew how to build seagoing ships. And they explored the world and they mapped the world. Those maps were made a very, very long time ago. Some of them, I believe, were likely preserved in the Library of Alexandria. I think even then they were being copied and recopied. We don't know exactly what happened to the Library of Alexandria, except that it was destroyed. I suggest it's likely this was during the period of the Roman Empire. I suggest it's likely that some of those maps were taken out of the library and taken to Constantinople. And that's where they were liberated during the Crusade and entered world culture again and started to be copied and recopied.
So From this perspective, when we talk about advanced Ice Age civilization, it could have been a relatively small group of people with the technology of their scholars of the stars and their expert seafaring navigators.
Yes, that's about as far as I would take it. And when I say that it, as I have said on a number of occasions, that it had technology equivalent to ours in the 18th century, I'm referring specifically to the ability to calculate longitude.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they were building steam engines. I don't see any evidence for that.
And perhaps some building tricks and skills of how to
Definitely. And this again is where you come to a series of mysteries which are perhaps best expressed on the Giza Plateau in Egypt, with the three great pyramids and the extraordinary megalithic temples that many people don't pay much attention to on the Giza Plateau, and the Great Sphinx itself. This is an area of particular importance in understanding this issue.
Well, can you actually describe the Sphinx and the Great Pyramids and what you find most mysterious and interesting about them?
Well, first of all, the astronomy. And here I must pay tribute to two individuals, actually three individuals in particular. One of them is John Anthony West, passed away in 2018. He was the first person in our era to begin to wonder if the Sphinx was much older than it had been. Actually, he got that idea from a philosopher called Schola de Lubicz, who'd noticed what he thought was water erosion on the body of the Sphinx. John West picked that up, and he was a great amateur Egyptologist himself. He spent most of his life in Egypt, and he was hugely versed in ancient Egypt. And when he looked at the Sphinx and at the strange scalloped erosion patterns and the vertical fissures, particularly in the trench around the Sphinx, he began to think maybe Schwaller was right. Maybe there was some sort of flooding here. And that's when he brought Robert Schoch, second person I'd like to recognize, geologist at Boston University. He brought Schoch to Giza, and Schoch was the first geologist to stick his neck out, risk the ire of Egyptologists, and say, well, it looks to me like the Sphinx was exposed to at least 1,000 years of heavy rainfall. And as Schoch's calculations have continued, as he's continued to be immersed in this mystery, he's continuously pushed that back. And he's now, again, looking at the date of around 12,500 years ago, during the Younger Dryas, for the creation of the Great Sphinx. And then, of course, this is the period of the wet Sahara, the humid Sahara. The Sahara was a completely different place during the Ice Age. There were rivers in it, there were lakes in it, it was fertile, it was possibly densely populated, and there was a lot of rain. There's not no rain in Giza today, but there's relatively little rain. The next person, not enough rain to cause that erosion damage on the Sphinx. The next person who needs to be mentioned in this context is Robert Bauval. Robert and I have co-authored a number of books together. Unfortunately, Robert has been very ill for the last 7 years. He's got a very bad chest infection, and I think also that Robert became very demoralized by the attacks of Egyptologists on his work. But Robert is the genius, and it does take a genius sometime to make these connections, because nobody noticed it before. The three pyramids of Giza are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the three stars of Orion's belt. And skeptics will say, well, you can find any buildings and line them up with any stars you want, but Orion actually isn't any old constellation. Orion was the god Osiris in the sky. He was, the ancient Egyptians called the Orion constellation Sahu, and they recognize it as the celestial image of the god Osiris. So what's being copied on the ground is the belt of a deity, of a celestial deity. It's not just a random constellation. And then when we take precession into account, you find something else very intriguing happening. First of all, you find that the exact orientation of the pyramids as it is today, and pretty much as it was when they're supposed to have been built 4,500 years ago, it's not precisely related to how Orion's belt looked at that time. There's a bit of a twist. They're not quite right. But as you precess the stars backwards, as you go back and back and back, and you come to around 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago, in the Younger Dryas, you find that suddenly they lock perfectly. They match perfectly with the three pyramids on the ground. And that's the same moment that the Great Sphinx, an equinoctial monument, aligned perfectly to the rising sun on the spring equinox. Anybody can test this for themselves. Just go to Giza on the 21st of March, be there before dawn, stand behind the Sphinx, and you will see the sun rising directly in line with the gaze of the Sphinx. But the question is, what constellation was behind the Sphinx? 12,500 years ago, it was the constellation of Leo. And actually, the constellation of Leo has a very Sphinx-like look. And I and my colleagues are pretty sure that the Sphinx was originally a lion entirely, and that it, over the thousands of years, it became damaged, it became eroded, particularly the part of it that sticks out the head. There were periods when the Sphinx was completely covered in sand, but still the head stuck out. By the time you come to the Fourth Dynasty, when the Great Pyramids are supposedly built, by the time you come to the Fourth Dynasty, the head of the lion, original lion head, would have been a complete mess. And we suggest that it was then recarved into a pharaonic head. Egyptologists think it was the pharaoh Khafre, but there's no real strong resemblance. But it's definitely wearing the Nemes headdress of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. And we think that that's a result of a recarving of what was originally not only a lion-bodied, but also a lion-headed monument. It wouldn't make sense if you create an equinoctial marker in the time of Khafre, 4,500 years ago, and the Sphinx is an equinoctial marker, and it's 270 feet long and 70 feet high, and it's looking directly at the rising sun on the equinox. If you you'd be more likely to create it in the shape of a bull, because that was the age of Taurus, when the constellation of Taurus housed the sun on the spring equinox. So why is it a lion? And again, we think that's because of that observation of the skies and putting on the ground, as above, so below, putting on the ground an image of the sky at a particular time. Now, the fact that the Giza Plateau, it's a fact, of course, that Egyptologists completely dispute, but the fact that the principal monuments of the Giza Plateau, the three Great Pyramids and the Great Sphinx, all lock astronomically on the date of around 10,500 BC, to me is most unlikely to be an accident. And actually, if you look at computer software at the sky at that time, you'll see that the Milky Way is very prominent and it seems to be mirrored on the ground by the River Nile. I suggest that may be one of the reasons amongst many why Giza was chosen as the site for this very special place. So the point I want to make is that an astronomical design on the ground, which memorializes a very ancient date, does not have to have been done 12,500 years ago. If from the ancient Egyptian point of view, you're there 4,500 years ago, and there's a time 8,000 years before that, which is very, very, very important to you, you could use astronomical language and megalithic architecture to memorialize that date on the Giza Plateau, which is what we think we're looking at, except for one thing, and that's the erosion patterns on the Sphinx. And we're pretty sure that the Sphinx, at least, does date back to 12,500 years ago. And with it, the megalithic temples, the so-called Valley Temple, which stands just to the east and just to the south of the Sphinx, and the Sphinx Temple, which stands directly in front of the Sphinx. The Sphinx Temple has largely been destroyed, but the Valley Temple, attributed to Khafre on no good grounds whatsoever, is a huge megalithic construction with blocks of limestone that weigh up to 100 tons each. And yet it has been remodeled, refaced with granite. There are granite blocks that are placed on top of the core limestone blocks. And those core limestone blocks were already eroded when the granite blocks were put there. Why? Because the granite blocks have actually been purposefully and deliberately cut to fit into the erosion marks on the, we believe, much older megalithic blocks there. So I think Giza is a very complicated site. I would never seek to divorce the dynastic ancient Egyptians from the Great Pyramids. They were closely involved in the construction of the Great Pyramids as we see them today. But what I do suggest is that there were very low platforms on the Giza Plateau that are much older, and that the when we look at the three Great Pyramids, we're looking at a renovation and a restoration and a enhancement of much older structures that had existed on the Giza Plateau for a much longer period before that. Actually, the Great Pyramid is built around a natural hill. And that natural hill might have been seen as the original primeval mound to the ancient Egyptians.
So the idea is that the Sphinx was there long before the pyramids, and the pyramids were built by the Egyptian to celebrate further an already holy place.
Yeah, and there were platforms in place where the pyramids stand. Not the pyramids as we see them today, but the base of those pyramids was already in place at that time.
So what's the evidence that the Egyptologists use to make the attributions that they do for the dating of the pyramids and the Sphinx?
Well, the three Great Pyramids of Giza are different from later pyramids. This is another problem that I have with the whole thing, is the story of pyramid building. When did it really begin? And the timeline that we get from Egyptology is the first pyramid is the pyramid of the pharaoh Zoser, the step pyramid at Saqqara, about 100 years or so before the Giza pyramids are built. And then we have this explosion in the fourth dynasty of true pyramids. We have three of them attributed to a single pharaoh, Sneferu, who built supposedly the pyramid at Maidum and the two pyramids at Dashur, the bent and the red pyramid. And then within that same 100-year span, we have the Giza pyramids being built. This is according to the Orthodox chronology. And then suddenly, once the Giza project is finished, pyramid building goes into a massive slump in ancient Egypt. And the pyramids of the fifth dynasty are, frankly speaking, a mess outside. They're very inferior constructions. You can hardly recognize them as pyramids at all. But what happens when you go inside them is you find that they're extensively covered in hieroglyphs and imagery, repeating the name of the king who was supposedly buried in that place. Whereas the Giza pyramids have no internal inscriptions whatsoever. What we do have is one piece of graffiti about which there is some controversy. Basic statistics, it's a 6 million ton structure. Each side is about 750 feet long. It's aligned almost perfectly to true north, south, east, and west, within 3/60ths of a single degree. The 60ths because degrees are divided into 60s. It's the precision of the orientation and the absolute massive size of the thing, plus its very complicated internal passageways that are involved in it. You know, in the 9th century, the Great Pyramid still had its facing stones in place, but there was an Arab caliph, Caliph al-Mamun, who had already realized that other pyramids did have their entrances in the north face. Nobody knew where the entrance to the Great Pyramid was. He figured, there's an entrance to this thing. It's going to be in the north face somewhere. So he put together a team of workers, and they went in with sledgehammers, and they started smashing where he thought would be the entrance. And they cut their way into the Great Pyramid, maybe 100 feet. And then the hammering that they did dislodged something. They heard a little bit further away something big falling, and they realized there was a cavity there, and they started heading in that direction. And then they joined the internal passageway of the Great Pyramid, the descending and the ascending corridors that go up. When you go up the ascending corridor, every one of the internal passageways in the Great Pyramid that people can walk in slopes at an angle of 26 degrees. That's interesting because the angle of slope of the exterior of the Great Pyramid is 52 degrees. So we know mathematicians were at work as well as geometers in the creation of the Great Pyramid. If you go up the Grand Gallery, which is at the end of the so-called ascending corridor, and it's above the so-called Queen's Chamber, you go up the Grand Gallery, you're eventually going to come to what is known as the King's Chamber, in which there is a sarcophagus. And that sarcophagus is a little bit too big to have been got in through the narrow entrance passageway. It's almost as though the so-called King's Chamber was built around the sarcophagus already in place. Above the king's chamber are 5 other chambers. These are known as relieving chambers. The theory was that they were built to relieve the pressure on the king's chamber of the weight of the monument. But I think what makes that theory dubious is the fact that even lower down, where more weight was involved, you have the Queen's Chamber, and there are no such relieving chambers above that. In the top of these 5 chambers, a British adventurer and vandal called Howard Vyse, who dynamited his way into those chambers in the first place, allegedly found, well, he claims he found the graffiti, a piece of graffiti left by a work gang naming the pharaoh Khufu. And it's true, I've been in that chamber, and there is the cartouche of Khufu there, quite recognizable. But the dispute around it is whether that is a genuine piece of graffiti dating from the Old Kingdom, or whether Howard Vyse actually put it there himself because he was in desperate need of money at the time. I'm not sure what the answer to that question is. Another reason why, but it's one of the reasons that Egyptologists feel confident in saying that the pyramid is the work of Khufu. Another is what is called the Wadi al-Jarf papyri, where on the Red Sea, a diary, the diary of an individual called Merer, was found, and he talks about bringing highly polished limestone to the Great Pyramid. And it's clear that what he's talking about is the facing stones of the Great Pyramid. He's not talking about the body of the Great Pyramid. He's talking about the facing stones of the Great Pyramid during the reign of Khufu. So that's another reason why the Great Pyramid is attributed to Khufu. But I think that Khufu was undoubtedly involved in the Great Pyramid, and in a big way, but I think he was building upon and elaborating a much older structure. And I think the heart of that structure is the subterranean chamber, which is 100 feet vertically beneath the base of the Great Pyramid. Anybody who suffers from claustrophobia will not enjoy being down there. You got to go down a 26-degree sloping corridor until a distance of about 300 feet. It's 100 feet vertically, but the slope means you're going to walk a distance of, not walk, you're going to ape walk. You're almost going to have to crawl. I've learned from long experience that the best way to go down these corridors is actually backwards. If you go forward, you keep bumping your head on them because they're only 3 feet 5 inches high. You get down to the bottom, you have a short horizontal passage, and then you get into the subterranean chamber. The theory of Egyptology is that this was supposed to be the burial place of Khufu. But after cutting out that 300-foot long, 26-degree sloping passage, a lot of which passes through bedrock, and having cut the subterranean chamber out of bedrock, gone to all that trouble, they decided they wouldn't bury him there, and they built what's now known as the Queen's Chamber as his burial chamber. But then they decided that wouldn't do either, so they then built the King's Chamber, and that's where the pharaoh is supposed to have been buried. Those Arab raiders under Caliph Mamun didn't find anything in the Great Pyramid at all.
So your idea is that the Sphinx and maybe some aspects of the pyramid were much earlier,
yeah.
And why that's important is, in that case, it would be evidence of some transfer of technology.
Yes.
From a much older civilization. The idea is that during the Younger Dryas, most of that civilization was either destroyed or damaged, and they desperately scattered across the globe,
Seeking refuge.
and telling stories of maybe the importance of the stars, their knowledge about the stars,
yeah,
and their knowledge about building and knowledge about navigation.
That's roughly the idea. So it's interesting that the ancient Egyptians have a notion of an epoch that they call Zet Tepi, which is the first time. It means the first time. This is when the gods walked the earth. This is when 7 sages brought wisdom to ancient Egypt. And that is seen as the origin of ancient Egyptian civilization. There are king lists by the ancient Egyptians. There are king lists that go back way beyond the first dynasty, go back 30,000 years into the past in ancient Egypt, considered to be entirely mythical by Egyptologists. But nevertheless, it's interesting that there's that reference to remote time. Now, what you also have in Egypt are what might almost be described as secret societies. The followers of Horus are one of those, specifically tasked with bringing forward the knowledge from the first time into later periods. The souls of Pe and Nekhen are another one of these mysterious secret society groups who are possessors of knowledge that they transmit to the future. And what I'm broadly suggesting is that those survivors of the Younger Dryas cataclysm who settled in Giza may have been relatively small in number. It's interesting that they are referred to in the Edfu building text as 7 sages, because that repeats again and again. It's also in Mesopotamia. It's 7 sages, 7 Apkallu, who come out of the waters of the Persian Gulf and teach people all the skills of agriculture and of architecture and of astronomy. It's found all around the world that there was a relatively small number of people who took refuge in Giza, who benefited from the survival skills of the hunter-foragers who lived at Giza at that time, and who also passed on their knowledge to those hunter-foragers. But it was not knowledge that was ready to be put into shape at that time. And that knowledge was then preserved and kept and handled within very secretive groups that passed it down over thousands of years. And finally it bursts into full form in the 4th dynasty in ancient Egypt. And you know, the notion that knowledge might be transferred over thousands of years shouldn't be absurd. We know, for example, in the case of ancient Israel, it goes back to the time of Abraham, which is pretty much, I think, around 2000 BC, and knowledge has been preserved from that time right up to the present day. So if you can preserve knowledge for 4,000 years, you can probably preserve it for 8.
Now, of course, the error bars on this are quite large, but if an advanced Ice Age civilization existed, where do you think it was? Where do you think we might find it one day, if it existed? And how big do you think it might have been?
Well, this is where I'm often accused of presenting a God of the gaps argument. And I think there was a lost civilization because there's lots of the earth that archaeologists have never looked at. Of course, I'm not thinking that. These are very special gaps that I'm interested in. And I'm interested in them because of all the curiosities and the puzzlement that I've expressed to you before. It's not just because there are gaps in the archaeological record. It's because those gaps involve places that were very interesting places to live during the Ice Age. And they specifically include the Sahara Desert, which was not a desert during the Ice Age and went through this warm, wet period when it was very, very fertile. Certainly some archaeology has been done in the Sahara, but it's fractional, it's tiny. And I think if we want to get into the origins, the true origins of ancient Egyptian civilization, of the peoples of ancient Egypt, we need to be looking in the Sahara for that. The Amazon rainforest is another example of this. I think the Sahara is about 9 million square kilometers. The Amazon that's left under dense canopy rainforest is about 5 million square kilometers, maybe closer to 6. And then you have the continental shelves that were submerged by sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age. Now, it's well established that sea level rose by 400 feet, but it didn't rise by 400 feet overnight. It came in dribs and drabs. There were periods of very rapid, quite significant sea level rise, and there were periods when the sea level was rising much more slowly. So that 400-foot sea level rise is spread out over a period of about 10,000 years, but there are episodes within it, like Meltwater Pulse 1b, like Meltwater Pulse 1a, when the flooding was really immense.
How big do you think it might have been? And do you think it was spread across the globe? So if there were expert navigators, do you think they spread across the globe?
Well, the reason that I'm talking about the gaps is I don't know where this civilization started or where it was based. All I'm seeing are clues and mysteries and puzzles that intrigue me and which suggest to me that something is missing from our past. And I'm not inclined to look for that missing something in, for example, Northern Europe, because Northern Europe was not a very nice place to live during the Ice Age. I mean, nobody smart would build a civilization in Northern Europe 12,000 years ago. It was a hideous frozen wasteland. The places to look are places that were hospitable and welcoming to human beings during the Ice Age. And that, of course, includes the coastlines that are now underwater. Of course, it includes the Sahara Desert. And of course, it includes the Amazon rainforest as well. All of these places, I think, are candidates for, quote unquote, my lost civilization. And because I think, largely from those ancient maps, that it was a navigating, seafaring civilization, I suspect that it wasn't only in one place. It was probably in a number of places. And then I can only speculate. Maybe there was a cultural value where it was felt that it was not appropriate to interfere with the lives of hunter foragers at that time. Maybe it was felt that they should keep their distance from them. Just as even today, there is a feeling that we shouldn't be interfering too much with the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon rainforest. Although, interestingly, some of those tribes are now using cell phones. That possibility may have been there in the past. And only when we come to a global cataclysm does it become essential to have outreach and actually to take refuge amongst those hunter-forager populations. That is the hypothesis that I'm putting forward. I'm not claiming that it's a fact, but for me it helps to explain the evidence.
So that speaks to one of the challenges that archaeologists provide to this idea, is that there is a lot of evidence of humans in the Ice Age, and they appear to be all hunter-gatherers. But like you said, only a small percent of areas where humans have lived have been studied by archaeologists.
That's right. Very tiny percent. And even a tiny percent of every archaeological site has been studied by archaeologists too. Typically 1 to 5% of any archaeological site is excavated.
I mean, that's why Göbekli Tepe fills my mind with imagination, especially seeing as a time capsule. You know, it's almost certain that there is places on Earth we haven't discovered that once we do, even if it's after the Ice Age, will change our view of human history. Do you think there's going to be a place, like what would be your dream thing to discover, like Göbekli Tepe, that says a definitive perturbation to our understanding of Ice Age history?
Some kind of archive, some kind of hall of records. There's both mystical associations with the Hall of Records at Giza from people like the Edgar Cayce organization. There's also ancient Egyptian traditions which suggest that something was concealed beneath the Sphinx. This is not an idea that is alien to ancient Egypt. It's quite present in ancient Egypt. So far as I know, nobody has dug down beneath the Sphinx. And of course, there's very good reasons for that. You don't want to damage the place too much, but let's call it the Hall of Records. I'd love to find that. But I think in a way, that's what Göbekli Tepe is. Göbekli Tepe is a Hall of Records. You know, it's interesting that just as I've tried to outline, I hope reasonably clearly, that the 3 great pyramids of Giza match Orion's belt in 10,500 BC, just as the Sphinx matches Leo in 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago or so. Pillar 43 in Enclosure D at Göbekli Tepe contains what a number of researchers, myself included, regard as an astronomical diagram. Martin Sweatman of Edinburgh University is brought forward the best work in this field, but it was initially started by a gentleman called Paul Burley, who noticed that one of the figures on Pillar 43 is a scorpion, very much like we represent the constellation of Scorpio today. And that above it is a vulture with outstretched wings, which is in a posture very similar to the constellation that we call Sagittarius. And on that outstretched wing is a circular object. And the suggestion is that it's marking the time when the sun was at the center of the dark rift in the Milky Way at the summer solstice 12,500 years ago. That's what it's marking. It's interesting that the same date can be deduced from Pillar 40. Of course, it's controversial. Martin Sweatman's ideas are by no means accepted by archaeology, but he's done very, very thorough, detailed statistical work on this, and I'm personally convinced. So we have a time capsule at Göbekli Tepe, which is memorializing a date that is at least 1,200 years before Göbekli Tepe was built. If that dating of 11,600 years ago proves to be absolutely the oldest date. As it is at present. The date memorialized on Pillar 43 is 12,800 years ago, the beginning of the Younger Dryness, the beginning of the impact event. And then Giza does the same thing, but in much larger scale. It uses massive megalithic architecture, which is very difficult to destroy, and a profound knowledge of astronomy to encode a date in a language that any culture which is sufficiently literate in astronomy will be able to decode. We don't have to have a script that we can't read, like we do with the Indus Valley civilization or with the Easter Island script. We don't have to have a script that can't be interpreted. If you use astronomical language, then any astronomical literate civilization will be able to give you a date. The Hoover Dam has a star map built into it, and that star map is part of an exhibition that was put there at the founding of the Hoover Dam. And what it does is it freezes the sky above the Hoover Dam at the moment of its completion. And Oscar Hansen, the artist who created that piece, said so specifically, that this would be so that any future culture would be able to know the time of the dam's construction. So you can use astronomy and architecture to memorialize a particular date.
Quick pause. Bathroom break?
Sounds good.
So to me, the story that we've been talking about, it is both exciting if the mainstream archaeology narrative is correct, and the one you're constructing is correct. Both are super interesting because the mainstream archaeology perspective means that there's something about the human mind from which the pyramids, these ideas spring naturally. You place humans anywhere, you place them on Mars, it's going to come out that way. So that's an interesting story of human psychology that then becomes even more interesting when you evolve out of Africa with Homo sapiens, how they think about the world. That's super interesting.
Yeah.
And then if there's an ancient civilization, advanced civilization that explains why there's so many similar types of ideas that spread, that means that there's so much undiscovered still about the sort of the spring of these ideas of civilization. So to me, they're both fascinating. So I don't know why there's so much sort of infighting, but
I think it's partly territorial. I think that I can't speak of all archaeologists, but some archaeologists feel very territorial about their profession, and they do not feel happy about outsiders entering their realm, especially if those outsiders have a large platform. And I found that the attacks on me by archaeologists have increased step by step with the increase of my exposure. And I wasn't very interesting to them when I just had one minor bestseller in 1992 with a book called The Sign and the Seal. But when Fingerprints of the Gods was published in 1995 and became a global bestseller, then I started to attract their attention and appear to have been regarded as a threat to them. And that is the case today. That is why Ancient Apocalypse Season 1 was defined as the most dangerous show on Netflix. It's why the Society for American Archaeology wrote an open letter to Netflix asking Netflix to reclassify the series as science fiction. It's why they accused the series of anti-Semitism, misogyny, white supremacism, and a whole bunch of other things like that. There's nothing to do with anything that's in the series. It was like, we must shut this down. This is so dangerous to us. It's certainly not a danger. There are many more dangerous things in the world than a television series going on right now. But maybe it was seen as a danger to archaeology, that this non-archaeologist was in archaeological terrain and being viewed and seen by large and read by large numbers of people. Maybe that was part of the problem. And human nature being what it is, I noticed that two of my principal critics, John Hoops from the University of Kansas and Flint Dibble, who's now teaching at the University of Cardiff in Wales in the UK, are both people who like to have media exposure. And John Hoops has just recently started a YouTube channel. Flint Dibble has had one for quite a while, pretty small number of followers. I think that they feel that they should be the ones who are getting the global attention, and that it's not right that I am, and that the best way to stop that is to stop me, to shut me down, to get me cancelled, and basically requiring Netflix to relabel my series from a documentary to a science fiction, which is what they actually had the temerity to suggest to Netflix. That would, if that had gone through, if Netflix had listened to them, that would have effectively been the cancellation of my documentary series. It would no longer have been ranked under documentary. So it was a deliberate attempt to shut me down, and I see that going on again and again, and it's so unfortunate and so unnecessary. I've become very defensive towards archaeology. I hit back after 30 years of these attacks on my work. I'm tired of it, and I do defend myself, and sometimes I'm perhaps over vigorous in that defense. Maybe I was a little bit too strong in my critique of archaeology in the first season of Ancient Apocalypse. Maybe I should have been a bit gentler and a bit kinder, and I've tried to reflect that in the second season, and to bring also many more indigenous voices into the second season, as well as the voices of many more archaeologists.
Yeah, in general, I got a chance to get a glimpse of the archaeology community, and in archaeology, in science in general, I don't have much patience for this kind of arrogance or snark or dismissal of general human curiosity that I think your work inspires in people. So that's why people like Ed Barnhart, who I recently had a conversation with, he radiates sort of kindness and curiosity as well. And it's like that kind of approach to ideas, especially about human history, it inspires people. Exactly. It inspires millions of people to ask questions.
Exactly.
I mean, that's why you had Keanu Reeves on the new season. He's basically coming to the show from that same perspective of curiosity.
Keanu is genuinely curious about the past and very, very interested in it. And he's bringing to it questions that everybody brings to the past. He's speaking for every man in the series.
So given that, can you maybe steelman the case that archaeologists make about this period that we've been talking about? Can you make the case that is indeed what happened? Is it was hunter-gatherers for a long time, and then there was a cataclysm, a very difficult period in human history with the Younger Dryas, and that changed the environment and then led to the springing up of civilizations at different places on Earth. Can you sort of make the case for that?
Oh, no, I completely understand why that is the position of archaeology, because that's what they've found. Archaeology is very much wishing to define itself as a science, and it uses the techniques of weighing and measuring and counting are very key to what archaeology does. And in what they've found and what they've studied around the world, they don't see any traces of a lost civilization. And the idea that besides, we live in a very politically correct world today, and the idea that some kind of lost civilization brought knowledge to other cultures around the world is seen as almost racist or colonialist in some way. It triggers that aspect as well. But basically, I think majority of archaeologists are in complete good faith on this. I don't think that anybody's really seeking to frame me. I think that what we're hearing from most archaeologists, some much more vicious than others, but what we're hearing from most archaeologists is this is what we found, and we don't see evidence for a lost civilization in it. And to that, I must reply, please look at the myths. Please consider the implications of the Younger Dryas. Please look at the ancient astronomy. Please look at those ancient maps and don't just dismiss them and sneer at them. And for God's sake, please look more deeply at the parts of the world that were immensely habitable and attractive during the Ice Age and that have hardly been studied by archaeology at all, before you tell us that your theory is the only one that can possibly be correct. In fact, it's a very arrogant and silly position of archaeology, because archaeological theories are always being overthrown. It can take years, it can take decades. It took decades in the case of the Clovis First hypothesis for the settlement of the Americas. But sooner or later, a bad idea will be kicked out by a preponderance of evidence that that idea does not explain.
If we can just look back at your debate with Flint Dibble on Joe Rogan Experience, what are some takeaways from that? What have you learned? Maybe what are some things you like about Flint? You said that he's one of your big critics. But what do you like about his ideas, and what were you maybe bothered by?
First of all, just very recently, and it can be found on my YouTube channel, and it's signaled on my website. I have made a video, runs about an hour, which looks at a series of statements that Flint made during the debate, which I was not prepared to answer. And it turns out that some of those statements are not correct. The notion, for example, that there were 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. Flint actually uses the word mapped, 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped at one point in the debate. And I've put that clip into the video that I brought out. That is not a fact. That is an estimate, a UNESCO estimate. And actually in the small print on one of the slides that he has on the screen, you can see the word estimate, but he never expresses that word out loud. So those who are listening to the podcast rather than watching it wouldn't even have a chance to see that. And I, sitting there in the studio, didn't see that word estimate either. And I didn't know that. I thought, my God, Flint has a point here. If there have been 3 million shipwrecks found and mapped, if that's the case, the absence of any shipwreck from a lost civilization of the Ice Age is a problem. But then I discovered that it isn't 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. It's much, much less than that. And maybe it's 250,000. Still a large number, but most of them from the last 1,000 years. And unfortunately, what Flint didn't go into, and perhaps he should have shared with the audience, and again, I go into this in the video, is that there is indisputable evidence that human beings were seafarers as much as 50 or 60,000 years ago. The peopling of Australia involved a relatively short, 90 kilometers, 100-kilometer ocean voyage, but nevertheless, it was an ocean voyage, and it must have involved a large enough number of people to create a permanent population that wouldn't go extinct. The settlement of Cyprus is the same thing. It was always an island, even during the Ice Age. No ships have survived that speak to the settlement of Australia, and no ships have survived that speak to the settlement of Cyprus either. But that doesn't mean that thing didn't happen.
I should just like linger on this, because for me, it was the shipwrecks thing was convincing. And then looking back, first of all, watching your video, but also just realizing the peopling of Australia part. That's mind-boggling.
Yeah.
50,000 years ago. Just imagine being the person standing on the shore, looking out into the ocean, standing on the shore of a harsh environment, looking out to the ocean of an even harsher environment, and deciding that, you know what, I'm going to go towards near certain death.
Mm-hmm.
And
I don't know
explore.
what's on the other side of that water. You can't see 90
And
kilometers.
humans did it.
Yeah.
Man, I
And
love
again, it's that,
so
it's
much.
that it's that urge to explore.
Yeah.
And I suggest that it probably began with a few pioneers who made the journey there and back. They ventured into the water. They definitely had boats. And lo and behold, after a 2 or 3 day voyage, they ended up on a coastline. You're an individual. You've got, by relatively straightforward island hopping, where each island is within sight of each other as far as Timor. And when you get to Timor, suddenly you can't island hop anymore. There's an expansive ocean that you can't see across. But that urge to explore, that curiosity that is central to the human condition, would undoubtedly have led some adventurous individuals to want to find out more and even be willing to risk their lives. And that first reconnoitering of what lay beyond that strait would have undoubtedly been undertaken by very few individuals, not enough to create a permanent population in Australia. But when they came back with the good news that there's a whole land there, that's the land that was in it, that the geographers call Sahul, which just as Sunda was the Ice Age Indonesian and Malaysian peninsula all joined together into one landmass. So Sahul was New Guinea joined to Australia. So they would have made landfall in New Guinea. And then they think, well, here is this vast, open, incredible land. We need to bring more people here. And that would have involved larger craft. You need to bring people with the resources, and you need to bring enough of them, both men and women, in order to produce a population that will not rapidly become extinct. And it's the same in Cyprus. There, the detailed work that's been done suggests very strongly that we're looking at planned migrations of groups of people in excess of 1,000 at a time, bringing animals with them, And this certainly would have involved multiple boats and boats of a significant size.
And there's no archaeological evidence of those boats.
None whatsoever. The oldest boat that's ever been found in the world is the Dokos shipwreck off Greece, which is around 5,000 years old, if I recall correctly.
So everything that makes a boat is lost to time.
Yes, boats can be preserved under certain circumstances. There's a wreck at the bottom of the Black Sea, almost 2 miles deep. I didn't know the Black Sea was that deep, but there's a wreck, and there's no oxygen down there. That is more than 2,000 years old and is still in pretty much perfect condition. But in other conditions, the structure of the ship evaporates. Sometimes what you're left with is the cargo of the ship, and you could say there was a ship that sank here, but the ship itself has gone. The fact is, we know that our ancestors were seafarers as much as 50,000 years ago, and no ship has survived to testify to that, yet we accept that they were.
Do you think one day we'll find a ship that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years old?
It's not impossible. I think it's quite unlikely, given the very thin survival of ships the further back you go in time, with the oldest, as I say, being about 6,000 years old now. And then the other thing to take into account is the Younger Dryas event itself and the cataclysmic circumstances of that event, and the roiling of the seas that would have taken place then. How much would have survived in a boat accident at that time would have survived for thousands of years afterwards? I'm not sure, but I don't give up hope. It's possible.
So okay, so that's back to the 3 million shipwrecks.
Yeah.
So what's your takeaway from that debate?
Well, my takeaway from that debate is that I should have been better prepared, and I should have been less angry. I have to say that Flint had really disturbed me with these constant, snide, not quite exact references to racism and white supremacism in my work. I detest such things, and to have those labels stuck on me. He's always avoided taking direct responsibility, pretty much always avoided. There's one example that I include in the video I've made where he really hasn't successfully avoided it, but in most cases he's trying to say that I rely on sources that were racist, that he's not saying that I myself am a racist. But the end result of those statements is that people all around the world came to the conclusion that Graham Hancock is a racist and a white supremacist, and that really got under my skin, and it really upset me, and I felt angry about it, and I felt that I was there to defend Ancient Apocalypse Season 1, whereas in fact what I was there to do was to listen to a series of lectures where an archaeologist tells me what archaeologists have found, and that somehow I'm to deduce that from what they have found, they're not going to find anything else, at least not anything to do with the lost civilization.
Listen, I feel you. I've seen the intensity of the attacks, and the whole racism label is the one that can get under your skin. And it's a toolbox that's been prevalent over the past, let's say, decade, maybe a little bit more, as a method of cancellation.
Yeah.
When a person is the opposite of racist, very often it's kind of hilarious to watch, but it can get under your skin, especially when you have certain dynamics that happen on the internet where it seeps into a Wikipedia page, and then other people read that Wikipedia page, and you get to hear it from like friends. Oh, I didn't know you're whatever, and you realize that Wikipedia description of who you are actually has a lot of power, not by people that know you well, but by people that just kind of are learning about you for the first time.
Definitely.
And they can really start to annoy you and get under your skin.
Totally.
People are kind of indirectly injecting, they're writing articles about you. They can then be cited by Wikipedia. It can really bother a person who's actually trying to do good science or just trying to inspire people with different ideas.
I felt that my work was being deliberately misrepresented, and I felt that I, as a human being, was being insulted and wronged in ways that are deeply hurtful. My wife and I have 6 children between us, and we have 9 grandchildren. And of those 9 grandchildren, 7 are of mixed race. And this is my family. And these are kids who are going to grow up and read Wikipedia and learn from reading Wikipedia that grandpa was some kind of racist. You know, this is a personal issue for me, and I'm afraid I carried that personal anger into the debate, and it made me less effective than I should have been. But ultimately, I do want to pay tribute to Flint. He is an excellent debater. He's got a very sharp mind. He's a very clever man, and he's very fast on his feet. And I recognize that. I was definitely up against a superior debater in that debate. I'm not sure that I have those debating skills, and I certainly didn't have them on that particular day. I also admire about Flint something else, which is that he was willing to be there. Most archaeologists don't want to talk to me at all. They want to insult me from the sidelines. They want to make sure that Wikipedia keeps on calling me a pseudo-archaeologist or a purveyor of pseudo-archaeological theories. They want to make sure that the hints of racism are there, but they actually don't want to sit down and confront me. At least Flint was willing to do that. And I'm grateful to him for that. And I think in that sense, it is an important encounter between people with, let's say, an alternative view of history and those with the very much mainstream view of history that archaeology gives us. And he's also a very determined character. He doesn't give up. So all of those things about him, I admire and respect. I think he fought dirty during the debate, and I've said exactly why in this video that I now have up on YouTube.
To say a positive thing that I enjoyed, I think towards the end, in him speaking about agriculture was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So the techniques of archaeology are pretty interesting, like where you can get some insights through the fog of time about like what people were doing, how they were living. That's pretty interesting.
It's very interesting. It's a very important discipline. And I've said many times before publicly, I couldn't do any of my work without the work that archaeologists do. I emphasize very strongly in this video that I don't study what archaeologists study, but nevertheless, the data that archaeologists have generated over the last century or so has been incredibly valuable to me in the work that I do. But when I look at the Great Sphinx and the studies of archaeology saying that this is the work of the pharaoh Khafre, despite the absence of any single contemporary inscription that ascribes it to Khafre, and in fact the presence of other inscriptions that say that it was already there in the time of Khufu, I am not looking at what Egyptologists study. They just dismiss all of that and lock into the Khafre connection. At Göbekli Tepe, I'm not really looking at what archaeologists look at. I'm looking at the alignments of the megaliths and how they seem to track precession of the star Sirius over a period of time. Archaeologists aren't interested in any of that. So I value and respect archaeology. I think it's an incredible tool for investigating our past. But I wish archaeologists would bring a slightly gentler frame of mind to it and a slightly opener perspective. And also that archaeologists would be willing to trust the general public to make up their own minds. It's as though certain archaeologists are afraid of the public being presented with an alternative point of view, which they regard as quote unquote dangerous, because they somehow underestimate the intelligence of the public and think the general public are just going to accept that. Actually, by condemning those alternative point of view, archaeologists make it much more likely that the general public will accept those alternative point of view, because there is a great distrust of experts in our society today. And behaving in a snobbish, arrogant way, we archaeologists are the only people who are really qualified to speak about the past, and anybody else who speaks about the past is dangerous. That actually is not helpful to archaeology in the long term. There could be a much more positive and a much more cooperative relationship, and I can see that relationship with a gentleman like Ed Barnhart. It was very much the case with archaeologist Marty Parsonen from the University of Helsinki, and in the Amazon for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, looking at these astonishing earthworks that have emerged from the Amazon jungle, and which more and more are now being found with LiDAR. Indeed, we found some of them ourselves with LiDAR while we were there.
Yeah, that was an incredible part of the show that I got a chance to preview. It's like there's all this earthworks, the traces of things built on the ground that probably you can only really appreciate when you look from up above.
That's right.
So the idea that they built stuff that you can only appreciate when viewed from up above means they had a very kind of deep relationship with the sky.
With the sky,
yeah,
and a very good knowledge of geometry as well, because these are geometrical structures, and some of them even seem to incorporate geometrical games, almost of the kind of like squaring the circle. It's not quite that, but you have a lovely square earthwork with a lovely circle earthwork right in the middle of it. Whatever else they were geometers. They were not just builders of fantastically huge earthworks that nobody expected in the Amazon, not just builders of cities that we now know existed in the Amazon, but that they were astronomers and mathematicians as well.
Everything we're talking about is so full of mystery. It's just fascinating, especially the farther back we go.
That's what I love about the past, is the mystery that's there. And that's another thing that I regret about some archaeologists, is that their mission seems to be to drain all mystery out of the past, to suck it dry like some kind of vampire, sucking the blood out of the past, and to reduce it to a series of numbers. I think that's most unfortunate. The past is deeply mysterious. The whole story of life on Earth is deeply mysterious. I mean, we were talking about the timeline of human beings, but if you go back to the formation of the Earth itself, if I've got the figures right, it's about 4.5 billion years ago that the Earth supposedly formed. It was then incredibly hot and inhospitable to life for the next several 100 million years. But it was actually Francis Crick who pointed out something odd, that within 100 million years of the Earth being cool enough to support life, there's bacterial life all over the planet. And Crick wrote a book called Life Itself. It was published in 1981. And he suggested that life had been brought here by a process of panspermia. Now, that's an idea that's around in circulation, that comets may carry bacteria which can seed life on planets. But Crick actually in Life Itself was talking about directed panspermia. He envisaged, this is Crick, not me, he envisaged an alien civilization far away across the galaxy, which faced extinction. Perhaps a supernova was going to go off in the neighborhood. They were highly advanced. Their first thought might have been, let's get ourselves off the planet and go and populate some other planet, but the distances of interstellar space were so great. So their second thought was, let's preserve our DNA. Let's put bacteria, genetically engineered bacteria, into cryogenic chambers and fire them off into the universe in all directions. And the bottom line of Crick's theory in Life Itself is one of those cryogenic containers containing bacterial life from another solar system crashed into the early Earth, and that's why life began so suddenly here on Earth.
If we as a human civilization continue, I think that is a one way to create backups of us elsewhere in the universe, given the space, is to do a life gun and shoot it everywhere.
Yeah.
And then there's just plants.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you kind of hope that whatever is the magic that makes up human consciousness, and if that magic is already there in the initial DNA of the bacteria,
the potential for that magic is there.
the potential is there.
And evolutionary forces will work upon it in different ways in different environments. But the potential is there. Yes, it's something that we would do. If we were facing a complete extinction of life on planet Earth, a major global effort would be made to preserve it somehow. And that might well include firing off cryogenic chambers into the universe and hoping that some of them would land somewhere hospitable.
And as you were mentioning, there's just so many interesting mysteries along the way here. For example, I mean, it's like 3 billion years with single-cell organisms.
Yeah.
So it seems like life was pretty good.
Yeah.
Single-cell organisms, that there was no need for multicellularity, that like for animals, for any of this kind of stuff. So why is that? It seems like you could adapt much better if you're a more complicated organism. It took a really long time to take that leap. Is it because it's really hard to do? And what was the forcing function to do that kind of leap?
Mm-hmm.
And the same, I mean, for us to be selfish and self-obsessed, for us humans, like what was the magic leap to Homo sapiens from the other hominids? And why did Homo sapiens win out against Neanderthals and the other competitors? Why are they not around anymore? So those are all fascinating mysteries, and it feels like the more we propose sort of radical ideas about our past and take it seriously and explore, the more we'll be able to sort of figure out that puzzle that leads all the way back to Homo sapiens and maybe all the way back the origin of life on Earth.
Yeah. I think that Homo sapiens is the tail end of a very long, deep series of mysteries that goes back right to the beginning of life on this planet, and probably long before, actually, because this planet is part of the universe, and God knows what else is out there in the universe.
Why do you think Homo sapiens evolved? Why, like, what was the magic thing? There's a bunch of theories about fire leading to meat, to cooking, which can fuel the brain. That's one. The other is like social interaction. We're able to use our imagination to construct ideas and share those ideas and tell great stories, and that is somehow an evolutionary advantage. Do you have any like favorite conception?
Well, it's interesting. There's no doubt that modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted in Europe for at least 10,000 years, probably more than that. And yet one of the popular views is that anatomically modern humans wiped out the Neanderthals, that we killed them off. But at the same time, we were interbreeding with the Neanderthals. In a sense, the Neanderthals are not gone. They're still within us today. We are part Neanderthal. There's another theory that I've read about. There is some evidence that Neanderthals were cannibals, that there was ritual cannibalism took place amongst Neanderthals, and particularly the eating of human brains. And this can cause cruel, which can kill off whole populations. That's another suggestion of why the Neanderthals died out. There's lots of possibilities that have been put forward. Maybe we just outcompeted them. You know, maybe anatomically modern humans had some brain connections that they didn't have, even though the brain of anatomically modern human beings, as the old saying goes, size isn't everything. Maybe we just had a more compact, more efficient brain. The fact of the matter is that Neanderthals and Denisovans did not survive the rise of Homo sapiens.
For our discussion, though, what is interesting is all the hominids seem to be explorers.
Yes.
They spread. I mean, I didn't know this.
The fact that Homo erectus was all over the planet more than 1 million years ago is testament to that. And I do think that exploration urge is fundamental to humanity. And I would like to say that's what I think I'm doing. I'm exercising my urge to explore the past in my own way, making my own route.
That's the leap from non-human to human. One of the things you've discussed is your idea of what was the leap to human civilization. What is the driver? What is the inspiration for humans to form civilizations? And for you, that's shamanism.
Definitely.
Can you explain what that means?
I think that shamanism is the origin of everything of value in humanity. I think it was the earliest form of science. When I spent time with shamans in the Amazon, I observed people who are constantly experimenting with plants in a very scientific way. They're always trying a pinch of this and a pinch of that in different forms, for example, of the ayahuasca brew, to see if it enhances it or makes it different in any way. The invention of curare is a remarkable scientific feat, which is entirely down to shamans in the Amazon. They are the scientists of the hunter-forager state of society. And they were the ancient leaders of human civilization. So I think all civilization arises out of shamanism. And shamanism is a naturally scientific endeavor where experimentation is undertaken and exploration and investigation of the environment around us. And what I'm suggesting is that one group, perhaps more than one group, went a bit further than other groups did and used that study of the skies and developed navigational techniques and were able to sail and explore the earth. But that ultimately what lies behind it is the same curiosity and investigative skill that shamans are still using in the Amazon to this day. And I do see them as scientists in a very proper use of the word.
But do you think something like ayahuasca was a part of that process?
Yes. Ayahuasca is the result of shamanistic investigation of what's available in the Amazon. Of course, ayahuasca is all the fad in Western industrialized societies today, and some people see it as a miracle cure for all kinds of ailments and problems. And perhaps it is, perhaps it can be in certain ways. Ayahuasca itself is not an Amazonian word. It comes from the Quechua language, and it means the vine of souls or the vine of the dead. But the ayahuasca vine is only one of two principal ingredients in the ayahuasca brew. And the other ingredient are leaves that contain dimethyltryptamine. And there are two sources of that. One is a bush called Psychotria viridis, that's its botanical name. They call it chacruna in the Amazon. And its leaves are rich in dimethyltryptamine, DMT, which is arguably the most powerful psychedelic known to science. The other source comes from another vine, Diplopteris cabrerana, which the leaves of that vine also contain DMT. So the ayahuasca vine on its own is not going to give you a visionary journey. And the leaves that contain DMT on their own, whether they come from Diplopteris or whether they come from chacruna, are not going to give you a visionary journey. And the reason they're not going to give you the visionary journey is because of the enzyme monoamine oxidase in the gut that shuts down DMT when absorbed orally. Basically, DMT is not accessible orally unless you combine it with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. And that's what I mean when I'm talking about science in the Amazon, because there's so many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands different species of plants and trees in the Amazon, and they've gone around and they've found just 2 or 3 of them that put together can produce these extraordinary visionary experiences.
Just imagine the number of plants they had to have eaten.
Yeah.
It consumed and smoked, or used all kinds of combinations to arrive at that.
Exactly. To realize that this is something very special. And then to use the principles there to find another form of it. So ayahuasca is the form that is made with the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of the chacruna plant. But yahe is made from the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of another vine, Diplopteris cabrerana, which contain not only NN-DMT, which is the DMT that everybody's pretty much familiar with these days, but also 5-MeO-DMT. And the yahe experience, which I have also had, in my view, is more intense and more powerful, almost to the point of being overwhelming, than the ayahuasca experience. But what the result of this sophisticated chemistry that we find taking place here is a brew which is hideous to drink. The taste, I find it quite repulsive. I almost retch just smelling it in the cup. Mm-hmm. But then unleashes these extraordinary experiences. And it isn't just pretty visuals. It's the sense of encounters with sentient others, that there are sentient beings, that somehow we're surrounded by a realm of sentience that is not normally accessible to us. And that what the ayahuasca brew and certain other psychedelics, like some psilocybin mushrooms,
Yo, big dog,
those can do it as well. LSD can do it, but ayahuasca is the master.
How you living, pimp?
Of lowering the veil.
You ready to lose 5 straight games?
I'm gonna win the first 2 games. Ready?
You're not gonna win jack fucking shit, dog.
You just cut out.
You're not gonna win jack fucking shit.
We're gonna win.
Dog, not even close.
Yeah, let's go.
5 straight games. You got that, big dog?
Yep.
I actually made a mistake. I made it for 3 players. So just wait a moment.
Let's go. Rabbi, let's go.
I made a mistake. That game's for 3 players. It needs to be for 2. Am I cutting out? No, I can hear myself.
Yeah.
No, I can hear myself. We'll see if it works. All right, so you should have another invite. Oh, I do hear it. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna restart my device. Yo, Pim.
Like we have the brush one that I have ever seen. Brush dropping out.
Can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Excellent. When I leave my Chromebook going for days on end, sometimes it needs a refresher.
I don't think either of us are in school, to be honest. Unless it's in the barn, I don't think any of us are in the school.
Tree, dog. Can you hear me? No, you can't hear me. Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. Dude,
Why did you do that?
I thought I hit it just a bit, just to hit the tree. No shit.
I can barely hear you.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if this works any better. Just a moment.
What the fuck? Rabbi.
Yo.
What the actual in the fuck mini golf is it?
Dog, roll down. Dude,
I'm still in a better position than you.
oh, for sure.
The fact that I bring my stool. Fuck.
I'm testing my mic. I'm testing my mic. I'm testing my mic. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Excellent.
That was distracting, man. Like not being able to talk while we're playing. It's a complicated game when you go.
Shit happens, baby. Dude, look how close the hole is to the pond.
I swear they did an update in this game because that the whole position keep on changing to positions I've never seen. I just got a message on Snap. I'll be back. get the boat. Fucking hell. Where do you think it was?
Could be right there. Thank you. You gave yourself a very difficult shot. You can make it. Oh,
We got 2 point the whole thing.
I know. I hate that. I beat you 1 game to nothing.
Okay. Rabbi, you're very good.
I hate this hole. I'm not good at it.
You're good at it.
I think you're making a joke.
No, you remember last night? You got very disheveled magazine.
Yeah, but that was a fluke.
That was a 7 out. That wasn't a 7 out of 10 drop.
I'll take it. Anything that. Oh, that was a 9 out of 10, definitely.
That was a 9 out of 10 also. But you're in a shit position, to be honest. I'll give that a 5 out of 10.
Dude, I'll take it. I've never been good at judging this hole. Yo, Cass Vinci, you want to play? Okay. Wait. You have to wait 2 holes. I'm sorry, 4 holes.
I thought we were already friends with this club, but I was actually I was gonna message you something earlier.
Hit the ball, Zoot.
It was,
Zoot, hit the ball.
What was it about?
It popped in my head something that I do that helps me, like when I'm practicing like a language, it's like accent, I guess. There's like music in there, and I was like, you know what? Third Eye Blind, Stephen Jenkins, that guy sings like a California. And if you got into Third Eye Blind and started, if you could learn how to emulate singing in the California accent, that would help you speak it. I don't know. Just pop in my head.
Who's that guy, Billy Joe from Green Day? Do you know who I'm referencing? That's a good point. I don't know exactly from where he is, but he just kind of always sounded like it was emphasized. I'm in agreement, though. The
I
green.
heard Sunny Charm Life, and I was just like, holy fuck. First thing that popped in my mind was Zoot needs to know, be reminded if he doesn't know about this band. Because this guy.
That sounds amazing.
It's amazing. So, yeah. Of course, it always makes me mad when they have the radio.
They don't talk about meth.
Yeah. No. They say that. But they
Oh, the thing about those panties, little red panties that pass the test.
Yeah, that part. It's barely like a seventh of the song. It's like 30, it's like 10 seconds.
Doug, I don't understand why they talk about meth but not panties.
Exactly. Yeah, they cut out the part of panties, but not the part of meth.
Right.
No, chop another line like a quarter with a curse. Right?
Right.
Yeah. All the drug references are there, but mention her panties.
Everybody loses it. Dude, are you gonna go?
Third idea.
Dude, are you gonna go? I can't believe we're tied after 2 holes. Oh, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Fuck.
You just fucked yourself, big dog. You're gonna have to blast it. You're fucked, Zoot. Blast it. Blast it. You're down one.
That was
You're down 1, Zoot. You're 0-1 today.
When I'm messaging someone, please don't rush me.
Dog, I don't fucking know. I'm not there. I can't tell. Good shot. Oh man, that was almost amazing. I take it that you're messaging someone. Dog, where's the hole? Is it? I don't know. Which one is it? Dude, you got a shot at getting in the hole. Nope. Close. Very, very close. If your ball was like a little bit in a different position. That's why I was worried about where to take out that shit. Oh, dude, you just fucked me. Oh, what a fucking amazing shot. Oh, yeah, it had to go in. I was going to say, dude, did you see that shot?
It was a
That was a 12, dog.
I don't know about that. I've done better shots.
Stop.
I'm just gonna go the fifth way.
Do it. Too hard.
Go down. You can do that in 3 shots if you go that way. Rabbi, terrible shot.
Thanks, big dog. I really appreciate the positive words.
Rabbi, I did an even worse shot than you.
What'd you think of this shot?
8 out of 10.
It went like a foot. Water. Oh, no way.
10 out of 10.
Not 10 out of 10, dude.
Basically,
Let's see it. You're going to hit the tree and go in the water. No doubt. No doubt.
Rabbi,
Yo,
this
big,
shot's gonna be a 0.
basically was. But you know what the scoreboard says? 10 out of 10.
Scoreboard says I win.
Scoreboard says that it is impossible for you to win.
Scoreboard says that you're gonna win.
No. I'm going to put this next ball in the hole, and you are going in the water.
I can get it in still. Rabbi, okay.
How'd you like that championship? All right, I'm sending it to Caspian Sea. Caspian Sea, are you ready? I didn't send it yet, but okay, excellent.
Wednesday.
Dude, I was just saying, none of us can judge this hole very well. I am, I know. Come on, baby. Dog, what is this bullshit? Fuck, man. Yeah, you're welcome, dog. Welcome, welcome. How are you? What a shot. One of these motherfuckers is going to be from Twitch, and I'm going to lose it. Stop, stop, stop. Zoot. Zoot, if I make this, this is the best shot of all time. Almost. Almost. Stay there. Stay there.
Caspian, you got it easy. Go. Your shot's not that difficult. Oh, no. Fuck. I didn't grab my scores. Fuck. Okay. I'm still in the lead, but
That got his revenge on me.
okay. Good news is there is probably a secret hole here.
Yeah, that's what you think, son.
Do I try? Do I go for the two shot or do I go for the secret hole?
Dog, you know you're not dumb enough to go for the secret hole. That's just ridiculous thinking.
I'm in a shit spot actually now. Fuck off. Go for the second hole.
Oh, dude, you fucked him. Oh, what are you doing? Go. That actually was a really good shot.
Now all tight.
No. What the fuck? You're in my way again, dude. That was not easy. That was not easy.
Now all tight.
That was fucking brilliant. You were right.
Oh, go, 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 go. Oh, man.
That shot at 8.
No, because it's blocked.
Nearly a 9.
It's blocked for the second shot. That's the shot.
That's a 9. Yeah, that was expected.
You want to see a creative shot?
Yeah, this is gonna be the
How did you see that shot? Did you all fucking see this shot? One of the greatest shots in the history of mankind, perhaps. Did you see the creativity around the fucking pinwheel? The merry-go-round? Oh. Caspian Sea took a perhaps 10 out of 10 shot.
Ready for the Friday shot, you think?
We're ready. Oh, that's good. That's really good.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out that's a good position.
Make it, Caspian Sea. Block him. Oh, he did.
Are you fucking kidding me?
That's what I'm talking about.
Fucking hell.
No.
He missed again. Oh, boy, he came close. Came very close to missing again.
I tell you what, my ball shot up into my arms as that ball approached. I was like, no, that better go.
You know how many times in mini golf, right? That with free, especially with free players, right? That I've had like the best shots, and then someone comes on and just fucks me, and like now my like I can't win. It's like all fucking time, especially when we play with Riser. Like Riser always fucking blocks all my shots. Okay, I think this is the way to go.
I couldn't risk much more of a bounce, but I was hoping to knock you into the
Oh, there's no way you're coming close to that with that. Just not enough power on it.
I know, but I didn't want to risk more power, and then who knows where the hell I was going.
Right. You could either go for it and take a big risk. If you pass the hole, you're fucked. That's okay. That's an easy shot for 2. Or, like, whatever you're at for 4. Easy shot. There you go. Oh, Zoot does not score on this hole. I'm guaranteed to win. Yo, dog. How are you? Doggette. What's up, girl? What's good in your neck of the woods? Hope you're having a wonderful day. All you have to tell me is, did you find out about me from Twitch? If you did, I may shit myself. She said, "Oh yeah, I found about you on Twitch. You were spamming me. It was amazing. I just had to find out who was behind all this." We're playing miniature golf. If you're wondering what game we're playing, Zoot, are you gonna go? There you go. Amazing shot. Hey, do you know what the name of this hole is? Fuck that pink shit. I'm not good at this hole. Hit the tree. It's, in my opinion, one of the more difficult holes. There's so much water, especially if you're playing with Riser and he keeps water bumping you every fucking 2 feet. All right, just one moment. Let me ban him. Dude, what's his name? One of fucking um
By the way, this hole is the path. Rabbi, we never get this part. We never get this hole. It's just me and you, right? I noticed there's certain holes you have to get because of like multiple players.
oh man. That fucker. No, no, that's perfect. That was what's his name? I think he just keeps creating accounts. Like he went from my friend to someone who's legitimately pissing me off in like a span of 12 hours. What's his name? Asmonge. He not just in there. He was talking shit in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu Discord, and I just shut him off. Dude, I am legitimately like I could run away with this fucking win, but I can't hit it straight.
You know what? So what you're saying is you're not gonna win.
No, I mean I'm definitely gonna win. Oh, you got your ass water bumped, dog. And he just water bumped you. Yep. All right, I have 2 shots in which to get this in.
No point in water bumping each other. No one wants to get beat. Just like fucking wasting the clock. We're just wasting the clock.
You ready for this, Zoo?
Rabbi, greatest shot we've ever seen in the history of all shots.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Oh man,
That's like the most difficult shot.
thank you. You know,
Okay, I'm gonna win this game.
okay, we're ready for it, Doug. I like your enthusiasm. This is a tough hole.
Great games.
Oh, dude, when Zoot says Squid Games, a little part of me actually has some like I have to play a little better.
That means I die.
Yes, it does. That was a good shot, Caspian. See. Oh shit, you fucked me. Dog, this is not working out for me.
finds the hidden hole right next to the green.
This is a risk.
Really put a phenomenal risk with this. You know what? It's no good.
I'm not happy about that.
What's your favorite animal?
Lion?
Lion?
Yeah.
Why lion?
King of the jungle, baby.
That's the title.
Yeah.
Fucking right. And
I know, but it's called the King of the Jungle, so.
I don't get lions live in jungles.
They don't. They live in the savannah.
it used to be many places.
Word dog.
Lions used to be everywhere. You look, the reason why the lions that kills lions in so many places is because it was there before people got there and hunted them for extinction.
Word.
So simple as that is. Wolves are
I like wolves. Wolves are tight as fuck. I like polar bears. Zoot, what's your favorite Australian animal? What's your favorite Australian animal? Dude, that was great. What the fuck is a cocker?
phenomenal.
Fuck, man. Dude, even better that you're not in the pink. What the fuck is a cocker?
What is that?
It's a marsupial.
Marsupial.
I like marsupials. The possum is the North American marsupial.
North American.
That's what I know.
You have possums over there?
Yeah, we do. It's the only marsupial outside of Australia.
No, it's the. I don't know if that's true. I shouldn't say no to that. Technically.
Not just like, well, okay, there might be little like field mice type creatures in some places.
Dude, we'll look it up. But
as far as like
big ones. Man, I fucked myself with this shot. I have no idea what Caspian Sea is doing. Dude, Caspian Sea is gonna run away with this win.
I don't know what that creature is. What does it look like? Exactly. Cocker, did you say?
Okay.
I don't know how it is.
The cutest animal you ever see.
Phenomenal 10 out of 10 shots.
A cocker is the cutest animal you ever see.
Okay, here, possums are outside Australia. Pygmy possums, New Guinea, Tasmanian devil, that's Tasmania. Marsupial moles, Western Australia. So I guess if you count New Guinea as Asia.
Look up a cocker.
Dog, I'm not looking up shit right now. Oh my fucking.
How do you spell that? How do you spell it?
Caspian Sea didn't fucking score. Caspian Sea didn't fucking.
Okay, I know I fucked it. Oh, yeah, I've seen these things go out as well.
Dog, how didn't Caspian Sea score? That shot that I had was one of the best shots I've ever had in my life.
That was. I tried to emulate it, but I didn't see when you started. No, those are super cute flags. Look at it right now. I feel like I've seen them before, but I don't know how to. It just looks so cute. It's perfect.
Oh shoot. Difficult shot. Oh, great shot. Ooh.
I mean, I think that's about as close as I could have got.
Zoot, hit his ball in the fucking arrows. What are you doing? You could try off the chicken, off the barn. Oh, he did, and he fucking made it.
That was the best shot. That was a 10 out of 10 shot.
Oh shoot. Hit his ball. Not like that. But it looks like I'm taking a big goose egg on this hole. Oh. Okay, so I have to go for it.
100%. The easiest shot I've ever seen.
I escaped with a point. Barely.
Oh, you guys like Squid Game?
It's such an advantage to go first on this hole. One of the
I
biggest,
don't think it really matters.
dude, it matters a lot.
He's going to get tapped.
Right, and you can block the other guys. You can blast them. Well, that is if Zoot follows.
We're getting good at this one. This one is challenging. Oh, no, I'm getting no, I'm getting Go to the water so you don't get in my way. Robot has got this in 2 shots.
No, but close. I could have made it in 2, but I didn't want to take the risk. Zoot, that's not how you do it. Maybe, but no.
Hey, Robot.
Yoda. Squid Game. That's how you do it. That is how you do it. Perfect. Squid Game. Zoot. Squid Game. Dude, Caspian Sea can actually time you on this hole. He needs an excellent shot here, but it's just like a right angle shot. Oh, wait. Zoot could help him a lot.
I can tell you on this one. Ready?
Yeah.
I just did Caspian Sea.
Yeah, that was not smart. You needed that point.
I don't need it.
Get there. Get there. That's bad.
That's
And
very bad.
and it leaves 3 balls at the bottom.
You're fucking skits.
That's really bad. Basically, I need somebody to hit Caspian Sea in
Robot.
the tar, or we're gonna tie.
Caspian Sea's got the win.
Not if I have anything to say about it. Oh man, knock him out. I went for the solo win. Oh shoot, I forgot I start here. Hit the ball. There we go.
Oh,
So
I need to get this guy in.
so he does not have the win. He ties me. 3 straight, I think 3 straight with you guys, and then I beat Zoot 2 in a row. And I really mean this. I just think I just played a lot, but I've noticed I've gotten just super lucky on some shots. I mean, just really not there though. Dude, that's like the worst shot I could have had. That blows two different shots for me. Oh, what a shot. Caspian Sea. Taking no prisoners today.
Wanna go on a walk? Tight.
If you want to hit my ball, why would you do that? It's obviously a straight on shot. Yeah. No. Okay. There you go. Dog, how sick would this shot be if I got it off of there through the hole? No, that's a,
Or if you find a secret hole.
that could have been cool. Dangerous shot.
It's up to you.
Oh, look at you. Very nice, poor boy. Zoot. Dangerous shot. You need more power, dog. Oh, don't do that. No.
No, that's better. It's the
No way. It's the he has a better angle here.
Bum, bum. Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
that was a 0 out of 10.
Caspian Sea has an easy shot. Wow.
barely. No.
Yes.
If anything, I'm going to knock him in the hole.
Okay, that was a phenomenal shot.
No, went through at least. Wow, you guys could fucking goose egg me here. Not what I wanted. Down big time right at the beginning. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. Oh, Caspian Sea with a beautiful shot.
That was a mediocre. Yeah, that was.
Dude, that was a very good shot.
That's a better.
Was it a good that ball
Nope, that was better. See, that's the shot I wasn't sure I could make. So I went with mine.
Oh, my finger slipped.
That was definitely better.
I'm-
I was like,
I'm
is it-
fucked.
can I throw it that way?
So, can you get a hole on this?
No. No, you have to go up that hill. When you have to go up a hill, you usually can't get a hole in one.
Can I get it in too?
No.
Is that a good shot though?
It's okay. I need a really good shot here. No, dude, I should just give you guys 4 points. I think you can get it in 2 as well. Especially if somebody helps you.
I think you can get it in.
Well, show us how.
That was terrible.
Get in.
No, it was not. That was phenomenal. That was a 8 out of 10. 8.5.
Watch your shot. That you think was really good at being a
Oh, wow.
That was such a...
There you go.
Do I go?
Yeah. But you need more of an angle than that.
Catherine says fuck up my shot. You might be able to catch up and get a point.
Amazingly, I might be able to get 2 points. Or, wow, Zoot.
That's right.
Wow, I can't believe I came back. Caspian Sea has a huge lead. Dude, that's a tough hole position. Take out that tree.
Rob, Rob, you are going to get it in on the next shot.
I hope so.
Shouldn't have gone for that.
Rabbi, you're going to get it in the next shot. Or out.
Nope. Water,
Rabbi,
dog.
that's terrible.
That was
Is
terrible.
this what you're trying to do?
Yep.
Is this what you're trying to do?
Show me how it's done, Zoo. Beautiful shot.
Caspian Sea gets it in this shot. And now fucking block. Caspian, why do you always fucking block me on my fucking platform?
I was at 100% power.
Dog, I'm
I
fucked.
was at 100% power. I was trying my best to get in right there.
Just get your points.
Yeah, Caspian, us for a 4, Caspian's on 5.
Oh! See? It's tough because if you would have had some more, if we could go to like 110, I think we both would have made those last 2 shots.
Do you want to go? Do you want to just like not go that way? In the sand. Why would you go that way? You're so far in the sand. I would just go for this one.
But also really gets the best shot in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Fuck. Man, talk about playing really well and then going to shit.
Not done.
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to put the ball down.
Okay, I think Caspian, we're going to tie. We're going to tie, then it's going to be something. Yeah, you go on the sand.
That's not what you want to do.
That's not a bad shot. Caspian, you're in a better position than I am. Okay, that's a terrible shot. Is
Water.
it about as up?
You got a shot to make this. He bounces it off my ball.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Oh.
Yeah. Don't get my out. Yeah. Don't go.
Caspian Sea is guaranteed to win. Boy, this is tough. I'm not good at this, bro. Fuck. If you go slowly, the fucking arrows just take you so far to the right. Zoot, you on Snapchat, big dog?
Yep.
That's the shot, baby. Unfortunately. I'm trying to help Ellen. That might be.
Caspian C1. Dude, that was a really nice shot. Not mine, yours. You making it.
What was your percentage on that? That's perfect. That's the hardest thing to figure out.
I don't know. I didn't even look. Good job, Caspian C. I like playing till I lose. That was fun.
Ortiz.
Look at that. That's like Gucci's moves. You hanging up with it?
Yeah.
Yeah, third eye blind. I heard that somewhere other than I thought he was really. I was just saying, I'm telling you. Music, that's music. That's some stuff. I guess it's kind of like community, you know?
I got money, bro. $50 million. I make $50 million.
You made $50 million? That's pretty tight, dog.
50 million pesos.
That's still pretty good.
I don't even know how much that's worth.
It's like, I think like 500,000. No, if you go to most places, that would be $5 million. That's not exactly what it is, but a lot of places will just do the transaction that way because it's easier. A lot of places in
Say
Mexico.
$158,000. 50 million pesos.
How much?
$850,000.
Yeah, I understand that, but a lot of places in Mexico is just 1 to 10.
Oh, Mexico pesos?
Yeah. What kind of pesos are you talking? Spanish? Is that even a thing?
Yeah.
Don't they use the euro?
50 million. So I'm wrong. 50 million pesos. $200,000.
Okay.
Wait, no.
That doesn't seem right.
Sorry. It's 2.4 million.
Okay, exactly. So that's why they use 1 to 10. So you take that.
Anyway, I'm gonna go to sleep.
All right, man.
Take care.
Good night.
Good
All right, walk your dog and then come back later. I'll send you an invite when Riser's here.
Markets are down today.
Markets are closed. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow they'll be up.
There you go.
Well, to what appears to be a seamlessly convincing other realm, other world. And of course, the hardline rational scientists will say that's just all fantasies of your brain. But I don't think we fully understand, or even close to understanding, exactly what consciousness is. And I remain open to two possibilities: that consciousness is generated by the brain, is made by the brain in the way that a factory makes cars. But I also am open to the possibility that the brain is a receiver of consciousness, just as a television set is the receiver of television signals. That if that is the case, then we locked into the physical realm, we need our everyday alert problem-solving state of consciousness, and that's the state of consciousness that Western civilization values and highly encourages. But these other states of consciousness that allow us to access alternative realities are possibly more important. It may be apocryphal, but it was reported after Francis Crick's role and his Nobel Prize for the discovery of the double helix that he finally got it under the influence of LSD. There's the classic example of Kerry Mullis and the polymerase chain reaction. He said he got that under the influence of LSD. So the notion that the alert problem-solving state of consciousness is the only valuable state of consciousness is disproved by valuable experiences that people have had in a visionary state. But the question that remains unresolved is those entities that we encounter and not everybody encounters them, and you're certainly not going to encounter them on every ayahuasca. There are ayahuasca journeys where nothing seems to happen. I suspect something does happen, but it happens at a subconscious level. I know that shamans in the Amazon regard those trips where actually you don't see visions as amongst the most valuable. And they say you are learning stuff that you're not remembering, but you're learning it anyway. These sentient others that are encountered, what are they? Are they just figments of our brain on drugs? Or are we actually gaining access to a parallel reality which is inhabited by consciousness, which is in a non-physical form? And I'm equally open to that idea. I think that may be what is going on here with ayahuasca. But the other thing is that there is a presence within the ayahuasca brew, and she is present both in ayahuasca and in yahe. And that's one of the reasons why the shamans say that actually the master of the process is the ayahuasca vine, not the leaves. It's as though the vine has harnessed the leaves to gain access to human consciousness. And there, if you have sufficient exposure to ayahuasca or yahe, you drink it enough times. I've had maybe 75 or 80 journeys with ayahuasca. You definitely start to feel an intelligent presence with a definite personality, which I interpret as feminine, and which most people in the West interpret as feminine, and they call her Mother Ayahuasca. There are some tribes in the Amazon who interpret the spirit of ayahuasca as male, but in all cases, that spirit is seen as a teacher. That's fundamentally what ayahuasca is. It's a teacher, and it teaches moral lessons. And that's fascinating, that a mixture of two plants should cause us to reflect on our own behavior and how damaged and affected others, and fill us with a powerful wish not to repeat that negative behavior again in the future. The more baggage you carry in your life, the harder the beating that ayahuasca is going to give you, until it forces you to confront and take responsibility for your own behavior. And that is an extraordinary thing to come from a plant brew in that way. And I think I think ayahuasca is the most powerful of all the plant medicines for accessing these mysterious realms. But there's no doubt you can access them. They're all tryptamines. They're all related to one another in one way. You can access them through LSD, and you certainly can access them through psilocybe mushrooms as well in large enough dose.
both possibilities, as you describe, are interesting, and to me, they're kind of akin to each other. I wonder what the limit of the brain's capacity is to create imaginary worlds and treat them seriously and make them real, and in those worlds explore and have real sort of moral, deep brainstorming sessions up with those entities. So it's almost like the power of the human mind to imagine taken to its limit.
It is. And the curious thing is that the same iconography, people paint their visions after ayahuasca sessions. People were painting in Europe, in the cave of Lascaux, for example, and of course they had access to psilocybin mushrooms in prehistoric Europe. There's a remarkable commonality in the imagery that is painted. I like to give credit where credit is due, and there are two names that need to be mentioned here. One is the late, great Terence McKenna and his book, Food of the Gods, where he proposed the idea very strongly that it was our ancestral encounters with psychedelics that made us fully human. That's what switched on the modern human mind. And very much the same idea began to be explored a bit earlier by Professor David Lewis Williams at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. Fabulous book called The Mind in the Cave, where he is again arguing that these astonishing similarities in cave art and rock art all around the world can only be properly explained by people in deeply altered states of consciousness attempting to remember when they return to a normal everyday state of consciousness, attempting to remember their visions and document them on permanent media like the wall of a cave. So typically you get a lot of geometric patterns, but you also got entities. And those entities often are therianthropes, part animal, part human in form, might have the head of a wolf and the body of a human being, might have the head of a bird and the body of a human being, and so on and so forth, and that they communicate with us in the visionary state. Interestingly, although this sounds like woo-woo, and it is an area that most scientists would steer clear of at risk of their careers, there is very serious work now being done at Imperial College in London and at the University of California at San Diego, where volunteers are being given extended DMT. There's a new technology, DMTX, where the DMT is fed directly into the bloodstream by drip, and it's possible to keep the individual in the peak DMT state, which normally when you smoke or vape DMT, you're looking, if you're lucky, at 10 minutes. Or if you're unlucky, if it's a bad journey, because those 10 minutes can seem like forever. But with DMTX, with the drip feeding of DMT into the bloodstream, these volunteers actually could be kept in the peak state for hours. And unlike LSD, where you rapidly build up tolerance, nobody ever builds up tolerance to DMT. It always hits you with the same power. Even if you took it yesterday and the day before, and you're taking it tomorrow as well, it's still going to have that same power. There's no tolerance there. So that's how they can use that lack of tolerance to keep volunteers in this state. And then when they debrief those volunteers, they're also putting them in MRI scanners and looking at what's happening in the brain. But when they debrief them, they're all talking about encounters with sentient others. There's even a group now called Sentient Others, where people are exchanging, volunteers are now exchanging their experiences. They didn't do so, they weren't allowed to do so at the beginning of the experiment, but now that most of them have left it, they're exchanging their experiences, and it's all about encounters with sentient others who wish to teach them moral lessons. Now, to me, that's wild. What is going on here? How do we account for this? Yeah, I get the notion of hallucinations and brightly colored visuals, but the moral lessons that come with it, those are very odd.
Yeah, and would you say that the reason that could give birth to a civilization is it because such visions can help create myths, and especially like religious myths, that would be a cohesive thing for a large group of people to get around?
Yeah, and can help us to be better members of our own community.
Right, with moral lessons.
Yeah, more contributing members of our community, more caring, more nurturing members of our community. That's got to be good for any community. I've said this a dozen times, but I'll say it again. If I had the power to do so, I would make it a law, an absolute law, that anybody running for a powerful political position, particularly if that position is president or head of state in any kind of way, that person has to undergo the ayahuasca ordeal first. They have to have 10 or 12 sessions of ayahuasca as a condition for applying for the job. I suspect that most who had had those experiences wouldn't want to apply for the job anymore. They would want to live a different kind of life. And those who did want to carry on being a leader of a nation would be very different people from the people who are leading the nations of the earth into chaos and destruction today.
Caspian C, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was looking something up on marsupials. The marmoset is a small marsupial found in South America. And then also the Virginia possum is located in South America as well. I didn't either. Okay, so what was the name of the one that Zoot said?
Quokka.
Thank you. This better be cute as fuck. Oh yeah, it's super cute. It's super cute. Oh, this fucking thing before. It's super cute. It's like a fuzzy koala, like a nice koala bear.
Yeah, they'll be doing it for the right reasons. I mentioned to you I recently interviewed Donald Trump and actually brought up this same idea that it would be a much better world if most of Congress and most politicians would take some form of psychedelic, at the very least.
I have no doubt that it would be a better world. I mean, this raises an interesting point, which is the role of government in controlling our consciousness. And in my opinion, the so-called war on drugs is one of the fundamental abuses of human rights that have been undertaken in the past 60 years. It should be a Republican issue. If I understand the Republican Party correctly, the Republican Party believes in individual freedom for adults as much as possible, and particularly the freedom to make choices over their own bodies. But in the case of even cannabis, I know, right, there's one of the great things that's happening in America. It's happening state by state, where cannabis is being legalized, and that draconian hand of government is being taken off the back of people who are consuming a medicine that is far less harmful than alcohol, which is glorified in our society. We cannot say that we are free if we allow a government to dictate to us what experiences we may or may not have in our inner consciousness while doing no harm to others. And the point there is we already have a whole raft of laws that deal with us when we do harm to others. Do we really need laws that tell us what we may or may not experience in the inner sanctum of our own consciousness? I think it's a fundamental violation of adult sovereignty. And we would have much less drug problems if these drugs were all legalized and made available to people without shaming them, without punishing them in any way, but just part of normal social life. And then you could be sure that you were getting good product rather than really shitty product, which has been cut with all sorts of other things. Ultimately, the way forward is for adults to take responsibility for their own behavior and for society to allow that to happen, and not to have big government taking responsibility for decisions that should be in the hands of individuals.
And for me also, it's exciting some of these substances like psilocybin are being integrated to scientific studies, large scales. It's really interesting.
We've seen a revolution in the way science looks at psychedelics in the last 20, 25 years. They were in that highly demonized category. But again, it's one of those paradigms which gets overwhelmed by new evidence, and it began to be realized that psilocybin and other psychedelics are very helpful in a range of conditions from which people suffer. Post-traumatic stress disorder, the fear of death when you're suffering from terminal cancer can be overwhelming, and it's been found that psilocybin can remove that. Deep depressions can be evaporated with one single massive psilocybin journey. They just go away. There's really good science on this, and they are being integrated into conventional medicine more and more. We'll see it happening. I'm not sure if it'll happen as fast as I would like to see it happen in my lifetime, but it is going to happen.
Yeah, actually, just recently found out that he had a TED Talk, War on Consciousness, that was taken down,
Yeah.
and that was just part of just the general resistance, because it wasn't a radical. It wasn't
No,
really a radical.
I was talking about ayahuasca, and I was talking about the view that I hold very strongly, that as long as we do no harm to others, sovereign adults should be allowed to make decisions about their own bodies and not face a jail sentence or shaming as a result. But so it was a TEDx talk, not a TED talk, organized by a local TED group. They call them TEDx talks. I gave this talk about the war on consciousness, and it was immediately pulled down from TED's main channel with all kinds of bizarre reasons being given. But unfortunately, it was too late because a number of people had already downloaded the talk and then uploaded it onto other YouTube channels. And actually, their banning of it made it go viral in a way that would not have happened otherwise. But again, it's a sign that points of view that are not acceptable to those in positions of power are simply dismissed and shut down, or at least attempts are made to do so.
Scream at me.
In general, just along that line of thinking, I'm pretty sure that what we understand about consciousness today will seem silly to humans from 100 years from now.
You bet. Especially if we harness psychedelics to investigate consciousness. And that is what is happening at Imperial College right now, is the investigation of the experience. They're not looking. There are other trials that are looking for the therapeutic potential of DMT, but in this case, they're looking entirely at the experiences that people have and why they're so similar. And people from different age groups and different genders and different parts of the world are all having the same experience.
And for me, from an engineer perspective, it's interesting if it's possible to engineer consciousness in artificial beings.
Yeah.
It's another way to approach the question of how special is human consciousness.
Yeah.
From where does it arise? Is it something that permeates all of life? And in that case, what is the thing that makes life special? Like, what is life? What is these living organisms that we have here, and that evolved to create humans? And what is truly special about humans? And it's both scary and exciting to consider the possibility that we can create something like this.
Yeah, but why not? We're a vehicle for consciousness, in my view. I think consciousness is present in all life on Earth. I don't think it's limited to human beings. We have the equipment to manifest and express that consciousness in the way that a dog, for example, doesn't have, or a snail doesn't have, or a pigeon doesn't have. But when I look at two pigeons sitting on my garden fence and rubbing up close to each other and enjoying each other's company and taking off together and hanging out together, I think they're conscious beings. And I think consciousness is everywhere. I think it's the basis of everything, and I suspect that fundamentally consciousness is non-physical, and that it can manifest in physical forms where it can then have experiences that would not be available in the non-physical state. That's a guess.
That'd be a fascinating, because then you can construct all kinds of physical forms to manifest the consciousness.
And see if consciousness enters, if they become conscious. Isn't there some suggestion that artificial intelligence is already becoming conscious?
That makes humans really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because we are at the top of the food chain. We consider ourselves truly special, and to consider that there's other things that could be special is scary.
Well, look how other people make us uncomfortable too. I mean, look at the state of the world today. All the conflicts that are raging. That's because we're afraid. When I say we, I'm speaking nation by nation. We are afraid of other people. We fear that they're going to hurt us or damage us in some way, and so we seek to stop that. It's the root of many conflicts. This fear, and so fear of AI may not be such a good idea after all. It might be very interesting to go down that route and see where it comes. Certainly, in terms of exploring consciousness, it is very interesting.
Yeah, fear is a useful thing, but it can also be destructive.
Well, it can be destructive, and it can shut you down completely.
If you look into the future, maybe the next 100 years, what do you hope are the interesting discoveries in archaeology that we'll find?
Well, I'd really like to know how the Great Pyramid, like a second ground gallery that has been identified with remote scanning, and being found as a result of this. So it may be that the Great Pyramid will ultimately give up its secrets. I often think that the Great Pyramid is partly designed to do that. It's designed to invite its own initiates. Some people aren't interested in the Great Pyramid at all, but some people are fascinated by it and they're drawn towards it. And when they're drawn towards it, it immediately starts raising questions in their minds and they seek answers to their questions. So it's like saying, here I stand, investigate me, find out about me, figure out what I am. Why have I got these two shafts cut into the side of the so-called Queen's Chamber? Why do they slope up through the body of the Great Pyramid? Why do they not exit on the outside of the Great Pyramid? Why, when we send a robot up those shafts, do we find them after about 160 feet blocked by a door with metal handles? Why, when we drill through that door to see what's beyond it, 3 or 4 feet away, we see another door? It's like very frustrating, but it's saying to us, keep on exploring. If you're persistent enough, we'll eventually give you the answer. So I'm hoping that that answer will come as to how this most mysterious of monuments was actually built and the inspiration that lay behind it. Certainly, I'm sure it was never a tomb or a tomb only. The later pyramids might have been. Actually, no pharaonic burial has been discovered in any pyramid, but nevertheless, it's pretty clear that the later pyramids, with the pyramid texts written on the walls, like the Pyramid of Unas, 5th Dynasty Pyramid at Saqqara, were tombs. But the Great Pyramid, to go to that length to create a tomb, to make it a scale model of the Earth, to orient it perfectly to true north, to make it 6 million tons. This is not a tomb. This is something else. This is a curiosity device. This is something that is asking us to understand it. And I hope we will understand it. And I hope Egyptologists will be willing to set aside that prejudice that they're only looking at a tomb and consider other possibilities. And as new tech is revealing these previously unknown inner spaces within the Great Pyramid, I think that's going to become more and more likely.
So not just the how it was built, but the why.
But the why.
And to you, it seems obvious that there would be a cosmic motivation.
Yeah, very, very much so. As above, so below. Which is an idea in the Hermetica. The god Hermes for the Greeks was the Greek version of Thoth, the wisdom god of ancient Egypt, and that's where that saying comes from. It comes from the Hermetica, but it's expressing an ancient Egyptian idea to mirror the perfection of the heavens on earth.
Do you think there's something interesting to be discovered about the how it was built? You mean beyond the sort of the ideas of using ramps and wet sand?
Ramps won't do it. Ramps won't do it, nor will wet sand. It's true that the ancient Egyptians did haul big objects on sleds on wet sand. There are even reliefs that show the process where an individual is standing on the front of the sledge pouring water down to lubricate the sand underneath, and that's a perfectly respectable way to move a 200-ton block of stone across sand, flat sand, if you have enough people to pull it. But that is not going to help you get dozens of 70-ton granite blocks 300 feet in the air to form the roof of the King's Chamber and the floor of the chamber above it and the roof of that chamber and the floor of the chamber above that, and so on and so forth. Wet sand never got those objects up there. Somehow they were lifted up there. Now, ramps are proposed as the solution, but where are the remains of those ramps? If you're going to carry blocks weighing up to 2 or 3 tons right to the top of the Great Pyramid to complete your work, you're going to need a ramp that's going to extend out into the desert for more than a mile at a 10-degree slope. And it's calculated that a 10-degree slope is about the maximum slope that human labor can haul objects up a ramp. And that ramp can't just be compacted sand, since heavy objects are being hauled up. It's going to have to be made of very solid material, almost as solid as the pyramid itself. Where is it? We don't see any trace of those so-called ramps that are supposed to have been involved in the construction of the pyramid. I think we don't know. I think we have no idea it's built. That's why there's so many different theories. We haven't got the answer yet. But the how of it is one of the big mysteries from our past.
I love the Great Pyramids as a kind of puzzle that was created by the ancient peoples to be solved by later peoples. I mean, this is, I don't know if you're aware of the 10,000-year clock that was built by Jeff Bezos and Danny Hillis in Sierra Diablo Mountains in Texas. So they're building a clock that ticks once a year for 10,000 years.
Oh, wow.
But it's talking about, and it's supposed to sort of run, if there's a nuclear apocalypse, it just runs. And it's an example of modern humans thinking like, okay, if 10,000 years from now and beyond, if something goes wrong, or the future humans that are way different come back and they analyze what happened here, how can we create monuments that they could then analyze?
Yeah.
And in that way, be curious about, in their curiosity, discover some deep truths about this current time. It's an interesting kind of notion of like, what can we build now
that would last? And the answer is that the majority of what we build now wouldn't last. Would be gone within a few thousand years. But what would last is massive megalithic structures like the Great Pyramid. That would last, and it could be used to send a message to the future. I think Göbekli Tepe serves a similar function. I mean, there it was buried 10,400 years ago. And then for the next 10,000 years, nobody touched it. Nobody knew it was there. It took the genius of Klaus Schmidt, the original excavator, to realize what he'd found and what it was. But the great thing about the sealing of Göbekli Tepe, the deliberate burial of Göbekli Tepe, is it means that no later culture trod over it and imposed their organic materials on it and messed up
pyramids and some of the other amazing things that humans have built was the results of us humans struggling with our mortality.
That's the ultimate goal. That seems to me what's at the heart of many pyramids around the world, is that they're connected in one way or another to the notion of death and to the notion of the exploration of the afterlife. And this is, of course, the fundamental mystery that all human beings face. We may wish to ignore it. We may wish to pretend that it's not going to happen. But we are, of course, all mortal. Every one of us, all 8 billion or however many of us that are on the planet right now, we're all going to face death sooner or later. And the question is, what happens? And there are a few cultures that really intensely, deeply studied that mystery. We are not one of them. The general view of science, I think, is that we're accidents of evolution. When we die, the light blinks out. There's no more of us. There's no such thing as the soul. But that's not a proven point. There's no experiment that proves that's the case. We know we die, but we don't know whether there's such a thing as a soul or not.
Yeah, it's the great mystery.
It's a great mystery that we all share. And those cultures that have investigated it, and ancient Egypt is the best example, have investigated it thoroughly and map out the journey that we make after death. But that notion of a journey after death, and of hazards and challenges along the way, and ultimately of a judgment, that notion is found right around the world, and it even manifests into the 3 monotheistic faiths that are still present in the world today.
Well, you're one such human, and you said you contemplate your own death.
Yeah.
Are you afraid of it?
No. I'm not afraid of death at all. I'm curious about death. I think it could be very interesting. I think it's the beginning of the next great adventure. So I don't fear it. And I would like to live as long as my body is healthy enough to make living worthwhile. But I don't fear death. What I do fear is pain. I do fear the humiliation that old age and the collapse of the faculties can bring. I do fear the cancers that can strike us down and riddle us with pain and agony. That I fear very, very much indeed. But death is going to come to all of us. I accept it. It's going to come to me. And I'm not going to say I'm looking forward to it, but when it happens, I'm going to approach it, I hope, with a sense of curiosity and a sense of adventure. That there's something beyond this life. It isn't heaven, it isn't hell, but there's something. The soul goes on. I think reincarnation is a very plausible idea. Again, modern science would reject that. But there's the excellent work of Ian Stevenson, Children Who Remember Past Lives, who found that children up to the age of 7 often have memories of past lives. And in cultures where memories of past lives are discouraged, they tend not to express that much. But in cultures where memories of past lives are encouraged, like India, they do express it. And he found several subjects, children under the age of 7 in India, who were able to remember specific details of a past life, and he was able to go to the place where that past life unfolded and validate those details. So if consciousness is the basis of everything, if it's the essence of everything, and consciousness benefits in some way from being incarnated in physical form, then reincarnation makes a lot of sense. All the investment that the universe has put into creating this home for life may have a much bigger purpose than just accident.
What a beautiful mystery this whole thing is.
Yeah, we are immersed in mystery. We live in the midst of mystery. We're surrounded by mystery. And if we pretend otherwise, we're deluding ourselves.
And Graham, thank you so much for inspiring the world to explore that mystery. Thank you for talking today.
Thank you, Lex. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Graham Hancock. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Charles Darwin. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following Jordan Peterson, his second time on this, the Lex Friedman podcast. You have given a set of lectures on Nietzsche as part of the new Peterson Academy, and the lectures were powerful. There's some element of the contradictions, the tensions, the drama, the way you like lock an idea, but then are struggling with that idea. All of that feels like it's a Nietzschean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, he's a big influence on me stylistically and like in terms of the way I approached writing. And also many of the people that were other influences of mine were very influenced by him. So I was blown away when I first came across his writings. They're so intellectually dense that I don't know if there's anything that approximates that. Dostoevsky maybe, although he's much more wordy. Nietzsche is very succinct, partly because he was so ill, because he would think all day. He couldn't spend a lot of time writing. And he condensed his writings into very short, this aphoristic style he had. It's really something to strive for. And then he's also an exciting writer, like Dostoevsky, and dynamic and romantic in that emotional way. And so it's really something. And I really enjoyed doing that. I did that lecture that you described. That lecture series is on the first half of Beyond Good and Evil, which is a stunning book. And that was really fun to take pieces of it and then to describe what they mean and how they've echoed across the decades since he wrote them. And yeah, it's been great.
Taking each sentence seriously and deconstructing it and really struggling with it. I think underpinning that approach to writing requires deep respect for the person. I think if we approach writing with that kind of respect, you can take Orwell, you can take a lot of writers and really dig in on singular sentences.
Yeah, well, those are the great writers, because the greatest writers, virtually everything they wrote is worth attending to. And I think Nietzsche is in some ways the ultimate exemplar of that, because often when I read a book, I'll mark one way or another. I often fold the corner of the page over to indicate something that I found that's worth remembering. I couldn't do that with a book like Beyond Good and Evil, because every page ends up marked. And that's in marked contrast, so to speak, to many of the books I read now, where it's quite frequently now that I'll read a book and there won't be an idea in it that I haven't come across before. And with a thinker like Nietzsche, that's just not the case at the sentence level. And I don't think there's anyone that I know of who did that to a greater extent than he did. So there's other people whose thought is of equivalent value. I've returned recently, and I'm going to do a course to the work of this Romanian historian of religions, Mircea Eliade, who's not nearly as well known as he should be, and whose work, by the way, is a real antidote to the postmodern nihilistic Marxist stream of literary interpretation that the universities as a whole have adopted. And Iliad is like that too. I used this book called The Sacred and the Profane quite extensively in a book that I'm releasing in mid-November, We Who Wrestle with God, and it's of the same sort. It's endlessly analyzable. Iliad had walked through the whole history of religious ideas, and he had the intellect that enabled him to do that, and everything he wrote is dreamlike in its density. So every sentence or paragraph is evocative in an image-rich manner, and that also, what would you say, deepens and broadens the scope. And that's part of often what distinguishes writing that has a literary end from writing that's more merely technical. Like the literary writings have this imagistic and dreamlike reference space around them, and it takes a long time to turn a complex image into something semantic. And so if your writing evokes deep imagery, it has a depth that can't be captured merely in words. And the great romantic poetic philosophers, Nietzsche is a very good example, Dostoevsky is a good example, so is Mircea Eliade. They have that quality. And it's a good way of thinking about it. You know, it's kind of interesting from the perspective of technical analysis of intelligence. There's a good book called The User Illusion, which is the best book on consciousness that I ever read. It explains the manner in which our communication is understandable in this manner. So imagine that when you're communicating something, you're trying to change the way that your target audience perceives and acts in the world. So that's an embodied issue. But you're using words which obviously aren't equivalent to the actions themselves. Imagine that the words are surrounded by a cloud of images that they evoke, and that the images can be translated into actions. Yeah, and the greatest writing uses words in a manner that evokes images that profoundly affects perception and action. And so I would take the manner in which I act and behave, I would translate that into a set of images. My dreams do that for me, for example. Then I compress them into words. I toss you the words, you decompose them, decompress them into the images and then into the actions, and that's what happens in a meaningful conversation. It's a very good way of understanding how we communicate linguistically.
So if the words spring to the full visual complexity, and then that can then transform itself into action.
Yeah,
That's
and change in perception. Because
change in perception.
well,
yeah.
Those are both relevant, and it's an important thing to understand, because the classic empiricists make the presumption, and it's an erroneous presumption, that perception is a value-free enterprise. And they assume that partly because they think of perception as something passive. You know, you just turn your head and you look at the world and there it is. It's like, perception is not passive. There is no perception without action, ever. And that's a weird thing to understand, because even when you're looking at something, like your eyes are moving back and forth, if they ever stop moving for a tenth of a second, you stop being able to see. So your eyes are jiggling back and forth just to keep them active. And then there's involuntary movements of your eyes. And then there's voluntary movements of your eyes. Like what you're doing with your eyes is very much like what a blind person would do if they were feeling out the contours of an object. You're sampling, and you're only sampling a small element of the space that's in front of you. And the element that you choose to sample is dependent on your aims and your goals. So it's value saturated. And so all your perceptions are action predicated. And partly what you're doing when you're communicating is therefore not only changing people's actions, let's say, but you're also changing the strategy that they use to perceive. And so you change the way the world reveals itself for them. See, this is why it's such a profound experience to read a particularly deep thinker, because you could also think of your perceptions as the axioms of your thought. That's a good way of thinking about it. A perception is like what would you say? It's a thought that's so set in concrete that you now see it rather than conceptualize it. A really profound thinker changes the way you perceive the world. That's way deeper than just how you think about it or how you feel about it.
What about not just profound thinkers, but thinkers that deliver a powerful idea? For example, utopian ideas of Marx, or utopian ideas, you could say dystopian ideas of Hitler. Those ideas are powerful, and they can saturate all your perception with values. and they focus you in a way where there's only a certain set of actions.
Yeah, right. Even a certain set of emotions as well.
And it's intense and it's direct, and they're so powerful that they completely alter the perception, and the words spring to life.
Yeah, it's like a form of possession. So there's two things you need to understand to make that clear. The first issue is that, as we suggested or implied, that perception is action predicated, but action is goal predicated, right? You act towards a goal. And these propagandistic thinkers that you described, they attempt to unify all possible goals into a coherent singularity. And there's advantages of that. There's the advantage of simplicity, for example, which is a major advantage. And there's also the advantage of motivation, right? So if you provide people with a simple manner of integrating all their actions, you decrease their anxiety and you increase their motivation. That can be a good thing if the unifying idea that you put forward is valid, but it's the worst of all possible ideas if you put forward an invalid unifying idea. And then you might say, well, how do you distinguish between a valid unifying idea and an invalid unifying idea? Now, Nietzsche was very interested in that, and I don't think he got that exactly right. But the postmodernists, for example, especially the ones, and this is most of them with a neo-Marxist bent, their presumption is that the fundamental unifying idea is power, that everything's about compulsion and force, essentially, and that that's the only true unifying ethos of mankind, which is, I don't know if there's a worse idea than that. I mean, there are ideas that are potentially as dangerous. The nihilistic idea is pretty dangerous, although it's more of a disintegrating notion than a unifying idea. The hedonistic idea that you live for pleasure, for example, that's also very dangerous. But if you wanted to go for sheer pathology, the notion that, and this is Foucault in a nutshell, and Marx for that matter, that power rules everything, not only is that a terrible unifying idea, but it fully justifies your own use of power. And I don't mean the power Nietzsche talks about. His will to power was more his insistence that a human being is an expression of will rather than a mechanism of self-protection and security. Like, he thought of the life force in human beings as something that strived not to protect itself, but to exhaust itself in being and becoming. It's like an upward oriented motivational drive, even towards meaning. Now, he called it the will to power, and that had some unfortunate consequences. At least that's how it's translated. But he didn't mean the power motivation that people like Foucault or Marx became so hung up on.
So it's not power like you're trying to destroy the other. It's power, full flourishing of a human being, the creative force of a human being.
Yeah. Well, you could imagine that, and you could imagine that you could segregate competence and ability. Like, imagine that you and I were going to work on a project. We could organize our project in relationship to the ambition that we wanted to attain, and we can organize an agreement so that you were committed to the project voluntarily, and so that I was committed to the project voluntarily. So that means that we would actually be united in our perceptions and our actions by the motivation of something approximating voluntary play. Now, you could also imagine another situation where I said, here's our goal, and you better help me or I'm going to kill your family. Well, the probability is that you would be quite motivated to undertake my bidding. And so then you might say, well, that's how the world works. It's power and compulsion. But the truth of the matter is that you can force people to see things your way, let's say, but it's nowhere near as good a strategy, even practically, than the strategy that would be associated with something like voluntary joint agreement of pattern of movement strategy towards a goal. See, this is such an important thing to understand because it helps you start to understand the distinction between a unifying force that's based on power and compulsion and one that is much more in keeping, I would say, with the ethos that governs Western societies, free Western societies. There's really a qualitative difference. And it's not some morally relativistic illusion.
So if we just look at the nuance of Nietzsche's thought, the idea he first introduced, and thus spoke Zarathustra, of the Übermensch.
Yeah,
That's another one that's very easy to misinterpret because it sounds awfully a lot like it's about power.
yeah, right.
For example, in the 20th century, it was misrepresented and co-opted by Hitler to advocate for the extermination of the inferior non-Aryan races.
Yeah, and the dominion of the superior Aryans. Yeah, and yeah, well, that was partly because Nietzsche's work also was misrepresented by his sister after his death. But definitely, but I also think that there's a fun law in that Nietzschean conceptualization. So Nietzsche, of course, famously announced the death of God, but he did that in a manner that was accompanied by dire warnings, like Nietzsche said, because people tend to think of that as a triumphalist statement. But Nietzsche actually said that he really said something like the unifying ethos under which we've organized ourselves psychologically and socially has now been fatally undermined by the rationalist proclivity, by the empiricist proclivity. There's a variety of reasons. Mostly it was conflict between the Enlightenment view, let's say, and the classic religious view, and that there will be dire consequences for that. And Nietzsche knew, like Dostoevsky knew, that, see, there's a proclivity for the human psyche and for human societies to move towards something approximating a unity, because the cost of disunity is high. Fractionation of your goals, so that means you're less motivated to move forward than you might be because there's many things competing for your attention, and also anxiety, because anxiety actually signals something like goal conflict. So there's an thing that's uniting them. That's the death of God. They either fractionate and you get confusion, anxiety, and hopelessness, or you get social disunity, or something else arises out of the abyss to constitute that unifying force. And Nietzsche said specifically that he believed that one of those manifestations would be that of communism, and that would kill, he said this in Will to Power, that would kill tens of millions of people in the upcoming 20th century. Like he could see that coming 50 years earlier. Dostoevsky did the same thing in his book Demons. So this is the thing that the a-religious have to contend with. It's a real conundrum because, I mean, you could dispute the idea that our value systems tend towards a unity, and society does as well, because otherwise we're disunified. But the cost of that disunity, as I said, is goal confusion, anxiety, and hopelessness. So it's like a real cost. So you could dispense with the notion of unity altogether, and the postmodernists did that to some degree. But they pulled off a sleight of hand too, where they replaced it by power. Now Nietzsche he's responsible for that to some degree, because Nietzsche said, with his conception of the overman, let's say, is that human beings would have to create their own values, because the value structure that had descended from on high was now shunted aside. But there's a major problem with that. Many major problems. The psychoanalysts were the first people who really figured this out after Nietzsche, because imagine that we don't have a relationship with the transcendental anymore that orients us. Okay, now we have to turn to ourselves. Okay, now if we were a unity, a clear unity within ourselves, let's say, then we can turn to ourselves for that discovery. But if we're a fractionated plurality internally, then when we turn to ourselves, we turn to a fractionated plurality. Well, that was Freud's observation. It's like, well, how can you make your own values when you're not the master in your own house? Like you're a war of competing motivations, or maybe you're someone who's dominated by the will to force and compulsion. And so why do you think that you can rely on yourself as the source of values? And why do you think you're wise enough to consult with yourself to find out what those values are, or what they should be, say, in the course of a single life? You know, it's difficult to organize your own personal relationship, like one relationship in the course of your life, let alone to try to imagine that out of whole cloth you could construct an ethos that would be psychologically and socially stabilizing and last over the long run. It's like, and of course, Marx, people like that, the people who reduce human motivation to a single axis, they had the intellectual hubris to imagine that they could do that. Postmodernists are a good example of that as well.
Okay, but if we lay on the table religion, communism, Nazism, they are all unifying ethos. They're unifying ideas, but they're also horribly dividing ideas. They both unify and divide. Religion has also divided people.
Yeah.
Because in the nuances of how the different peoples wrestle with God, they have come to different conclusions, and then they use those conclusions, or perhaps the people in power use those conclusions to then start wars, to start hatred, to divide.
Yeah, well, it's one of the key sub-themes in the Gospels is the sub-theme of the Pharisees. And so the fundamental enemies of Christ in the Gospels are the Pharisees and the scribes and the lawyers. So what does that mean? The Pharisees are religious hypocrites. The scribes are academics who worship their own intellect. And the lawyers are the legal minds who use the law as a weapon. And so they're the enemy of the Redeemer. That's a subplot in the gospel stories. And that actually all means something. The Pharisaic problem is that the best of all possible ideas can be used by the worst actors in the worst possible way. And maybe this is an existential conundrum, is that the most evil people use the best possible ideas to the worst possible ends. And then you have the conundrum of how do you separate out, let's say, the genuine religious people from those who use the religious enterprise only for their own machinations. We're seeing this happen online. Like one of the things that you're seeing happening online, I'm sure you've noticed this, especially on the right-wing psychopathic troll side of the distribution, is the weaponization of a certain form of Christian ideation. And that's often marked, at least online, by the presence of, what would you say, cliches like Christ is king, which has a certain religious meaning, but a completely different meaning in this sphere of emerging right-wing pathology. Right-wing. The political dimension isn't the right dimension of analysis, but it's definitely the case that the best possible ideas can be used for the worst possible purposes. And that also brings up another specter, which is like, well, is there any reliable and valid way of distinguishing truly beneficial unifying ideas from those that are pathological? And so that's another thing that I tried to detail out in these lectures, but also in this new book. It's like, how do you tell the good actors from the bad actors at the most fundamental level of analysis?
And good ideas from the bad ideas, and you lecture on truth, and Nietzsche also struggled with. So how do you know that communism is a bad idea versus it's a good idea implemented by bad actors?
Right. That's a more subtle variant of the religious problem, and that's what the communists say all the time. The modern day communists, like, real communism has never been tried. And you could say, I suppose, with some justification, you could say that real Christianity has never been tried because we always fall short of the ideal mark. And so, I mean, my rejoinder to the communists is something like, every single time it's been implemented, wherever it's been implemented, regardless of the culture and the background of the people who've implemented it, it's had exactly the same catastrophic consequences. It's like, I don't know how many examples you need of that, but I believe we've generated sufficient examples so that that case is basically resolved. Now, the general rejoinder to that is, it's really something like, well, if I was in charge of the communist enterprise, the utopia would have come about, right? But that's also a form of dangerous pretense. Part of the way, see, that problem is actually resolved to some degree in the developing notion of sacrifice that emerges in the Western canon over thousands and thousands of years. So one of the suggestions, for example, and this is something exemplified in the Passion story, is that you can tell the valid holder of an idea because that holder will take the responsibility for the consequences of his idea onto himself. And that's why, for example, you see one way of conceptualizing Christ in the gospel story is as the ultimate sacrifice to God. So you might ask, well, what's the ultimate sacrifice? And there are variants of the answer to that. One form of ultimate sacrifice is the sacrifice of a child, the offering of a child, and the other is the offering of the self. And the story of Christ brings both of those together because he's the Son of God that's offered to God. And so it's an archetypal resolution of that tension between ultimate sacrifice. Ultimate because once you're a parent, most parents would rather sacrifice themselves than their children. right? So you have something that becomes of even more value than yourself. But the sacrifice of self is also a very high order level of sacrifice. Christ is an archetype of the pattern of being that's predicated on the decision to offer everything up to the highest value, right? A pattern of self-sacrifice. And I think part of the reason that's valid is because the person who undertakes to do that pays the price themselves. It's not externalized. They're not trying to change anyone else, except maybe by example. It's your problem. Like Solzhenitsyn pointed that out too, when he was struggling with the idea of good versus evil. And you see this in more sophisticated literature, in really unsophisticated literature or drama. There's a good guy and the bad guy. And the good guy's all good. And the bad guy's all bad. And in more sophisticated literature, the good and bad are abstracted. You can think of them as spirits. And then those spirits possess all the characters in the complex drama to a greater or lesser degree. And that battle is fought out both socially and internally. In the high order religious conceptualizations in the West, if they culminate, let's say, in the Christian story, the notion is that battle between good and evil is fundamentally played out as an internal drama.
Yeah, so for a religious evil is fought within each individual human heart.
Right, it's your moral duty to constrain evil within yourself. And well, there's more to it than that, because there's also the insistence that if you do that, that makes you the most effective possible, like warrior, let's say, against evil itself in the social world. That you start with the battle that occurs within you, in the soul, let's say. The soul becomes the battleground between the forces of good and evil. The idea that there's an idea there too, which is if that battle is undertaken successfully, then it doesn't have to be played out in the social world as actual conflict, right? You can rectify the conflict internally without it having to be played out as fate, as Jung put it.
So what would you say to Nietzsche, who called Christianity the slave morality? And his critique of religion in that way was slave morality versus master morality, and then you put in Ubermensch into that.
See, I would say that the woke phenomenon is the manifestation of the slave morality that Nietzsche criticized, and that there are elements of Christianity that can be gerrymandered to support that mode of perception and conception. But I think he was wrong in his essential criticism of Christianity in that regard. Now, it's complicated with Nietzsche because Nietzsche never criticizes the gospel stories directly. What he basically criticizes is something like the pathologies of institutionalized religion. And I would say most particularly of the, what would you say, of the sort of casually too nice Protestant form. That's a thumbnail sketch and perhaps somewhat unfair, but given the alignment, let's say, of the more mainstream Protestant movements with the woke mob, I don't think it's an absurd criticism. It's something like the degeneration of Christianity into the notion that good and harmless are the same. And I also think Nietzsche was extremely wrong in his presumption that human beings should take it to themselves to construct their own values. I think he made a colossal error in that presumption.
And that is the idea of the Ubermensch, that the great individual, the best of us, should create our own values.
Well, and I think the reason that he was wrong about that is that, so when God gives instructions to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, he basically tells them that they can do anything they want in the walled garden. So that's the kind of balance between order and nature that makes up the human environment. Human beings have the freedom vouchsafed to them by God to do anything they want in the garden except to mess with the moral rules. So God says to people, you're not to eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which fundamentally means there is an implicit moral order and you're to abide by it. Your freedom stops at the foundation. And you can think about that. I'd be interested even in your ideas about this as an engineer, let's say, is that there is an ethos in being itself. And your ethos has to be a reflection of that. And that isn't under your control. You can't gerrymander the foundation because your foundational beliefs have to put you in harmony, like musical harmony, with the actual structure of reality as such. So I can give you an example of that. So our goal, insofar as we're conducting ourselves properly, is to have the kind of interesting conversation that allows both of us to express ourselves in a manner that enables us to learn and grow, such that we can share that with everyone who's listening. And if our aim is true and upward, then that's what we're doing. Well, that means that we're going to have to match ourselves to a pattern of interaction, and that's marked for us emotionally. Like you and I both know this. If we're doing this right, we're going to be interested in the conversation. We're not going to be looking at our watch. We're not going to be thinking about what we're aiming at. We're just going to communicate. Now, the religious interpretation of that would be that we were doing something like making the redemptive logos manifest between us in dialogue. And that's something that can be shared. To do that, we have to align with that pattern. I can't decide that there's some arbitrary way that I'm going to play you. I mean, I could do that if I was a psychopathic manipulator, but to do that optimally, I'm not going to impose a certain mode of, a certain a priori aim, let's say, on our communication and manipulate you into that. So the constraints on my ethos reflect the actual structure of the world. And I can't, this is the communist presumption. It's like, we're going to burn everything down and we're going to start from scratch. We've got these axiomatic presumptions. We're going to put them into place and we're going to socialize people so they now think and live like communists from day one. And human beings are infinitely malleable. And we can use a rational set of presuppositions to decide what sort of beings they should be. The transhumanists are doing, it's like, no, there's a pattern of being that you have to fall into alignment with. And I think it's the pattern of being, by the way, that if you fall into alignment with, it gives you hope. It protects you from anxiety, and it gives you a sense of harmony with your surroundings and with other people. And none of that's arbitrary.
But don't you think we both arrived to this conversation with rigid axioms that we have? Maybe we're blind to them, but in the same way that the Marxists came with very rigid axioms about the way the world is and the way it should be, aren't we coming to that?
Well, we definitely come to the conversation with a hierarchy of foundational axioms, right? And I would say the more sophisticated you are as a thinker, the deeper the level at which you're willing to play. So imagine first that you have presumptions of different depth. There's more predicated on the more fundamental axioms, and then that there's a space of play around those. And that space of play is going to depend on the sophistication of the player, obviously. But those who are capable of engaging in deeper conversations talk about more fundamental things with more play. Now, we have to come to the conversation with a certain degree of structure because we wouldn't be able to understand each other or communicate if a lot of things were already assumed or taken for granted.
How rigid is the hierarchy of axioms that religion provides? This is what I'm trying to understand. The rigidity of that hierarchy.
Rigid as play.
Well, play is not rigid at all.
No. It's got a rigidity.
There's some constraints.
It took me about 40 years to figure out the answer to that question. So it wasn't, I'm serious about that. So it wasn't a random answer. So play is very rigid in some ways. So like if you and I go out to play basketball or chess, like there are rules and you can't break the rules because then you're no longer in the game. But then there's a dynamism within those rules that's, well, with chess, it's virtually infinite. I mean, I think, what is it? There's more patterns of potential games on a chessboard than there are subatomic particles in the observable universe. Like it's an insane space. So it's not like there's not freedom within it. But it's a weird paradox in a way, isn't it? Because music is like this too, is that there are definitely rules. And there are things, you can't throw a basketball into a chess board and still be playing chess. But weirdly enough, if you adhere to the rules, the realm of freedom increases rather than decreasing. And I think you can make the same case for a playful conversation. It's like we're playing by certain rules and a lot of them are implicit, but that doesn't mean that, it might mean the reverse of constraint, because in this seminar, for example, that I was referring to, the Exodus seminar and then the Gospel seminar, everybody in the seminar, there's about 8 of us, played fair. Nobody used power. Nobody tried to prove they were right. They put forward their points, but they were like, here's a way of looking at that, assess it. And they were also doing it genuinely. It's like, this is what I've concluded about, say, this story. And I'm going to make a case for it, but I'd like to hear what you have to say, because maybe you can change it, you can extend it, you can find a flaw in it. And that's a conversation that has flow and that's engaging and that other people will listen to as well. And that's also, see, I think that one of the things that we can conclude now, and we can do this even from a neuroscientific basis, is that that sense of engaged meaning is a marker not only for the emergence of harmony between you and your environment, but for the emergence of that harmony in a way that is developmentally rich, that moves you upward towards, what would you say? Well, I think towards a more effective entropic state. That's actually the technical answer to that. But it makes you more than you are. And there's a directionality in that.
Well, I would like to the reason I like talking about communism, because it has clearly been shown as a set of ideas to be destructive to humanity. But I would like to understand from an engineering perspective the characteristics of communism versus religion, where you could identify religious thought is going to lead to a better human being, a better society, and communist Marxist thought is not. Because there's ambiguity, there's room for play in communism and Marxism, because they kind of had a utopian sense of where everybody's headed, don't know how it's going to happen. Maybe revolution is required, but after the revolution is done, we'll figure it out. And there's an underlying assumption that maybe human beings are good and they'll figure it out once you remove the oppressor.
Yeah.
I mean, all these ideas kind of, until you put them into practice, it can be quite convincing.
Very.
In the 19th century, if I was reading, which is kind of fascinating, the 19th century produced such powerful ideas. Marx and Nietzsche.
Oh, fascism too, for that matter.
Fascism. So, if I was sitting there, especially if I'm feeling shitty about myself, a lot of these ideas are pretty powerful as a way to plug the nihilist hole.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Well, and some of them may actually have an appropriate scope of application. It could be that some of the foundational axioms of communism, socialism / communism, are actually functional in a sufficiently small social group, maybe a tribal group even. Like I also have I'm not sure this is correct, but I have a suspicion that the pervasive attractiveness of some of the radical left ideas that we're talking about are pervasive precisely because they are functional within, say, families, but also within the small tribal groups that people might have originally evolved into. And that once we become civilized, so we produce societies that are united, even among people who don't know one another, different principles have to apply as a consequence of scale. So that's partly an engineering response, but I think there's a deeper way of going after the communist problem. So I think part of the fundamental problem with the communist axioms is the notion that the world of complex social interactions can be simplified sufficiently so that centralized planning authorities can deal with it. And I think the best way to think about the free exchange rejoinder to that presumption is, no, the sum total of human interactions in a large civilization are so immense that you need a distributed network of cognition in order to compute the proper way forward. And so what you do is you give each actor their domain of individual choice so that they can maximize their own movement forward, and you allow the aggregate direction to emerge from that rather than trying to impose it from the top down, which I think is computationally impossible. So that might be one engineering reason why the communist solution doesn't work. Like I read in Solzhenitsyn, for example, that the Central Soviet authorities often had to make 200 pricing decisions a day. Now, if you've ever started a business or created a product and had to wrestle with the problem of pricing, you become aware of just how intractable that is. Like, how do you calculate worth? Well, there's the central existential problem of life. How do you calculate worth? It's not something like a central authority can sit down and just manage. And there is a lot of inputs that go into a pricing decision, and the free market answer, well, if you get the price right, people will buy it and you'll survive.
This is a fascinating way to describe how ideas fail. So communism perhaps fails because just like with people who believe the Earth is flat, when you look outside, it looks flat,
Mhm.
but you can't see beyond the horizon, I guess. So
Yeah, right.
in the same way with communism seems like a great idea in my family and my people I love, but it doesn't scale.
And it doesn't iterate. And that's a form of scaling too.
Right. Well, I mean, whatever ways it breaks down, it doesn't scale.
Yeah.
And you're saying religious thought is a thing that might scale.
I would say religious thought is the record of those ideas that have in fact scaled up. Right.
And
Right.
iterated. Well,
And iterated.
Does religious thought iterate? So I mean, there's a fundamental conservative aspect to religious thought.
Yeah.
Tradition.
Yeah. This is why I like Mircea Eliade, for example, who I referred to earlier. One of the things Eliade did, and very effectively, and people like Joseph Campbell, who in some ways were popularizers of Eliade's ideas and Carl Jung's, what they really did was devote themselves to an analysis of those ideas that scaled and iterated across the largest possible spans of time. And so Eliade and Jung, Erich Neumann, they were looking, and Campbell, they were looking at patterns of narrative that were common across religious traditions that had spanned millennia, and found many patterns. The hero's myth, for example, is one of those patterns. And it's, I think, the evidence that it has its reflection in human neurophysiology and neuropsychology is incontrovertible. And so these foundational narratives, they last. They're common across multiple religious traditions. They unite, they work psychologically, but they also reflect the underlying neurophysiological architecture. So I can give you an example of that. So the hero myth is really a quest myth. And a quest myth is really a story of exploration and expansion of adaptation, right? So Bilbo, the Hobbit, he's a kind of an ordinary everyman. He lives in a very constrained and orderly and secure world. And then the quest call comes and he goes out and he expands his personality and develops his wisdom. And that's reflected in human neuropsychological architecture at a very low level, way below cognition. So one of the most fundamental elements of the mammalian brain, and even in lower animal forms, is the hypothalamus. It's sort of the root of primary motivation. So it governs lust, and it regulates your breathing, and it regulates your hunger, and it regulates your thirst, and it regulates your temperature. Like really low level biological necessities are regulated by the hypothalamus. When you get hungry, it's the hypothalamus. When you're activated in a defensively aggressive manner, that's the hypothalamus. Half the hypothalamus is the origin of the dopaminergic tracts, and they subsume exploration. And so you can think of the human motivational reality as a domain that's governed by axiomatic motivational states, love, sex, defensive aggression, hunger, and another domain that's governed by exploration. And the rule would be something like, when your basic motivational states are sated, explore. Well, then, and that's not cognitive. Like I said, this is deep brain architecture. It's extraordinarily ancient. And the exploration story is something like, go out into the unknown and take the risks, because the information that you discover and the skills you develop will be worthwhile even in sating the basic motivational drives. And then you want to learn to do that in an iterative manner, so it sustains across time, and you want to do it in a way that unites you with other people. And there's a pattern to that, and I do think that's the pattern that's we strive to encapsulate in our deep religious narratives, and I think that in many ways we've done that successfully.
What is the belief in God? How does that fit in? What does it mean to believe in God?
Okay, so in one of the stories that I cover in We Who Wrestle with God, which I've only recently begun to take apart, say in the last 2 years, is the story of Abraham. It's a very cool story. And it's also related, by the way, to your question about what makes communism wrong. And Dostoevsky knew this, not precisely the Abraham story, but the same reason. In Notes from Underground, Dostoevsky made a very telling observation. So he speaks in the voice of a cynical, nihilistic, and bitter bureaucrat who's been a failure, who's talking cynically about the nature of human beings, but also very accurately. And one of the things he points out with regards to modern utopianism is that human beings are very strange creatures, and that if you gave them what the socialist utopians want to give them, so let's say all your needs are taken care of, all your material needs are taken care of, and even indefinitely, Dostoevsky's claim was You don't understand human beings very well, because if you put them in an environment that was that comfortable, they would purposefully go insane just to break it into bits, just so something interesting would happen. Right. And he says it's the human proclivity to curse and complain. And he says this in quite a cynic and caustic manner, but he's pointing to something deep, which is that we're not built for comfort and security. We're not infants. We're not after satiation. So then you might ask, well, what the hell are we after then? That's what the Abraham story addresses. And Abraham is the first true individual in the biblical narrative. So you can think about his story as the archetypal story of the developing individual. So you said, well, what's God? Well, in the Abraham story, God is characterized in a lot of different ways in the classic religious texts. Like the Bible is actually a compilation of different characterizations of the divine, with the insistence that they reflect an underlying unity. In the story of Abraham, the divine is the call to adventure. So Abraham has the socialist utopia at hand. He's from a wealthy family, and he has everything he needs. And he actually doesn't do anything until he's in his 70s. Now, hypothetically, people in those times lived much longer. But a voice comes to Abraham, and it tells him something very specific. It says, leave your zone of comfort. Leave your parents, leave your tent, leave your community, leave your tribe, leave your land. Go out into the world. And Abraham thinks, well, why? I've got naked slave girls peeling grapes and feeding them to me. It's like, what do I need an adventure for? And God tells them, this is the covenant, by the way. Part of the covenant that the God of the Israelites makes with his people. It's very, very specific. It's very brilliant. He says, if you follow the voice of adventure, you'll become a blessing to yourself. So that's a good deal, because people generally live at odds with themselves. And he says, God says, that's not all. You'll become a blessing to yourself in a way that furthers your reputation among people, and validly, so that you'll accomplish things that were real and people will know it, and you'll be held high in their esteem, and that will be valid. So that's a pretty good deal, because social people would like to be regarded as of utility and worth by others, and so that's a good deal. And God says, that's not all. You'll establish something of lasting, permanent, and deep value. That's why Abraham becomes the father of nations. And finally, he caps it off, and he says, there's a better element even to it. There's a capstone. You'll do all three of those things in a way that's maximally beneficial to everyone else. And so the divinity in the Abrahamic story is making a claim. He says, first of all, there's a drive that you should attend to. So the spirit of adventure that calls you out of your zone of comfort. Now, if you attend to that and you make the sacrifices necessary to follow that path, then the following benefits will accrue to you. Your life will be a blessing. Everyone will hold you in high esteem. You'll establish something of permanent value, and you'll do it in a way that's maximally beneficial to everyone else. And so think about what this means biologically, or from an engineering standpoint. It means that the instinct to develop that characterizes outward moving children, let's say, or adults, is the same instinct that allows for psychological stability, that allows for movement upward in the social hierarchy, that establishes something iterable, and that does that in a manner that allows everyone else to partake in the same process. Well, that's a good deal. And I can't see how it cannot be true, because the alternative hypothesis would be that the spirit that moves you beyond yourself to develop, the spirit of a curious child, let's say, what is that, antithetical to your own esteem? Is that antithetical to other people's best interest? Is it not the thing that increases the probability that you'll do something permanent? That's a stupid theory.
So God is a call to adventure with some constraints.
A call to true adventure.
To true adventure.
True adventure. Yeah, and then that's a good observation, because that begs the question: what constitutes the most true adventure? Well, that's not fully fleshed out until, at least from the Christian perspective, let's say, that's not fully fleshed out until the Gospels, because the passion of Christ is you could say, this is the perfectly reasonable way of looking at it, the passion of Christ is the truest adventure of Abraham. That's a terrible thing, because the passion story is a catastrophic tragedy although it obviously has its redemptive elements. But one of the things that's implied there is that there's no distinction between the true adventure of life and taking on the pathway of maximal responsibility and burden. And I can't see how that cannot be true. Like, because the counter hypothesis is, well, Lex, the best thing for you to do in your life is to shrink from all challenge and hide, right? To remain infantile, to remain secure, not to ever push yourself beyond your limits, not to take any risks. Well, no one thinks that's true.
So basically, the maximally worthwhile adventure could possibly be highly correlated with the hardest possible available adventure.
The hardest possible available adventure voluntarily undertaken.
Does it have to be
It has to be
voluntary?
absolutely.
How do you define voluntarily?
Well, here's an example of that. That's a good question too. When Christ is the night before the crucifixion, which in principle he knows is coming, he asks God to relieve him of his burden, and understandably so. I mean, that's the scene famously in which he's sweating, literally sweating blood, because he knows what's coming. And the Romans designed crucifixion to be the most agonizing and humiliating possible. Agonizing, humiliating, and disgusting possible death. Right, so there is every reason to be apprehensive about that. And you might say, well, could you undertake that voluntarily as an adventure? And the answer to that is something like, well, what's your relationship with death? Like, that's a problem you have to solve. And you could fight it, and you could be bitter about it, and there's reasons for that, especially if it's painful and degrading. But the alternative is something like, well, that's what's fleshed out in religious imagery always. It's very difficult to cast into words. It's like, no, you welcome the struggle. That's why I called the book We Who Wrestle with God. You welcome the struggle. And Lex, I don't see how you can come to terms with life without construing it as something like, bring it on, welcome the struggle. And I can't see that there's a limit to that. It's like, well, I welcome the struggle until it gets difficult.
So there's not a bell curve, like the struggle of moderation. Basically, you have to welcome whatever as hard as it gets. And the crucifixion in that way is a symbol
of that. Well, and it's worse than that in some ways, because the crucifixion exemplifies the worst possible death. But that isn't the only element of the struggle, because mythologically, classically, after Christ's death, he heralds hell. And what that means, as far as I can tell, psychologically, is that you're not only required, let's say, to take on the full existential burden of life and to welcome it, regardless of what it is, and to maintain your upward aim despite all temptations to the contrary, but you also have to confront the root of malevolence itself. So it's not merely tragedy. And I think the malevolence is actually worse. And the reason I think that is because I know the literature on post-traumatic stress disorder. And most people who encounter, let's say, a challenge that's so brutal that it fragments them, it isn't mere suffering that does that to people. It's an encounter with malevolence that does that to people. Their own sometimes, often, by the way. Soldier will go out into a battlefield and find out that there's a part of him that really enjoys the mayhem. And that conceptualization doesn't fit in well with everything he thinks he knows about himself and humanity. And after that contact with that dark part of himself, he never recovers. That happens to people. And it happens to people who encounter bad actors in the world, too. If you're a naive person and the right narcissistic psychopath comes your way, you are in like mortal trouble because you might die, but that's not where the trouble ends.
If there's a young man in their 20s listening to this, how do they escape the pull of Dostoevsky's Muslim Underground? With the eyes open to the world, how do they select the adventure?
So there's other characterizations of the divine, say, in the Old Testament stories. So one pattern of characterization that I think is really relevant to that question is the conception of God as calling and conscience. Okay, so what does it mean? It's a description of the manner in which your destiny announces itself to you. And I'm using that terminology, and it's distinguishable, say, from Nietzsche's notion that you create your own values. It's like part of the way you can tell that that's wrong is that you can't voluntarily gerrymander your own interests, right? Like you find some things interesting, and that seems natural and autonomous, and other things you don't find interesting, and you can't really force yourself to be interested in it. Now, so what is the domain of interest that makes itself manifest to you? Well, it's like an autonomous spirit. It's like certain things in your field of perception are illuminated to you. Think, oh, that's interesting, that's compelling, that's gripping. Rudolf Otto, who studied the phenomenology of religious experience, described that as numinous. Thing grips you because you're compelled by it, and maybe it's also somewhat anxiety provoking. It's the same reaction that like a cat has to a dog, and the cat's hair stands on end. That's an awe response. And so there's going to be things in your phenomenological field that pull you forward, compel you. That's like the voice of positive emotion and enthusiasm. Things draw you into the world. Might be love, might be aesthetic interest, it might be friendship, it might be social status, it might be duty and industriousness. Like there's various domains of interest that shine for people. That's sort of on the positive side. God is calling, right? That would be akin to the spirit of adventure for Abraham. But there's also God as conscience, and this is a useful thing to know too. Certain things bother you. They take root within you, and they turn your thoughts towards certain issues. Like there are things you're interested in that you've pursued your whole life. There are things I'm interested in that I felt as a moral compulsion. And so you could think, and I think the way you can think about it technically is that something pulls you forward so that you move ahead and you develop. And then another voice, just the voice of negative emotion, says, while you're moving forward, stay on this narrow pathway, right? And it'll mark deviations, and it marks deviations with shame and guilt and anxiety, regret. And that actually has a voice. Don't do that. Well, why not? Well, you're wandering off the straight and narrow path. So the divine marks the pathway forward and reveals it, but then puts up the constraints of conscience. And the divine in the Old Testament is portrayed not least as the dynamic between calling and conscience.
What do you do with the negative emotions? You didn't mention envy. There's some really dark ones that can really pull you into some bad places. Envy, fear.
Yeah, envy's a really bad one. Pride and envy are among the worst. Those are the sins of Cain, by the way, in the story of Cain and Abel. Because Cain fails, because his sacrifices are insufficient. He doesn't offer his best. And so he's rejected. And that makes him bitter and unhappy. And he goes to complain to God, and God says to him two things. He said, God tells him, if your sacrifices were appropriate, you'd be accepted. It's a brutal thing. It's a brutal rejoinder. And he also says, you can't blame your misery on your failure. You could learn from your failure. When you failed, you invited in the spirit of envy and resentment, and you allowed it to possess you, and that's why you're miserable. And so Cain is embittered by that response, and that's when he kills Abel. And so you might say, well, how do you fortify yourself against that pathway of resentment? And part of classic religious practice is aimed to do that precisely. What's the antithesis of envy? Gratitude. That's something you can practice, right? And I mean, literally practice.
I think envy is one of the biggest enemies for a young person, because basically you're starting from nowhere. Life is hard. You've achieved nothing. And you're striving and you're failing constantly
and you see other people who you think aren't having the same problem.
Yeah, and they succeed. And they could be your neighbor, they could be succeeding by a little bit, or somebody on the internet succeeding by a lot. And I think that can really pull a person down. That kind of envy can really destroy a person.
Yeah, definitely. Well, the gratitude element would be something like, well, yeah, you don't know anything, and you're at the bottom, but you're not 80. You know, one of the best predictors of wealth in the United States is age. So then you might say, well, who's got it better? The old rich guy or the young poor guy? And I would say most old rich guys would trade their wealth for youth. So it's not exactly clear at all at any stage who's got the upper hand, who's got the advantage. And you could say, well, I've got all these burdens in front of me because I'm young, and oh my God. Or you could say, every dragon has its treasure. And that's actually a pattern of perception. I'm not saying that people don't have their challenges. They certainly do. But discriminating between a challenge and an opportunity is very, very difficult. And learning to see a challenge as an opportunity, that's the beginning of wisdom.
It's interesting. I don't know how it works. Maybe you can elucidate. But when you have envy towards somebody, if you just celebrate them, so gratitude,
Yeah.
but actually, as opposed to sort of ignoring and being grateful for the things you have, like literally celebrate that person, it transforms. It lights the way. I don't know why that is exactly.
The only reason you're envious is because you see someone who has something that you want. Okay, so let's think about it. Well, first of all, the fact that they have it means that in principle you could get it. At least someone has. So that's a pretty good deal. And then you might say, well, the fact that I'm envious of that person means that I actually want something. And then you might think, well, what am I envious of? I'm envious of their attractiveness to women. It's like, okay, well, now you know something about yourself. You know that one true motivation that's making itself manifest to you is that you wish that you would be the sort of person who is attractive to women. Now, of course, that's an extremely common longing among men, period, but particularly among young men. It's like, well, what makes you so sure you couldn't have that? Well, how about, here's an answer. You don't have enough faith in yourself. And maybe you don't have enough faith in, well, I would say the divine. You don't believe that the world is characterized by enough potentiality so that even miserable you has a crack at the brass ring. And like I talked about this actually practically in one of my previous books, because I wrote a chapter called Compare Yourself to Who You Are and Not to Someone Else at the Present Time. Well, why? Well, your best benchmark for tomorrow is you today. And you might not be able to have what someone else has on the particular axis you're comparing yourself with them on, but you could make an incremental improvement over your current state, regardless of the direction that you're aiming. And it is the case, and this is a law, the return on incremental improvement is exponential or geometric and not linear. So even if you start, this is why the hero is always born in a lowly place, mythologically. Right? Christ, who redeems the world, is born in a manger with the animals to poverty-stricken parents in the middle of a God-forsaken desert, in a nondescript time and place, isolated. Well, why? Well, because everyone young struggles with their insufficiency. But that doesn't mean that great things can't make themselves manifest. And part of the insistence in the biblical text, for example, is that it's incumbent on you to have the courage, to have faith in yourself and in the spirit of reality, the essence of reality, regardless of how you construe the evidence at hand. Right. Look at me. I'm so useless. I don't know anything. I don't have anything. It's hopeless. I don't have it within me. The world couldn't offer me that possibility. Well, what the hell do you know about that? This is what Job figures out in the midst of his suffering in the book of Job, because Job is tortured terribly by God, who makes a bet with Satan himself to bring him down. And Job's decision in the face of his intense suffering is, I'm not going to lose faith in my essential goodness, and I'm not going to lose faith in the essential goodness of being itself, regardless of how terrible the face it's showing to me at the moment happens to be. And I think, okay, what do you make of that claim? Well, let's look at it practically. You're being tortured by the arbitrariness of life. That's horrible. Now you lose faith in yourself, and you become cynical about being. So, are you infinitely worse off instantly? And then you might say, well, yeah, but it's really asking a lot of people that they maintain faith even in their darkest hours. It's like, yeah, that might be asking everything from people. But then you also might ask, this is a very strange question. If you were brought into being by something that was essentially good, wouldn't that thing that brought you into being demand that you make the best in yourself manifest? And wouldn't it be precisely when you most need that that you'd be desperate enough to risk what it would take to let it emerge?
So you kind of make it seem that reason could be the thing that takes you out of a place of darkness. So finding that calling through reason. I think it's also possible when reason fails you to just take the leap. Navigate not by reason, but by finding the thing that scares you, the risk, to take the risk, take the leap, and then figure it out while you're in the air.
Yeah, well, I think that's always part of a heroic adventure. Is that ability to cut the Gordian knot. But you could also ask from an engineering perspective, okay, what are the axioms that make a decision like that possible? And the answer would be something like, I'm going to make the presumption that if I move forward in good faith, whatever happens to me will be the best thing that could possibly happen, no matter what it is. And I think that's actually how you make an alliance with truth. And I also think that truth is an adventure. And the way you make an alliance with truth is by assuming that whatever happens to you, if you're living in truth, is the best thing that could happen, even if you can't see that at any given moment. Because otherwise you'd say that truth would be just the handmaiden of advantage. Well, I'm going to say something truthful, and I pay a price. Well, that means I shouldn't have said it. Well, that possibly, but that's not the only possible standard of evaluation. Because what you're doing is you're making the outcome your deity, right? Well, I just reverse that and say, no, truth is the deity. The outcome is variable, but that doesn't eradicate the initial axiom. Where's the constant? Right? What's the constant?
It may be when you said Abraham was being fed by naked ladies.
That's an interpolation, obviously, but
Well,
would
yes.
have been out of keeping for the times.
But it does make me think, sort of in stark contrast to Nietzsche's own life, that perhaps getting laid early on in life is a useful starter. Step one, get laid, and then go for adventure. There's some basic arguments of satiation of base
So
desires.
I think it's perfectly reasonable to bring the sexual element in because it's a powerful motivating force and it has to be integrated. I don't think it's adventure, it's romantic adventure.
Right. But the lack of basic interaction, sexual interaction, I feel like is the engine that drives towards that cynicism of the incel.
It is, but
Dostoevsky's not so much around.
there's very little doubt about that. We know perfectly well anthropologically that the most unstable social situation you can generate is young men with no access to women. That's not good. And they'll do anything to reverse that situation. So that's very dangerous. But then I would also say there's every suggestion that the pathway of adventure itself is the best pathway to romantic attractiveness. We know this in some ways in a very blunt manner. The Google boys, the engineers who are too, what would you say, naively oriented towards empirical truth to note when they're being politically incorrect, they wrote a great book called A Billion Wicked Thoughts, which I really like. It's a very good book, and it's engineers as psychologists. And so they'll say all sorts of things that no one with any sense would ever say that happen to be true. And they studied the pattern of pornographic fantasy, and women like pornographic stories, not images. So women's use of pornography is literary. Who are the main protagonists in female pornographic fantasy? Pirates, werewolves, vampires, surgeons, billionaires. Tony Stark. You know? And so the basic pornographic narrative is Beauty and the Beast. Those 5 categories. Terrible, aggressive male, tameable by the right relationship, hot erotic attraction. And so I would say to the young men who, and I have many times to the young men who are locked in isolation, it's first of all, join the bloody club. Because the default value of a 15-year-old male on the mating market is 0. And there's reason for that. And 0 is a bit of an exaggeration, but not much. And the reason for that is, well, what the hell do you know? Like, you're not good for anything. You have potential, and maybe plenty. And hopefully that'll be made manifest. But you shouldn't be all upset because you're the same loser as everyone else your age has always been since the beginning of time. But then you might ask, well, what should I do about it? And the answer is, get yourself together. Stand up straight with your shoulders back. Take on some adventure. Find your calling. Abide by your conscience. Put yourself together, and you'll become attractive. And we know this is, we know this is true. The correlation between male sexual opportunities and relative masculine status is about 0.6. That's higher than the correlation between intelligence and academic achievement. I don't think that there's a larger correlation between two independent phenomena in the entire social science and health literature than the correlation between relative male social status and reproductive success. It's by far the most fundamental determinant.
But what's the cause and effect there?
Absolutely. Men are motivated to attain social status because it confers upon them reproductive success, and that's not only cognitively but biologically. I'll give you an example of this. There's a documentary I watch from time to time, which I think is the most brilliant documentary I've ever seen. It's called Crumb, and it's the story of this underground cartoonist, Robert Crumb, who was in high school, was in the category of males, for whom a date was not only not likely, but unimaginable. So he was at the bottom of the bottom rung, and almost all the reactions he got from females wasn't just no, it was like, are you out of your mind? Right? With that contempt. Right? And then he became successful. And so the documentary is super interesting because it tracks the utter pathology of his sexual fantasies because he was bitter and resentful. And if you want to understand the psychology of serial sexual killers and the like, and you watch Crumb, you'll find out a lot more about that than anybody with any sense would want to know. But then he makes this transition, and partly because he does take the heroic adventure path, and he actually has a family and children, and he's actually a pretty functional person, as opposed to his brothers, one of whom commits suicide, and one of whom is literally a repeat sexual offender. It's a brutal documentary. But what he did in his adolescence, after being rejected, was he found what he was interested in. He was a very good artist. He was very interested in music, and he started to pursue those sort of single-mindedly, and he became successful. And as soon as he became successful, and the documentary tracks this beautifully, he's immediately attractive to women. And then you might ask too, even if you're cynical, it's like, well, why do I have to perform for women? And the answer to that is something like, why the hell should they have anything to do with you if you're useless? They're going to have infants. They don't need another one. Right? Partly the reason that women are hypergamous, unless they want males who are of higher status than they are, is because they're trying to redress the reproductive burden. And it's substantial. I mean, the female of any species is the sex that devotes more to the reproductive function. That's a more fundamental definition than chromosomal differentiation. And that's taken to its ultimate extreme with humans. And so, of course, women are going to want someone around that's useful because the cost of sex for them is an 18-year-old period of dependency with an infant. So I think the adventure comes first.
Heroic adventure comes first.
Well, it's complex because the other problem, let's say, with the Crumb Boys is that their mother was extremely pathological and they didn't get a lot of genuine feminine nurturance and affection.
Oh, of course. So the family and society are not going to help you most of the time with a heroic adventure, right? They're going to be a barrier versus
in good families, they're both because they put up constraints on your behavior. But I've interviewed a lot of successful people about their calling, let's say, because I do that with all my podcast guests. How did the path that you took to success make itself manifest? The pattern's very typical. Almost all the people that I've interviewed had a mother and a father. Now, it's not invariant, but I'd say it's there 99% of the time. It's really high. And both of the parents, or at least one of them, but often both, were very encouraging of the person's interests and pathway to development.
That's fascinating. I've heard you analyze it that way before, and I had a reaction to that idea because you focus on the positive of the parents.
Yeah.
I feel like it was maybe I see biographies differently, but it feels like the struggle within the family was the catalyst for greatness in a lot of biographies. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it.
No. I don't think I think that's a reflection, maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's a reflection of that dynamic between positive and negative emotion. like my son, for example, who's doing just fine. He's firing on all cylinders as far as I'm concerned. He has a nice family. He gets along with his wife. He's a really good musician. He's got a company. He's running well. He's a delight to be around. He was a relatively disagreeable infant. He was tough-minded. And he didn't take no for an answer. And so there was some tussle in regulating his behavior. He spent a lot of time when he was 2 sitting on the steps trying to get his act together. And so that was the constraint. But that wasn't something that was, it's an opposition to him away, because it was in opposition to the immediate manifestation of his hedonistic desires. But it was also an impetus to further development. The rule for me, when he was on the stairs, was as soon as you're willing to be a civilized human being, you can get off the stairs. And you might think, well, that's nothing but arbitrary, superego, patriarchal, oppressive constraint. Or you could say, well, no, what I'm actually doing is facilitating his cortical maturation. Because when a child misbehaves, it's usually because they're under the domination of some primordial emotional or motivational impulse. They're angry, they're overenthusiastic, they're upset, they're selfish, like it's narrow self-centeredness expressed in a immature manner.
You see, okay, tell me if I'm wrong, but it feels like the engine of greatness, at least on the male side of things, has often been trying to prove the father wrong or trying to gain the acceptance of the father. So that tension, where the parent is not encouraging, like you mentioned, but is basically saying, no, you won't be able to do this.
So my observation as a psychologist has been that it's very, very difficult for someone to get their act together unless they have at least one figure in their life that's encouraging and shows them the pathway forward. So you can have a lot of adversity in your life. And if you have one person around who's a good model and you're neurologically intact, you can latch onto that model. Now, you can also find that model in books. And people do that sometimes. Like, I've interviewed people who had pretty fragmented childhoods who turned to books and found the pattern that guided them in, like, let's say, the adventures of the heroes of the past, because that's a good way of thinking about it. And I read a book called Angela's Ashes that was written by an Irish author, Frank McCourt. Fantastic book, beautiful book. And his father was an alcoholic of gargantuan proportions. He just, an Irish drinker who drank every cent that came into the family, and many of whose children died in poverty. And what Frank did, it's a testament to the human spirit, is he sort of divided his father conceptually into 2 elements. There was sober morning father who was encouraging and with whom he had a relationship, and then there was drunk and useless later afternoon and evening father, and he rejected the negative and he amplified his relationship with the positive. Now, like, he had other things going for him, but he did a very good job of discriminating. And I mean, partly the question that you're raising is, to what degree is it useful to have a beneficial adversary? Yeah, and I mean, struggle-free progress is not possible. And I think there are situations under which where, you might be motivated to prove someone in your immediate circle wrong. But then that also implies that at some level, for some reason, you actually care about their judgment. You just didn't write them off completely.
Well, I mean, that's why I say there's an archetype of a young man trying to gain the approval of his father. Mm-hmm. And I think that repeats itself in a bunch of biographies that I've read. I don't know, there must have been an engine somewhere that they found of approval, of encouragement. Maybe in books, maybe in the mother, or maybe the role of the parents flipped.
Well, my father was hard to please. Very.
Did you ever succeed?
Yes, but it wasn't easy, ever.
When was the moment when you succeeded?
Late, pretty late. Like 40, maybe later.
Was it gradual or a definitive moment when a shift happened?
My father was always willing to approve of the things I did that were good, although he was not effusive by any stretch of the imagination, and the standards were very high. Now, I was probably fortunate for me, it does bear on the question you're asking. Is like, if you want someone to motivate you optimally, it's complicated because there has to be a temperamental dance between the two people. Like, what you really want is for someone to apply the highest possible standards to you that you're capable of reaching, right? And that's a vicious dance, because you have to have a relationship with your child to do that properly. Because if you want to be optimally motivating as a father, you keep your children on the edge. It's like, you might not reward something in your child that you would think would be good in someone else because you think they could do better. And so my father was pretty clear about the idea that he always expected me to do better. And was that troublesome? It was like, I felt often when I was young that there was no pleasing him, but I also knew that wasn't right. See, I actually knew that wasn't right, because I could remember, especially I think when I was very young, that I did things that he was pleased about. I knew that was possible. So it wasn't unpredictable and arbitrary. It was just difficult.
It sounds like he's hit a pretty good optimal, but it's for each individual human that optimal differs.
Well, that's why you have to have a relationship with your children. You have to know them, and well, with yourself too, and with your wife. You can't hit that optimal. That optimal is probably love. That's because love isn't just acceptance. Love is acceptance and encouragement. And it's not just that either. It's also, no, don't do that. That's beneath you. You're capable of more. How harsh should that be? It's like, that's a really hard question. Like, if you really love someone, you're not going to put up with their stupidity. Don't do that. One of the rules I have with my little kids was, don't do anything that makes you look like an idiot in public. Why? Because I don't want you disgracing yourself. Why not? Because I like you. I think you're great. And you're not going to act like a bloody fool in public so that people get the wrong idea about you. No.
What about inside a relationship? How a successful relationship is, how much challenge, how much peace? Is a successful relationship one that is easy, one that is challenging?
I would say to some degree that depends on your temperament. My wife is quite a provocative person. And there are times when I suppose, there are times when I casually wish that she was easier to get along with. But as soon as I think about it, I don't think that. Because I've always liked her. We were friends ever since we were little kids. And she plays rough. And I like that, as it turns out. Now, that doesn't mean it isn't a pain from time to time. But, and that is going to be a temperamental issue to some degree, and an issue of negotiation. Like, she plays rough, but fair. And the fair part has been establishing that. It's been part of our ongoing negotiation.
And part of it is in the play, you get to find out about yourself or what your temperament is. Because I don't think that's clear until it's tested.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. You find out all sorts of things about yourself in a relationship. That's for sure. Well, and partly the reason that there is provocativeness, especially from women in relationship to men, is they want to test them out. Like, can you hold your temper when someone's bothering you? Well, why would a woman want to know that? Well, maybe she doesn't want you to snap and hurt her kids. And so how's she going to find that out? Ask you? Well, you're going to say, well, I'd never do that. It's like, never, eh? Let's find out if it's never. So we don't know how people test each other out in relationships, or why exactly, but it's intense and necessary.
What's in general should a man's relationship with temper be?
You should have one, and you should be able to regulate it. Like, that's part of that attractiveness of the monstrous that characterizes women's fantasies. Right? Because, and Nietzsche pointed this out too, to go back to Nietzsche, Yeah. Nietzsche, one of Nietzsche's claims was that most of what passes for morality is nothing but cowardice. I'd never cheat on my wife. It's like, is there anybody asking you to? that you actually find attractive? Or are there dozens of people asking you to that you find attractive? It's like, well, I would never cheat. It's like, no, you just don't have the opportunity. Now, I'm not saying that everyone's in that position, that they would cheat even if they had the opportunity, because that's not true. And it's the same with regards to, oh, I'm a peaceful man. It's like, no, you're not. You're just a weak coward. You wouldn't dare have a confrontation, physical or metaphysical. And you're passing it off as morality because you don't want to come to terms with the fact of your own weakness and cowardice. And part of that what I would say is twisted pseudo-Christian morality that Nietzsche was criticizing was exactly of that sort. And it tied into resentment and envy. And he tied that in explicitly. Said that failure in life, masked by the morality that's nothing but weak cowardice, turns to the resentment that undermines and destroys everything, and that does that purposefully.
Yeah, I think he was criticizing it. Under the facade of niceness, there's an ocean of resentment.
Yeah, that's for sure. That for sure. That's also the danger of being too forthcoming with people. See, this is another thing, let's say, about my wife, who's not particularly agreeable. It's like, she's not particularly agreeable, but she's not resentful. And that's because she doesn't give things away that she isn't willing to. And if you're agreeable and nice and you're conflict avoidant, you'll push yourself too far to please the other person. And then that makes you bitter and resentful. So that's not helpful.
Do you think you'll be in trouble for saying this on a podcast later?
No, we know each other pretty well. And like I said, it's a trait that I find admirable. It's provocative and challenging.
And it seems to work.
Well, we've been together 50 years, so...
Quick pause, pass a break. If we can descend from the realm of ideas down to history and reality, I would say the time between World War I and World War II was one of history's biggest testing of ideas, and really the most dramatic kinds of ideas that helped us understand the nature of good and evil. I just want to ask you sort of a question about good and evil. Churchill, in many ways, was not a good man. Stalin, as you've documented extensively, was a horrible man. But you can make the case that both were necessary for stopping an even worse human being in Hitler. So to what degree do you need monsters to fight monsters? Do you need bad men to be able to fight off greater evils?
It's everything in its proper place is the answer to that. We might think that our life would be easier without fear, let's say. We might say that our life would be easier without anger or pain. But the truth of the matter is that those things are beneficial, even though they can cause great suffering, but they have to be in their proper place. And that capacity that could in one context be a terrible force for evil can, in the proper context, be the most potent force for good. A good man has to be formidable. And partly what that means, as far as I can tell, is that you have to be able to say no. And no means, like, I thought a lot about no, working as a clinician, because I did a lot of strategic counseling with my clients in a lot of extremely difficult situations. And I learned to take apart what no meant. And also when dealing with my own children, because I used no sparingly, because it's a powerful weapon, let's say. But I meant it. And with my kids, what it meant was, if you continue that pattern of behavior, something you do not like will happen to you with 100% certainty. And when that's the case and you're willing to implement it, you don't have to do it very often. With regards to monstrosity, it's like weak men aren't good. They're just weak. That's Nietzsche's observation. That's partly, again, why he was tempted to place the will to power, let's say, and to deal with that notion in a manner that, when it was tied with the revaluation of all values, was counterproductive. And counterproductive in the final analysis. It's not like there wasn't something to what he was driving at. Formidable men are admirable, and don't mess with them. Douglas Murray's a good example. of that. He's a rather slight guy, but he's got a spine of steel. And there's no more than a bit of what's monstrous in him. And Jocko Willink is like that. And Joe Rogan is like that. And you're like that.
But there's a different level. I mean, if you look, to me, Churchill might represent the thing you're talking about. But World War II, Hitler would not be stopped without Stalin.
Well, I wonder, yes.
And if I may insert into this picture of complexity, Hitler would have not stopped until he enslaved and exterminated the entirety of the Slavic people. The Jewish people, the Slavic people, the Gypsies, everybody who's not Aryan. But then Stalin, in the mass rape of German women by the Red Army as they marched towards Berlin, is a kind of manifestation, the full monstrosity that a person can be.
You can easily be in this situation. You can easily, unfortunately, find yourself in a situation where all you have in front of you are a variety of bad options. That's partly why, if you have any sense, you try to conduct yourself very carefully in life, because you don't want to be in a position where you've made so many mistakes that all the options left to you are terrible. And so you said, well, was it necessary to ally with Stalin? It's like, well, it's very difficult to second guess the trajectory of something as complex as World War II, but we could say casually, at least as Westerners have in general, that alliance was necessary. Now, I think the mistake that the West made in the aftermath of World War II was in not dealing as forthrightly with the catastrophes of communism as an ideology as we did with fascism. And that's especially true of the intellectuals in the universities. I mean, it was very common when I was teaching both at Harvard and at the University of Toronto for the students in my personality class, where we studied Solzhenitsyn, who's actually an existential psychologist in many ways and a deep one. None of them knew anything about the Soviet atrocities. None of them knew anything about what happened in Ukraine and the death of 6 million productive people. Had no idea that the communists killed tens of millions of people in the aftermath of the Russian Revolution.
They know even less about Mao and the Great Leap.
Yeah, right. Which some estimates are 100 million people. Now, when your error bars are in the tens of millions, well, that's a real indication of a cataclysm, and nobody knows how many people died from direct oppression or indirect in the Soviet Union. 20 million, it seems like a reasonable estimate. Solzhenitsyn's upper bound was higher than that.
And how do you measure the intellectual output that was suppressed and killed off? The number of intellectuals, artists, and writers that were put
into the productive gulags. Farmers, for that matter, and anyone who was willing to tell the truth. Right, absolutely. So, yeah, catastrophic. And so I think the West's failure wasn't so much allying with Stalin. I mean, it was Douglas MacArthur who wanted to continue. He thought we should just take the Soviets out after the Second World War. And they removed them from any position of authority where such a thing might be made possible. And people were tired. But was MacArthur wrong? Well, he certainly wasn't wrong in his insistence that Stalin was as big a monster as Hitler, or bigger. So the valorization of the leftist proclivity, the radical leftist proclivity, is the sin of the West, I think, more intensely than allying with Stalin.
Tricky, nuanced topic, but if we look at the modern day and the threat of communism, Marxism in the United States, to me, it's disrespectful to the atrocities of the 20th century to call somebody like Kamala Harris a communist. But I see the sort of escalation of the extremeness of language being used. When you call somebody like Donald Trump a fascist, then it makes total sense to then use similar extreme terminology for somebody like Kamala Harris. But maybe I could ask your evaluation. If you look at the political landscape today, somebody like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris.
Well, the first thing I would say is that I think that viewing the political landscape of today as a political landscape is actually wrong. I think it's not the right frame of reference, because what I see happening are a very small percentage of dark tetrad personality types, so Machiavellian, manipulative, narcissistic, wanting undeserved attention, psychopathic, that makes them predatory parasites, and sadistic, because that goes along with the other three. That's about, in the serious manifestation, that's probably 3 to 5% of the population. And they're generally kept under pretty decent control by civilized people and stable social interactions. I think that their machinations are disinhibited by cost-free social media communication. So they gain disproportionate influence. Now, these people want undeserved recognition and social status and everything that goes along with it, and they don't care how they get it. Because when I say they want that, I mean that's all they want.
So in the realm of social media, you mentioned yes, but are you also suggesting that they're overrepresented in the realm of politics, politicians, and so on?
They're overrepresented in the realm of fractious political discourse because they can use ideas. First of all, they can use, let's say, the benevolent ideas of the right and the benevolent ideas of the left, either one, and switch back and forth for that matter, as a camouflage for what they're actually up to.
So how do you've interviewed a lot of people and you have a really powerful mind, you have a good read on people. So how do you know when you're sitting across from a psychopath?
I wouldn't say that I do know. In normal social circumstances, we have evolved mechanisms to keep people like that under control. Let's say that you and I have a series of interactions and you screw me over once. I'm not going to forget that. Now, I might not write you off because of the one time. But if it happens 3 times, it's like, we're not going to play together anymore. And in normal times, most of our social networks are connected and interacting. So, like, if you ripped me off 3 times and I noted that, I'm going to tell everybody I know, and they're going to tell everybody they know, and soon everyone will know, and that's the end of your tricks. But that assumes that we know who you are and we're in continual communication. All of that's gone online. So anonymity does that, and so does the amplification of emotional intensity by the social media platforms and their algorithms. I think what we're doing, this is happening on Twitter continually, is we're giving the 5% of psychopaths a radically disproportionate voice. And what they're doing is there's a bunch of them on the left, and they're all, we're so compassionate. And there's a bunch of them on the right, and at the moment they're all, we're so Christian and free speech oriented. It's like, no, you're not. You're a narcissistic psychopath, and that's your camouflage. And you hide behind your anonymity, and you use fractious and divisive language to attract fools and to elevate your social status and your plug. And not only that, to gain, what would you say, satisfaction for your sadistic impulses.
See, the problem is it's hard to tell who is the psychopath and who is a heterodox truth seeker.
Yeah, well, if you were charitable about Tucker Carlson's recent interview, you'd say that was exactly the conundrum he faced. And it is hard. Like, I've thought about, for example, interviewing Andrew Tate. And I thought, I don't think so. And then I thought, why? I figured it's not obvious to me at all that he wouldn't charm me. So I knew this guy, Robert Hare. Robert Hare was the world's foremost authority on psychopathy. He established the field of clinical analysis of psychopathic behavior. And Hare was a pretty agreeable guy. So, you know, he would give people the benefit of the doubt. And he interviewed hundreds of serious psychopaths, like imprisoned violent offenders. And he told me in one of our conversations that every time he sat down with a violent offender psychopath, he had a measure for psychopathy that was a clinical checklist. So he could identify the psychopaths from just the, say, run-of-the-mill criminals. Every time he sat down with them, they pulled the wool over his eyes. And it wasn't until he videotaped the interviews. And it wasn't until later when he was reviewing the videos that he could see what they were doing. But in person, their tricks were more sophisticated than his detection ability.
Well, okay, this is fascinating because, again, you're a great interviewer. Well, I would love it if you interviewed somebody like Putin. So this idea that you are a fool in the face of psychopathy just doesn't jive with me.
I'm an agreeable guy. That's the problem. I'll give people the benefit of the doubt.
Right, but that's good because the way you reveal psychopathy is by being agreeable, not weak, but seeking with empathy to understand the other person, and in the details, in the little nuanced ways that they struggle with questions, the psychopathy is revealed. So we're kind of, just to separate the two things. So one, overrepresentation of psychopathy online with anonymity, that's a serious, fascinating problem. But in the interview, one-on-one, I don't know if the job of a human being in conversation is to not talk to psychopaths, but to talk. I mean, like, how would you interview Hitler?
Well, I've had very difficult clinical interviews with people in my clinical practice.
So how do you approach that?
Well, I really probably approach that the way I approach most conversations, and it's something like, I'm going to assume that you're playing a straight game, but I'm going to watch, and if you throw the odd crooked maneuver in, then I'll note it, and after you do it 3 times, I'll think, okay, I see. I thought we were playing one game, but we're actually playing another one. And if I'm smart enough to pick that up, that usually works out quite successfully for me. But I'm not always smart enough to pick that up.
But see, here's the nice thing. There's a one-on-one conversation that's not recorded is different than one that's listened by a lot of people. Because I would venture to, I trust the intelligence of the viewer and the listener to detect even better than you.
Yes, and I think that's true, by the way.
To detect the psychopathy.
Yeah, I've had the odd interview with people that I wasn't happy with having organized because I felt that I had brought their ideas to a wider audience than might have been appropriate. But my conclusion and the conclusion of my producers and the people I talked to was that we could run the interview, the discussion, and let the audience sort it out. And I would say they do. So I think as a general rule of thumb, that's true. And I also think that the long form interviews are particularly good at that because it's not that easy to maintain a manipulative stance, especially if you're empty for like 2.5 hours. You get tired, you get irritable, you show that you lose the track, you're going to start leaking out your mistakes.
And that actually is the case for all the world leaders, I would say. 1 hour is too short. Something happens at like 2 hour plus mark where you start to leak, and I trust in the intelligence of the listener to sort of to detect that.
Yeah, and it might be the intelligence of the distributed crowd, and I mean that's what I've seen with the YouTube interviews is that it's hard to fool people as such over a protracted period of time, and I guess it's partly because everybody brings a slightly different set of falsehood detectors to the table, and if you aggregate that, it's pretty damn accurate.
But of course, it's complicated because ideas of Nazi ideology spread in the 1920s. There was a real battle between Marxism and Nazism.
Oh yeah,
and I believe there's some attempts at censorship of Nazi ideology. Censorship very often does the opposite. It gives the fringe ideologies power if they're being censored, because that's an indication that the man in power doesn't want the truth to be heard. This kind of idea, and that just puts fuel to the fire.
It also motivates the paranoid types because one of the reasons that paranoia spirals out of control is because paranoid people almost inevitably end up being persecuted because they're so touchy and so suspicious that people start to walk on eggshells around them as if there are things going on behind the scenes. And so then they get more distrustful and more paranoid. And eventually they start misbehaving so badly that they are actually persecuted, often by legal authorities. And, it's down the rabbit hole they go. And so, Musk is betting on that to some degree, right? He believes that free expression on Twitter, X, will sort itself out and be of net benefit. And I follow a lot of really bad accounts on X because I like to keep an eye on the pathology of the left, let's say, and the pathology of the right. thinking, at least in my clinical way, that I'm watching the psychopaths dance around and try to do what their subversion. And it's an ugly place to inhabit, that's for sure. But it's also the case that a very tiny minority of seriously bad actors can have a disproportionate influence. And one of the things I've always hoped for social media channels is that they separate anonymous accounts from the verified accounts. They should just be in different categories. People who will say what they think and take the hits to their reputation. Anonymous types, if you want to see what the anonymous types say, you can see it, but don't be confusing them with actual people, because they're not the same. We know that people behave more badly when they're anonymous. That's a very well-established psychological finding. Well, and I think the danger to our culture is substantive. I think the reason that everything started to go sideways pretty seriously around 2015 is because we invented these new modes of communication. We have no idea how to police them. And so the psychopathic manipulators, they have free reign. About 30% of the internet is pornography. A huge amount of internet traffic is outright criminal. And there's a penumbra around that that's, psychopathic, narcissistic, troublemaking trolls. And that might constitute the bulk of the interactions online. And it's partly because people can't be held responsible. So the free riders have free reign.
It's a fascinating technical challenge of how to make our society resilient to the psychopaths on the left and the right.
It might be the fundamental problem of the age, given the amplification of communication by our social networks.
And so to generalize across psychopaths, you could also think about bots. Which behave similar to psychopaths in their certainty and not caring. They're maximizing some function. They're not caring about anything else. Attention.
Short-term attention, even worse. Because you might, that's another problem, eh? Like if the algorithms are maximizing for the grip of short-term attention, they're acting like immature agents of attention, right? And so then imagine the worst case scenario is negative emotion garners more attention. And short-term gratification garners more attention. So then you're maximizing for the grip of short-term attention by negative emotion. I mean, that's not going to be a principle. If we were talking earlier about, unsustainable unifying axioms, that's definitely one of them. Maximize for the spread of negative attention, negative emotion that garners short-term attention. Jesus, brutal.
I tend to not think there's that many psychopaths. So maybe to push back a little bit, it feels like there's a small number of psychopaths.
3 to 5% is the estimate worldwide
in terms of humans. Sure, but in terms of the pattern of stuff we see online, my hope is that a lot of people on the extreme left and extreme right, or just the trolls in general, are just young people kind of going through the similar stuff that we've been talking about, trying on the cynicism and the resentment. There's a drug aspect to it. There's a pull to that. To talk shit about somebody, to take somebody down. I mean, there is some pleasure in that. There's a dark pull towards that, and I think
that's the sadistic pull.
And I think a lot of people, I mean, you see, when you say sadistic, it makes it sound like some kind of, it's a pathology.
It's pleasure in the suffering of others.
Right. But I just think that all of us have the capacity for that. All humans have the capacity for that.
Some more than others, but everyone to some degree.
And when you're young, you don't understand the full implications of that on your own self. So if you participate in taking other people down, that's going to have a cost on your own development as a human being. Like it's going to take you towards the Dostoevsky's Notes from Underground, in the basement, cynical, all that kind of
alone.
Stuff. Which is why a lot of young people try it out. The reason is you get older and older, you realize that there's a huge cost to that, so you don't do it. But there's young people that, so like I would like to sort of believe and hope that a large number of people who are trolls are just trying out the derision.
No doubt.
And then so they can be saved. They can be helped. They can be shown that there is more growth. There's more flourishing to celebrating other people, and it actually. And criticizing ideas, but not in the way of derision, LOL, but by formulating your own self in the world by formulating your ideas in a strong, powerful way, and also removing the cloak of anonymity and just standing behind your ideas and carrying the responsibility of those ideas. Yeah.
I think all of that is right. I think the idea that that's more likely to occur among young people, that's clear. People, as they mature, get more agreeable and conscientious. So we actually know that what you said is true technically. It's definitely the case that there's an innate tilt towards pleasure in that sort of behavior, and it is associated to some degree with dominance driving. And I do think it's true, as you pointed out, that many of the people who are toying with that pattern can be socialized out of it. In fact, maybe most people, even the repeat criminal types, tend to desist in their late 20s. So imagine that. So 1% of the criminals commit 65% of the crimes. So imagine that 1% are the people that you're really concerned with. They often have stable patterns of offending that emerged in very, very young, like even in infancy, and continue through adolescence and into adulthood. If you keep them in prison until they're in the middle of their late 20s, most of them stop. And that might be the easiest way to understand that might just be delayed maturation. So are most people salvageable? Yes, definitely. Is everyone salvageable? Well, at some point it becomes, first of all, they have to want to be salvaged. That's a problem. But then it also becomes something like, well, how much resources are you going to devote to that? Like the farther down the rabbit hole you've gone, the more energy it takes to haul you up. So there comes a point where the probability that you'll be able to get enough resources devoted to you to rescue you from the pit of hell that you've dug is zero. And that's a very sad thing. And it's very hard to be around someone who's in that situation. Very, very hard.
And it seems that it's more likely that the lead movements are going to be psychopaths, and the followers of movements are going to be the people that we're mentioning that are kind of lost themselves in the ideology of the movement.
Well, we know that what you said is true even historically to a large degree, because Germany was successfully denazified. And it's not like everybody who participated in every element of the Nazi movement was brought to justice, not in the least. The same thing happened in Japan. So to some degree, the same thing happened in South Africa, right? And it's the case, for example, also in the stories that we were referring to earlier, the biblical stories, the patriarchs of the Bible. Most of them are pretty bad people when they first start out. Like Jacob's really good. Jacob is the one who becomes Israel. He's a major player in the biblical narrative. And he's a pretty bad actor when he first starts out. He's a mama's boy. He's a liar. He steals from his own brother, and in a major way, he deceives his father. He's a coward, and yet he turns his life around.
So be careful the leaders you idolize and worship. But then it's not always clear to know who is the good and who's the evil.
Yeah.
It's hard. You have been through some dark places in your mind over your life. What have been some of your darker hours, and how did you find the light?
Well, I would say I started contending with the problem of evil very young, 13 or 14. And that's been that was my main motivation of study for 30 years, like something like that. At the end of that 30 years, I became more and more interested in fleshing out the alternative. Once I became convinced that evil existed, that was very young. I always believed that if you could understand something well enough that you could formulate a solution to it. But it turns out that seeing evil and understanding that it exists is less complicated than a technical description of its opposite. Like, what is good? You can say, well, it's not that, for sure. It's not Auschwitz. How about we start there? It's as far from Auschwitz as you can get. It's as far from enjoying being an Auschwitz camp guard as you can get. Okay, well, where are you when you're as far away from that as you could possibly get? What does that mean? That And it does have something to do with play, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I think the antithesis of tyranny is play. So that took me a long time to figure out that specifically, you know. And so that was very dark. Like, I spent a lot of time studying the worst behaviors that I could discover abstractly in books, but also in my clinical practice and in my observations of people. And so that's rough. More recently, I was very ill and in a tremendous amount of pain, like that lasted pretty much without any break for 3 years. And what was particularly useful to me then was the strength of my relationships, my immediate relationships, my friendships. Also, the relationships that I had established more broadly with people, you know, because by the time I became ill, I was reasonably well known and people were very supportive when I was having trouble, and that was very helpful. But it's certainly the case that it was the connections I had, particularly with my family, but also with my friends, that were the saving grace. And that's something to know, you know. I mean, it's necessary to bear the burdens of the world on your own shoulders, that's for sure, the burdens of your own existence and whatever other responsibilities you can mount, but that by no means means that you can or should do it alone. And so, you know, you might say, well, welcoming the adversity of life as a redemptive challenge is a task that's beyond the ability of the typical person, or even maybe of anyone. But then when you think, well, you're not alone. Maybe you're not alone socially. You're not alone familial. Maybe you're not alone metaphysically as well. You know, there's an insistence, and I think it's true. There's an insistence, for example, in the Old and the New Testament alike, that the more darkness you're willing to voluntarily encounter, the more likely it is that the spirit of Abraham and the patriarchs will walk with you. And I think that's right. Like, I think it's sort of technically true in that the best parts of yourself make themselves manifest. If you want to think about it that way, the best parts of yourself, whatever that means, make themselves manifest when you're contending actively and voluntarily with the most difficult challenges. Why wouldn't it be that way? And then you could think, well, that's yourself. Like, well, are the best unrevealed parts of you yourself? Well, no, they're a kind of metaphysical reality. They're not yet manifest. They only exist in potential. They transcend anything you're currently capable of, but they have an existence. You could call that yourself, but like, it was Jung's contention, for example, with regards to such terminology, that the reason we use the term self instead of God is because when God was dispensed with, let's say, by the processes Nietzsche described, we just found the same thing deep within the instinctive realm, let's say. We found it at the bottom of things instead of at the top. It's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter fundamentally. What matters is whether or not that's a reality. And I think it's the fundamental reality, because I do think that the deeper you delve into things, this is what happens to Moses when he encounters the burning bush. So Moses is just going about his life. He's a shepherd. He's an adult. He has wives. He has children. He has responsibilities. He's left his home and he's established himself. And so things are pretty good for Moses. And then he's out by Mount Horeb in that story, but it's the central mountain of the world. It's the same mountain as Sinai, which is the place where heaven and earth touch. And he sees something that grabs his attention, right? That's the burning bush. And bush is a tree. That's life. That's the tree of life. And the fact that it's on fire that's life exaggerated, because everything that's alive is on fire. And so what calls to Moses is like the spirit of being itself, and it tracks him off the beaten track. And he decides to go investigate. So Moses is everyone who goes off the beaten track to investigate. And so as he investigates, he delves more and more deeply until he starts to understand that he's now walking on sacred ground. So he takes off his shoes, and that's a symbolic reference of identity transformation. He's no longer walking the same path. He no longer has the same identity. He's in a state of flux. And that's when what happens is that he continues to interact with this calling. And Moses asks what it is that's being revealed, and God says, I'm the spirit of being itself. That's basically the answer. I am what I am. It's a more complex utterance than that. I am what I will be. I am what was becoming. It's all of that at the same time. It's the spirit of being that's speaking to him, the spirit of being and becoming. And it tells Moses that he now, because he's delved so deeply into something so compelling, his identity is transformed and he's become the leader who can speak truth to power. And so he allies himself with his brother Aaron, who's the political arm and who can communicate, and he goes back to Egypt to confront the tyrant. And that's an indication of that idea that if you wrestle with life properly, that the spirit of being and becoming walks with you. And it's like, how can that not be true? Because the contrary would be that there would be no growth in challenge. Well, you have to be infinitely nihilistic to believe that.
It's obvious, but it's also just fascinating that hardship is the thing that is that ends up being the catalyst for delving deeply.
It's hardship voluntarily undertaken. Well, it's crucially true. Look, if you bring someone into therapy, let's say they're afraid of elevators, and you trick them into getting near an elevator, you'll make them worse. But if you negotiate with them so that they voluntarily move towards the elevator on their own recognizance, they'll overcome their fear and they become generally braver. But it has to be voluntary.
See, I got to push back and explore with you the question of voluntarily.
Yeah.
Let's look at Nietzsche.
Yeah.
He suffered through several health issues throughout his life. Migraines, eyesight issues, digestive problems, depression with suicidal thoughts. And yet he is one of the greatest minds in the history of humanity. So were these problems that he was suffering arguably involuntarily a feature or a bug?
That's a good question. The same thing happens in the story of Job, because Job is a good man. God himself admits it. And Satan comes along and says to God, I see you're pretty proud of your man there, Job. God says, yeah, he's doing pretty well. And Satan says, I think it's just because things are easy for him. Let me have a crack at him and see what happens. And God says, yeah, I think you're wrong. Do your worst. Right, and that's how people feel when those slings and arrows come at them, let's say like Nietzsche. Well, Job's response to that, now the story is set up so that what befalls Job is actually quite arbitrary, right? These catastrophes that you're describing. The voluntarism in Job is his refusal to despair even in the face of that adversity. And that seems like something like an expression of voluntary free will. He refuses to lose faith. And the way the story ends is that Job gets everything back and more. And, so that's a descent and ascent story. And a cynic might say, well, the ends don't justify the means. And I would say, fair enough, but that's a pretty shallow interpretation of the story. What it indicates instead is that if you're fortunate, because let's not forget that, and you optimize your attitude even in the face of adversity, that it's not infrequently the case that your fortunes will reverse. And I found that in many situations, the journalists whose goal was most malicious in relationship to me, who were most concerned with improving their own, fostering their own notoriety and gaining social status at my expense, were the ones who did me the greatest favor. Those were the interviews that went viral. And so that's interesting, because they were definitely the places where the most disaster was at hand. And I felt that in the aftermath. Every time that happened, my whole family was destabilized for like 2 months because it wasn't obvious at all which way the dice were going to roll.
But you leaned into that. So in a sense that there's this kind of transformation from the involuntary to the voluntary. Basically saying, bring it on. That act of bring it on turns the involuntary hardship into voluntary hardship.
Well, not necessarily, let's say, but you could say that's your best bet. Well, I'm never going to say that you can transcend all catastrophe with the right attitude, because that's just too much to say. But I could say that in a dire situation, there's always an element of choice. And if you make the right choices, you improve the degree, you improve your chances of success to the maximal possible degree.
It might be too much to say, but nevertheless, this could be true. Viktor Frankl, Marcus Aurelius.
Well, that's what the resurrection story proclaims, is that, even under the darkest imaginable circumstances, the fundamental finale is the victory of the good. And that seems to me to be true.
Do you have regrets when you look back at your life in the full analysis of it?
Well, as I said, I was very ill for about 3 years, and it was seriously brutal. Like this is no lie, every single minute of that 3 years was worse than any single time I'd ever experienced in my entire life up to that. So that was rough.
Was the roughest the physical or the psychological?
Pain.
Just literal pain.
Yeah. Yeah, I was walking like 10 to 12 miles a day. Rain or shine, winter, didn't matter. Not good. And it was worse than that, because as the day progressed, my pain levels would fall until by 10, 11 at night, when I was starting to get tired, I was approaching, what would you say? I was approaching something like an ordinary bad day. But as soon as I went to sleep, then the clock was reset and all the pain came back. And so it wasn't just that I was in pain, it was that sleep itself became an enemy. And that's really rough, man, because sleep is where you take refuge. You're worn out, you're tired, and you go to sleep and you wake up and it's something approximating a new day. This was like Sisyphus on steroids. And it was very difficult to maintain hope in that, because I would do what I could. Like, there were times when it took me like an hour and a half in the morning to stand up. And so I do all that and more or less put myself back into something remotely resembling human by the end of the day. And then I knew perfectly well, exhausted, if I fell asleep, that I was going to be right at the bottom of the bloody hill again. And so after a couple of years of that, it was definitely the fact that I had a family that carried me through that.
What did you learn about yourself and about the human mind from all of those days?
Well, I think I learned more gratitude for the people I had around me. And I learned how fortunate I was to have that and how crucial that was. My wife learned something similar. She was diagnosed with a form of cancer that, as far as we know, killed every single person who ever had it except her. It's quite rare. And her experience was that what really gave her hope and played at least a role in saving her was the realization of the depth of love that her son in particular had for her. And that says nothing about her relationship with Michaela, with her daughter. It just so happened that it was the revelation of that love that made Tammy understand the value of her life in a way that she wouldn't have realized of her own accord. We're very, very, there's no difference between ourselves and the people that we love. And there might be no difference between ourselves and everyone, everywhere. But we can at least realize that to begin with in the form of the people that we love. And I hope I'm better at that than I was. I think I'm better at it than I was. I'm a lot more grateful for just ordinariness than I was, because when I first recovered, I remember I was standing in this pharmacy waiting for a prescription in a little town, and they weren't being particularly efficient about it. So I was standing in the aisle for like 20 minutes, and I thought, I'm not on fire. I could just stand here for like the rest of my life, just not being in pain and enjoying that. And that would have been something that before that would have been, I would have been impatient and raring to go because I didn't have 20 minutes to stand in the middle of an aisle. And I thought, well, if you're just standing there and you're not on fire, things are a lot better than they might be. And I know that. And I think I remember it almost all the time.
You gain a greater ability to appreciate the mundane moments of life.
Yeah, definitely. The miracle of the mundane, right?
Yeah.
I think Nietzsche had that. He was very ill. And so I suspect he had, and he was regarded by the inhabitants of the village that he lived in near the end of his life as something approximating a saint. He apparently conducted himself very admirably despite all his suffering.
But that still, there's this tension, as there's in much of Nietzsche's work, between the miracle of the mundane, appreciating the miracle of the mundane versus fearing the tyranny of the mediocre.
It's more the mediocre and resentful.
Yes, but that's you giving him a pass or seeing the good.
Well, fair enough.
There's a kind of, the tyranny of the mediocre. I always hated this idea that some people are better than others. And I understand it, but it's a dangerous idea.
This is why I like the story of Cain and Abel, I would say. Because Cain is mediocre. But that's because he refuses to do his best. It's not something intrinsic to him. And I actually think that's the right formulation. Because, I had people in my clinic practice who were lost in many dimensions from the perspective of comparison. One woman I remember in particular who, she had a lot to contend with. She was not educated. She was not intelligent. She had a brutal family, terrible history of psychiatric hospitalization. And when I met her at a hospital, she was an outpatient from the psychiatric ward, and she had been in there with people that she thought were worse off than her, and they were. And that was a long way down. That was like Dante's Inferno level down. It was a long-term psychiatric inpatient ward. Some of the people had been there for 30 years. It made One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest look like a romantic comedy. And she had come back to see if she could take some of those people for a walk and was trying to find out how to get permission to do it. And so, better than other people. Some people are more intelligent, some people are more beautiful, some people are more athletic. Maybe it's possible for everyone at all levels of attainment to strive towards the good. And maybe those talents that are given to people unfairly don't privilege them in relationship to their moral conduct. And I think that's true. Like there's no evidence, for example, that there's any correlation whatsoever between intelligence and morality. You're not better because you're smart. And what that also implies is if you're smart, you can be a lot better at being worse.
I think for myself, I'm just afraid of dismissing people because of my perception of them.
Yeah, well, that's why we have that metaphysical presumption that everybody's made in the image of God, right? Despite that immense diversity of apparent ability, there's that underlying metaphysical assumption that, we all vary in our perceived and actual utility in relationship to any proximal goal, but all of that's independent of the question of axiomatic worth. And that preposterous as that notion appears to be, it seems to me that societies that accept it as a fundamental axiomatic presumption are always the societies that you'd want to live in if you had a choice. And that, to me, is an existence proof for the utility of the presumption. And also, if you treat people like that in your life, every encounter you have, you make the assumption that it's an assumption of, it's radical equality of worth despite individual variance in ability, something like that. Man, your interactions go way better. I mean, everyone wants to be treated that way. Look, here's a developmental sequence for you. Naive and trusting. hurt and cynical. Okay, well, is hurt and cynical better than naive and trusting? It's like, yeah, probably. Is that where it ends? How about cynical and trusting as step 3? Right, and then the trust becomes courage. It's like, yeah, I'll put my hand out for you, but it's not because I'm a fool. And I think that's right, because that's the reinstantiation of that initial trust, right, that makes childhood magical and paradisal. But it's the admixture of that with wisdom. It's like, yeah, you know, we could walk together uphill, but that doesn't mean, and I'll presume that that's your aim, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to watch.
What's a better life? Cynical and safe, or hopeful and vulnerable to be hurt?
Oh, you can't dispense with vulnerable to be hurt. That's the other realization. It's like you're going to stake your life on something. You could stake your life on security, but it's not going to help. You don't have that option.
So what do you do when you're betrayed, ultimately, by some people you come across?
Grieve and look elsewhere. Do what you can to forgive, and not least so you lighten your own burden. Maybe do what you can to help the person who betrayed you. And if that all proves impossible, then wash your hands of it and move on to the next adventure.
And do it again.
Yeah? Yeah.
Boy, this life, something else. We've been talking about some heavy, difficult topics, and you've talked about truth in your Nietzsche lectures and elsewhere. When you think, when you write, when you speak, how do you find what is true? You know, Hemingway said, all you have to do is write one true sentence.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Well, I would say first that you practice that. It's like, that question is something, and Hemingway knew this, at least to some degree, and he certainly wrote about it, is that you have to orient your life upward as completely as you can, because otherwise you can't distinguish between truth and falsehood. It has to be a practice. And for me, I started to become serious about that practice when I realized that it was individual, it was the immorality of the individual, the resentful, craven, deceitful immorality of the individual that led to the terrible atrocities that humans engage in that make us doubt even our own worth. I became completely convinced of that the fundamental root cause of evil, let's say, wasn't economic or sociological, that it was spiritual, just psychological. And that if that was the case, you had an existential responsibility to aim upward and to tell the truth. And that everything depends on that. And I became convinced of that. And so then, look, you set your path with your orientation. That's how your perceptions work. As soon as you have a goal, a pathway opens up to you and you can see it. And the world divides itself into obstacles and things that move you forward. And so the pathway that's in front of you depends on your aim. The things you perceive are concretizations of your aim. If your aim is untrue, then you won't be able to tell the difference between truth and falsehood. And you might say, well, how do you know your aim is true? It's like, well, you course correct continually, and you can aim towards the ultimate. Are you ever sure that your aim is the right direction? You become increasingly accurate in your apprehension.
Is it like part of the process to cross the line, to go outside the Overton window, to dip a toe outside the Overton window for a bit?
Of course, that's what you do in part and play. I was at the Comedy Mothership, and every single comedian was like completely reprehensible. All they were doing was saying things that you can't say. Well, but it was in play. What I'm trying to do in my lectures is I'm on the edge. Like, I have a question I'm trying to address, and I'm trying to figure out. I don't know where the conversation is going. Truly, like it's an exploration. And I think the reason that the audiences respond is because they can feel that. It's a high wire act, you know. And I could fail. And, you know, my lectures have degrees of success. Sometimes I get real fortunate. There's a perfect narrative arc. I have a question. I'm investigating it. It comes to a punchline conclusion just at the right time. And it's like the whole act is complete. And sometimes it's more fragmented. But I can tell when the audience is engaged because everyone's silent. except maybe when they're laughing. But
There's a kind of sense that you're arguing with yourself when you're lecturing. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful and powerful to watch. Like Nietzsche does the same. There's contradictions in what you're saying. There's a struggle in what you're saying. But I do think that when you're doing the same on the internet, you get punished for the deviations. You get punished for the exploration, especially when that explores outside the Overton window.
look, if you're going to play hard in a conversation to explore, you're going to say things that are edgy, right? That are going to cause trouble, and that might be wrong. And that's another reason why free speech protection is so important. You actually have to protect the right. Let's say in the optimal circumstance, you have to protect the right of well-meaning people to be wrong. Now, you probably have to go beyond that to truly protect it. You have to even protect the right of people who aren't meaning well to be wrong, and we also need that because we're not always well-meaning. But I don't, the alternative to that protection would be the insistence that people only say what was 100% right all the time.
I'm also, I guess this is a call to our fellow humans not to reduce a person to a particular statement. This is what the internet tends to want to do.
Especially if it's the worst thing they ever said.
Yeah.
Yeah, because anyone judged by that standard is doomed unless they're silent.
But it also just makes you not want to play.
Yeah, right.
Not want to take sort of radical thought experiments and carry out.
Yeah, well,
to
that's
natural
kind of the
conclusion.
definition of a totalitarian state. No
Yes.
one's playing in a totalitarian state ever.
In this case, it's an emergent one
Yeah,
with psychopaths roaming the landscape.
yeah. Well,
The barbarian.
that might be the general pattern of totalitarianism.
Well, in totalitarianism, there's usually one psychopath, not multiple.
Yeah, but everyone else is complicit, at least in their silence.
Does the study of the pathology of psychopaths online wear on you?
Yes, definitely.
You ever consider doing less of that?
Yes. Yes, definitely. But, probably I experienced most of that on X. But that's also where I find most of my guests. That's also where I get a sense of the zeitgeist, which is necessary. For example, if you're going to be a podcast host, it's necessary for me to make my lectures on point and up to date, to get a sampling of the current moment. You have to be of the moment in many ways to function at a high level. Is there a price? There's a price to be paid for that because you're exposed to everything in a sense. And
And you can also oversample the darkness.
yeah, definitely.
It can make you more and more cynical.
Yeah, well,
It's a danger, right?
Yeah. Well, luckily for me, I have many things that counterbalance that. The familiar relationships we talked about, the friendships, and then also all of the public things I do are positive. The lecture tours, for example, which I'm on a lot, they're basically 100% positive. So I'm very well buttressed against that
That's great to
darker
hear.
element.
As a fan in the arena watching the gladiators fight, your mind is too important to be lost to the cynical, to the battles with the abyss.
Well, you have a moral obligation too to maintain a positive orientation. It's a moral obligation. The future is, of course, rife with contradictory possibilities, and I suppose in some ways the more rapid the rate of transformation, the more possibility for good and for evil is making itself manifest at any moment. But it looks like the best way to ensure that the future is everything we wish it would be is to maintain faith that that is the direction that will prevail. And I think that's a form of moral commitment when it's not just naive optimism.
Well, Jordan, thank you for being courageous and being the light amid the darkness for many, many people. And thank you for once again talking today.
Thanks very much for the invitation and for the conversations. But it's always a pleasure to see you. And you're doing a pretty decent job yourself of out there illuminating dark corners and bringing people upward. I mean, you've got a remarkable thing going with your podcast, and you're very good at it.
Thank you, Jordan. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jordan Peterson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, I'll give you some words from Friedrich Nietzsche. I would like to learn more and more to see as beautiful that which is necessary in things. Then I shall be one of those who make things beautiful. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with the founding members of the Cursor team, Michael Truel, Swale Asif, Arvid Lundmark, and Aman Sanger. Cursor is a code editor based on VS Code that adds a lot of powerful features for AI-assisted coding. It has captivated the attention and excitement of the programming and AI communities. So I thought this is an excellent opportunity to dive deep into the role of AI in programming. This is a super technical conversation that is bigger than just about one code editor. It's about the future of programming, and in general, the future of human-AI collaboration in designing and engineering complicated and powerful systems. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Michael, Swale, Arvid, and Aman. All right, this is awesome. We have Michael, Aman, Swale, Arvid here from the Cursor team. First up, big ridiculous question. What's the point of a code editor?
So the code editor is largely the place where you build software. And today, or for a long time, that's meant the place where you text edit a formal programming language. And for people who aren't programmers, the way to think of a code editor is like a really souped up word processor for programmers, where the reason it's souped up is code has a lot of structure. And so the quote unquote word processor, the code editor, can actually do a lot for you that word processors, sort of in the writing space haven't been able to do for people editing text there. And so, that's everything from giving you visual differentiation of like the actual tokens in the code so you can like scan it quickly, to letting you navigate around the code base, sort of like you're navigating around the internet with like hyperlinks. You're going to sort of definitions of things you're using, to error checking, to catch rudimentary bugs. And so traditionally, that's what a code editor has meant. And I think that what a code editor is going to change a lot over the next 10 years, as what it means to build software maybe starts to look a bit different.
I think also a code editor should just be fun.
Yes, that is very important. And it's actually sort of an underrated aspect of how we decide what to build. Like a lot of the things that we build, and then we try them out, we do an experiment, and then we actually throw them out because they're not fun. And so a big part of being fun is like being fast a lot of the time. Fast is fun.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's a good t-shirt.
But like fundamentally, I think one of the things that draws a lot of people to building stuff on computers is this like insane iteration speed, where in other disciplines you might be sort of gate-capped by resources or the ability to get a large group together. And coding is this like amazing thing where it's you and the computer, and that alone you can build really cool stuff really quickly.
So for people who don't know, Cursor is this super cool new editor that's a fork of VS Code. It would be interesting to get your kind of explanation of your own journey of editors. How did you? I think all of you were big fans of VS Code with Copilot. How did you arrive to VS Code, and how did that lead to your journey with Cursor?
Yeah. So I think all of us were originally Vim users.
Pure Vim.
Pure Vim, yeah. No NeoVim, just pure Vim in a terminal. And at least for myself, it was around the time that Copilot came out, so 2021, that I really wanted to try it. So I went into VS Code, the only platform, the only code editor in which it was available. And even though I really enjoyed using Vim, just the experience of Copilot with VS Code was more than good enough to convince me to switch. And so that kind of was the default until we started working on Cursor.
And maybe we should explain what Copilot does. It's like a really nice autocomplete. It suggests, as you start writing a thing, it suggests 1 or 2 or 3 lines how to complete the thing. And there's a fun experience in that, like when you have a close friendship and your friend completes your sentences. Like when it's done well, there's an intimate feeling. There's probably a better word than intimate, but there's a cool feeling of like, holy shit, it gets me.
Yeah.
Now, and then there's an unpleasant feeling when it doesn't get you, and so there's that kind of friction. But I would say for a lot of people, the feeling that it gets me overpowers that it doesn't.
And I think actually one of the underrated aspects of GitHub Copilot is that even when it's wrong, it's like a little bit annoying, but it's not that bad because you just type another character and then then it gets you, or you type another character and then it gets you. So even when it's wrong, it's not that bad.
Yeah, you can sort of iterate and fix it.
Yeah.
I mean, the other underrated part of Copilot for me sort of was just the first real AI product. So the first language model consumer product.
So Copilot was kind of like the first killer app for LLMs.
Yeah, and like the beta was out in 2021.
Right. Okay. So what's the origin story of Cursor?
So around 2020, the scaling loss papers came out from OpenAI, and that was a moment where this looked like clear, predictable progress for the field. Where even if we didn't have any more ideas, it looked like you could make these models a lot better if you had more compute and more data.
By the way, we'll probably talk for 3 to 4 hours on the topic of scaling loss.
Yes.
But just to summarize, it's a paper and a set of papers and a set of ideas that say bigger might be better for model size and data size in the realm of machine learning.
It's bigger and better, but predictably better.
Okay, that's another topic of conversation.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah.
So around that time, for some of us, there were like a lot of conceptual conversations about what's this going to look like, what's the story going to be for all these different knowledge worker fields about how they're going to be made better by this technology getting better. And then I think there were a couple of moments where like the theoretical gains predicted in that paper started to feel really concrete, and it started to feel like a moment where you could actually go and not do a PhD if you wanted to work on do useful work in AI. I actually felt like now there was this whole set of systems one could build that were really useful. And I think that the first moment we already talked about a little bit, which was playing with the early beta of Copilot, like that was awesome and magical. I think that the next big moment where everything kind of clicked together was actually getting early access to GPT-4. So sort of end of 2022 was when we were tinkering with that model, and the step up in capabilities felt enormous. And previous to that, we had been working on a couple of different projects. We had been, because of Copilot, because of scaling laws, because of our prior interest in the technology, we had been tinkering around with tools for programmers, but things that are like very specific. So, we were building tools for financial professionals who have to work within a Jupyter notebook, or like, playing around with, can you do static analysis with these models? And then the step up in GPT-4 felt like, look, that really made concrete the theoretical gains that we had predicted before. Felt like you could build a lot more just immediately at that point in time. And also, if we were being consistent, it really felt like this wasn't just going to be a point solution thing. This was going to be all of programming was going to flow through these models. It felt like that demanded a different type of programming environment, a different type of programming. And so we set off to build that sort of larger vision around that.
There's one that I distinctly remember. So my roommate is an IMO Gold winner, and there's a competition in the US called the Putnam, which is sort of the IMO for college people, and it's this math competition. He's exceptionally good. So Sheng Tong and Aman, I remember it's sort of June of 2022, had this bet on whether the 2024 June or July you were going to win a gold medal in the IMO with like models.
IMO is International Math Olympiad.
IMO is International Math Olympiad, and so Arvid and I are both also competed in it, so it was sort of personal. And and I remember thinking, Matt, this is not going to happen. This was like, even though I sort of believed in progress, I thought, IMO gold, just like Aman is just delusional. Yeah. That was the, and to be honest, I was, to be clear, very wrong, but that was maybe the most prescient bet in the group.
So the new results from DeepMind, it turned out that you were correct. That's what
it was technically not.
Technically incorrect, but 1 point away. Aman was very enthusiastic about this stuff. And before, Aman had this like scaling laws T-shirt that he would walk around with, where it had the like charts and like the formulas on it.
Oh, so you like felt the AGI, or you felt the scaling?
Yeah, I distinctly remember there was this one conversation I had with Michael where before I hadn't thought super deeply and critically about scaling laws. And he kind of posed the question, why isn't scaling all you need? Or why isn't scaling going to result in massive gains in progress? And I think I went through like the stages of grief. There is anger, denial, and then finally at the end, just thinking about it, acceptance. And I think I've been quite hopeful and optimistic about progress since. I think one thing I'll caveat is I think it also depends on like which domains you're going to see progress. Like math is a great domain because, especially like formal theorem proving, because you get this fantastic signal of actually verifying if the thing is correct. And so this means something like RL can work really, really well. And I think like you could have systems that are perhaps very superhuman in math and still not technically have AGI.
Okay, so can we take it all the way to Cursor?
Mm-hmm.
And what is Cursor? It's a fork of VS Code, and VS Code is one of the most popular editors for a long time. Like everybody fell in love with it. Everybody left Vim. I left Emacs for it. Sorry. So it unified in some fundamental way the developer community. And then you look at the space of things, you look at the scaling laws, AI is becoming amazing, and you decided, okay, it's not enough to just write an extension for VS Code because there's a lot of limitations to that. We need, if AI is going to keep getting better, we need to really like rethink how the AI is going to be part of the editing process. And so you decided to fork VS Code and start to build a lot of the amazing features we'll be able to talk about. But what was that decision like? Because there's a lot of extensions, including Copilot, of VS Code that are doing sort of AI type stuff. What was the decision like to just fork VS Code?
So the decision to do an editor seemed kind of self-evident to us for at least what we wanted to do and achieve. Because when we started working on the editor, the idea was these models are going to get much better, their capabilities are going to improve, and it's going to entirely change how you build software. Both in a, you will have big productivity gains, but also radical and now like the act of building software is going to change a lot. And so you're very limited in the control you have over a code editor if you're a plugin to an existing coding environment. And we didn't want to get locked in by those limitations. We wanted to be able to just build the most useful stuff.
Okay, well then the natural question is, VS Code is kind of, with Copilot, a competitor. So how do you win? Is it basically just the speed and the quality of the features?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a space that is quite interesting, perhaps quite unique, where if you look at previous tech waves, maybe there's kind of one major thing that happened and it unlocked a new wave of companies. But every single year, every single model capability, or jump you get in model capabilities, you now unlock this new wave of features, things that are possible, especially in programming. And so I think in AI programming, being even just a few months ahead, let alone a year ahead, makes your product much, much, much more useful. I think Cursor, a year from now, will need to make the cursors of today look obsolete. And I think, Microsoft has done a number of fantastic things, but I don't think they're in a great place to really keep innovating and pushing on this in the way that a startup can.
Just rapidly implementing features.
And push, and kind of doing the research experimentation necessary to really push the ceiling.
I don't know if I think of it in terms of features as I think of it in terms of capabilities for programmers. It's that as the new one model came out, and I'm sure there are going to be more models of different types, like longer context and maybe faster. There's all these crazy ideas that you can try, and hopefully 10% of the crazy ideas will make it into something kind of cool and useful. And we want people to have that sooner. To rephrase, it's like an underrated fact is we're making it for ourselves. When we started Cursor, you really felt this frustration that models, you could see models getting better, but the Copilot experience had not changed. It's like, man, these guys, the ceiling is getting higher. Why are they not making new things? They should be making new things. They should be where's all the alpha features? There were no alpha features. It was I'm sure it was selling well. I'm sure it was a great business, but it didn't feel. I'm one of these people that really want to try and use new things, and was just there's no new thing for like a very long while.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how you put that into words, but when you compare Cursor with Copilot, Copilot pretty quickly started to feel stale for some reason.
Yeah, I think one thing that I think helps us is that we're sort of doing it all in one. We're developing the UX and the way you interact with the model at the same time as we're developing like how we actually make the model give better answers. So like how you build up the prompt or like how do you find the context, and for a Cursor tab, like how do you train the model. So I think that helps us to have all of it like sort of like the same people working on the entire experience end to end.
Yeah, it's like the person making the UI and the person training the model like sit like 18 feet away. So
Often the same person.
Yeah, often with the same person. So you can create things that are sort of not possible if you're not talking, you're not experimenting.
And you're using, like you said, Cursor to write Cursor.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's talk about some of these features. Let's talk about the all-knowing, the all-powerful praise be to the tab. The, autocomplete on steroids, basically. So how does tab work? What is tab?
To highlight it summarize at a high level, I'd say that there are two things that Cursor is pretty good at right now. There are other things that it does, but two things that it helps programmers with. One is this idea of looking over your shoulder and being like a really fast colleague who can kind of jump ahead of you and type and figure out what you're going to do next. And that was the original idea behind. That was kind of the kernel of the idea behind good autocomplete, was predicting what you're going to do next. But you can make that concept even more ambitious by not just predicting the characters after your cursor, but actually predicting the next entire change you're going to make, next diff, next place you're going to jump to. And the second thing Cursor is pretty good at right now too, is helping you sometimes jump ahead of the AI and tell it what to do and go from instructions to code. And on both of those, we've done a lot of work on making the editing experience for those things ergonomic, and also making those things smart and fast.
One of the things we really wanted was we wanted the model to be able to edit code for us. That was kind of a wish, and we had multiple attempts at it before we had a sort of a good model that could edit code for you. Then after we had a good model, I think there've been a lot of effort to make the inference fast for having a good experience, and we've been starting to incorporate. I mean, Michael sort of mentioned this like ability to jump to different places, and that jump to different places I think came from a feeling of once you accept an edit, it's like, man, it should be just really obvious where to go next. It's like I made this change. The model should just know that like the next place to go to is like 18 lines down. Like if you're a Wim user, you could press 18JJ or whatever. But like why am I doing this? Like the model should just know it. And then so the idea was you just press tab, it would go 18 lines down, and then it show you the next edit, and you would press tab. So it's just you, as long as you could keep pressing tab. And so the internal competition was how many tabs can we make someone press. Once you have like the idea, more sort of abstractly, the thing to think about is sort of like how are the edits sort of zero entropy. So once you've sort of expressed your intent and the edit there's no like new bits of information to finish your thought, but you still have to type some characters to like make the computer understand what you're actually thinking. Then maybe the model should just sort of read your mind, and all the zero entropy bits should just be like tabbed away.
Yeah,
that was sort of the abstract version.
There's this interesting thing where if you look at language model loss on different domains, I believe the bits per byte, which is kind of character normalized loss for code, is lower than language, which means in general there are a lot of tokens in code that are super predictable, a lot of characters that are super predictable. And this is, I think, even magnified when you're not just trying to autocomplete code, but predicting what the user is going to do next in their editing of existing code. And so, the goal of Cursor tab is let's eliminate all the low entropy actions you take inside of the editor. When the intent is effectively determined, let's just jump you forward in time, skip you forward.
Well, Well, what's the intuition and what's the technical details of how to do next cursor prediction? That jump, that's not so intuitive, I think, to people.
Yeah, I think I can speak to a few of the details on how to make these things work. They're incredibly low latency, so you need to train small models on this task. In particular, they're incredibly pre-fill token hungry. What that means is they have these really, really long prompts, so they see a lot of your code, and they're not actually generating that many tokens. And so the perfect fit for that is using a sparse model, meaning an MOE model. So that was kind of one breakthrough we made that substantially improved performance at longer context. The other being a variant of speculative decoding that we kind of built out called speculative edits. These are two, I think, important pieces of what make it quite high quality and very fast.
Okay, so MOE, Mixture of Experts, the input is huge, the output is small.
Yeah.
Okay, so like what else can you say about how to make it? Does caching play a role in this?
Caching plays a huge role. Because you're dealing with this many input tokens. If every single keystroke that you're typing in a given line, you had to rerun the model on all of those tokens passed in, you're just going to, one, significantly degrade latency, two, you're going to kill your GPUs with load. So you need to design the actual prompts used for the model such that they're caching aware. And then you need to reuse the KV cache across requests, just so that you're spending less work, less compute.
Again, what are the things that Tab is supposed to be able to do kind of in the near term? Just to like sort of linger on that. Generate code, like fill empty space, also edit code across multiple lines.
Yeah.
And then jump to different locations inside the same file.
Yeah.
And then like
hopefully jump to different files also. So if you make an edit in one file and maybe you have to go to another file to finish your thought. It should go to the second file also.
Yeah. And then the full generalization is like next action prediction. Like sometimes you need to run a command in the terminal, and it should be able to suggest the command based on the code that you wrote too. Or sometimes you actually need to it suggests something, but you it's hard for you to know if it's correct, because you actually need some more information to learn. Like you need to know the type to be able to verify that it's correct. And so maybe it should actually take you to a place that's like the definition of something, and then take you back so that you have all the requisite knowledge to be able to accept the next conclusion.
So providing the human the knowledge.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you integrate, like, I just gotten to know a guy named PrimeGen, who I believe has an you can order coffee via SSH.
Oh yeah. Oh, we did that.
So can that also the model do that, like feed you and like and provide you caffeine? Okay, so that's the general framework.
Yeah, yeah. And the magic moment would be if programming is this weird discipline where sometimes the next 5 minutes, not always, but sometimes the next 5 minutes of what you're going to do is actually predictable from the stuff you've done recently. And so can you get to a world where that next 5 minutes either happens by you disengaging and it taking you through, or maybe a little bit more of just you seeing next step what it's going to do, and you're like, okay, that's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. And you can just sort of tap through these big changes.
As we're talking about this, I should mention that one of the really cool and noticeable things about Cursor is that there's this whole diff interface situation going on. So like the model suggests with the red and the green of like, here's how we're going to modify the code. And in the chat window, you can apply and it shows you the diff and you can accept the diff. So maybe can you speak to whatever direction of that?
We'll probably have like 4 or 5 different kinds of diffs. So we have optimized the diff for the autocomplete, so that has a different diff interface than when you're reviewing larger blocks of code. And then we're trying to optimize another diff thing for when you're doing multiple different files. And sort of at a high level, the difference is for when you're doing autocomplete, it should be really, really fast read. Actually, it should be really fast to read in all situations. But in autocomplete, it's sort of you're really like your eyes focused in one area. You can't be in too many. The humans can't look in too many different places.
So you're talking about on the interface side, like
on the interface side. So it currently has this box on the side. So we have the current box, and if it tries to delete code in some place and tries to add other code, it tries to show you a box on the
You
side.
can maybe show it if we pull it up on Cursor.com. This is what we're talking
Go out. So that
Exactly.
box, it was like 3 or 4 different attempts at trying to make this thing work. Where first the attempt was like these blue crossed out lines. So before it was a box on the side, it used to show you the code to delete by showing you like Google Doc style. You would see like a line through it, then you would see the new code. That was super distracting. And then we tried many different, there was sort of deletions, there was trying to red highlight. Then the next iteration of it, which is sort of funny, you would hold on Mac the option button. So it would sort of highlight a region of code to show you that there might be something coming. So maybe in this example, like the input and the value would all get blue, and the blue was to highlight that the AI had a suggestion for you. So instead of directly showing you the thing, it would show you that it would just hint that the AI had a suggestion, and if you really wanted to see it, you would hold the option button, and then you would see the new suggestion. And if you release the option button, you would then see your original code.
So that's, by the way, that's pretty nice, but you have to know to hold the option button.
Yeah.
So
And by the way, I'm not a Mac user, but I got it. Option.
It was
It's a button, I guess. You people have.
it's it's just non-intuitive. I think that's the key thing.
And there's a chance this is also not the final version of it. I am personally very excited for making a lot of improvements in this area. Like we often talk about it as the verification problem, where these diffs are great for small edits. For large edits, or like when it's multiple files or something, it's actually a little bit prohibitive to review these diffs. And so there are like a couple of different ideas here. Like one idea that we have is, okay, like parts of the diffs are important. They have a lot of information. And then parts of the diff are just very low entropy. They're like the same thing over and over again. And so maybe you can highlight the important pieces and then gray out the not so important pieces. Or maybe you can have a model that looks at the diff and sees, oh, there's a likely bug here. I will like mark this with a little red squiggly and say like, you should probably like review this part of the diff. And ideas in that vein, I think, are exciting.
Yeah, that's a really fascinating space of like UX design engineering.
Yeah.
So you're basically trying to guide the human programmer through all the things they need to read and nothing more.
Yeah.
Like optimally.
Yeah, and you want an intelligent model to do it. Like currently, diff algorithms they're just like normal algorithms. There's no intelligence. There's like intelligence that went into designing the algorithm, but then there's no like, you don't care if it's about this thing or this thing. As you want a model to do this.
So I think the general question is like, Matt, these models are going to get much smarter. As the models get much smarter, the changes they will be able to propose are much bigger. So as the changes get bigger and bigger and bigger, the humans have to do more and more and more verification work. It gets more and more and more hard. Like it's just you need to help them out. It's sort of I don't want to spend all my time reviewing code.
Can you say a little more across multiple files, Div?
Yeah, I mean, so GitHub tries to solve it, right, with code review. When you're doing code review, you're reviewing multiple diffs across multiple files. But like Arvid said earlier, I think you can do much better than code review. Code review kind of sucks. Like you spend a lot of time trying to grok this code that's often quite unfamiliar to you, and it often like doesn't even actually catch that bugs. And I think you can significantly improve that review experience using language models. For example, using the kinds of tricks that Art had described, of maybe pointing you towards the regions that actually matter. I think also if the code is produced by these language models and it's not produced by someone else, like the code review experience is designed for both the reviewer and the person that produced the code. In the case where the person that produced the code is a language model, you don't have to care that much about their experience. You can design the entire thing around the reviewer such that the reviewer's job is as fun, as easy, as productive as possible. And I think that feels like the issue with just kind of naively trying to make these things look like code review. I think you can be a lot more creative and push the boundary of what's possible.
And just one idea there is, I think ordering matters. Generally, when you review a PR, you have this list of files and you're reviewing them from top to bottom. But actually, like, you actually want to understand this part first because that came like logically first, and then you want to understand the next part. And you don't want to have to figure out that yourself. You want a model to guide you through the thing.
And is the step of creation going to be more and more natural language? Is the goal versus with actual writing?
I think sometimes. I don't think it's going to be the case that all of programming will be natural language. And the reason for that is, if I'm pair programming with Swala, and Swala is at the computer and the keyboard, and sometimes if I'm like driving, I want to say to Swala, hey, like implement this function, and that works. And then sometimes it's just so annoying to explain to Swala what I want him to do. And so I actually take over the keyboard and I show him, I write like part of the example, and then it makes sense. And that's the easiest way to communicate. And so I think that's also the case for AI. Like sometimes the easiest way to communicate with AI will be to show an example and then it goes and does the thing everywhere else. Or sometimes if you're making a website, for example, the easiest way to show to the AI what you want is not to tell it what to do, but drag things around or draw things. And like maybe eventually we will get to like brain machine interfaces or whatever and kind of like understand what you're thinking. And so I think natural language will have a place. I think it will definitely not be the way most people program most of the time.
I'm really feeling the AGI with this editor. It feels like there's a lot of machine learning going on underneath. Tell me about some of the ML stuff that makes it all work.
Recursor really works via this ensemble of custom models that we trained alongside, the frontier models that are fantastic at the reasoning intense things. And so CursorTAP, for example, is a great example of where you can specialize this model to be even better than even frontier models if you look at evals on the task we set it at. The other domain, which it's kind of surprising that it requires custom models, but it's kind of necessary and works quite well, is in Apply. So I think these models are, like the frontier models are quite good at sketching out plans for code and generating like rough sketches of like the change, but actually creating diffs is quite hard for frontier models, for your training models. Like you try to do this with Sonnet, O1, any frontier model, and it really messes up stupid things like counting line numbers, especially in super, super large files. And so what we've done to alleviate this is we let the model kind of sketch out this rough code block that indicates what the change will be. And we train a model to then apply that change to the file.
And we should say that Apply is the model looks at your code. It gives you a really damn good suggestion of what new things to do. And the seemingly for humans trivial step of combining the two, you're saying is not so trivial.
Contrary to popular perception, it is not a deterministic algorithm.
Yeah. I think like you see shallow copies of Apply elsewhere, and it just breaks like most of the time because I think you can kind of try to do some deterministic matching and then it fails, at least 40% of the time, and that just results in a terrible product experience. I think in general, this regime of you are going to get smarter and smarter models, and like so one other thing that Apply lets you do is it lets you use fewer tokens with the most intelligent model. This is both expensive in terms of latency for generating all these tokens and cost. So you can give this very, very rough sketch and then have your small models go and implement it because it's a much easier task to implement this very, very sketched out code. And I think that this regime will continue where you can use smarter and smarter models to do the planning, and then maybe the implementation details can be handled by the less intelligent ones. Perhaps you'll have, maybe O1, maybe it'll be even more capable models, given an even higher level plan that is kind of recursively applied by Sonnet and then the Apply model.
Maybe we should talk about how to make it fast.
Yeah.
I'd be like,
Yeah.
Fast is always an interesting detail aspect.
Yeah. How do you make it fast?
Yeah, so one big component of making it fast is speculative edits. So speculative edits are a variant of speculative decoding, and maybe be helpful to briefly describe speculative decoding. With speculative decoding, what you do is you can kind of take advantage of the fact that, most of the time, and I'll add the caveat that it would be when you're memory bound in language model generation. If you process multiple tokens at once, it is faster than generating one token at a time. So this is like the same reason why, if you look at tokens per second, with prompt tokens versus generated tokens, it's much, much faster for prompt tokens. So what we do is, instead of using what speculative decoding normally does, which is using a really small model to predict these graph tokens that your larger model will then go in and verify. With code edits, we have a very strong prior of what the existing code will look like. And that prior is literally the same exact code. So what you can do is you can just feed chunks of the original code back into the model. And then the model will just pretty much agree most of the time that, okay, I'm just going to spit this code back out. And so you can process all of those lines in parallel. And you just do this with sufficiently many chunks, and then eventually you'll reach a point of disagreement where the model will now predict text that is different from the ground truth original code. It'll generate those tokens, and then we kind of will decide, after enough tokens match the original code, to restart speculating in chunks of code. What this actually ends up looking like is just a much faster version of normal editing code. So it's just like, it looks like a much faster version of the model rewriting all the code. So just we can use the same exact interface that we use for diffs, but it will just stream down a lot faster.
And then the advantage is that wireless streaming, you can just also be start reviewing the code before it's done, so there's no big loading screen. So maybe that is part of the advantage.
So the human can start reading before the thing is done.
I think the interesting riff here is something like speculation is a fairly common idea nowadays. It's like not only in language models, and there's obviously speculation in CPUs, and there's like speculation for databases, and speculation all over the place.
Let me ask the ridiculous question of which LLM is better at coding, GPT, Claude. Who wins in the context of programming? And I'm sure the answer is much more nuanced, because it sounds like every single part of this involves a different model.
Yeah, I think there's no model that Pareto dominates others, meaning it is better in all categories that we think matter. Categories being speed, ability to edit code, ability to process lots of code, long context, a couple of other things, and kind of coding capabilities. The one that I'd say right now is just kind of net best is Sonnet. I think this is a consensus opinion. R1's really interesting, and it's really good at reasoning. So if you give it really hard programming interview style problems or leak code problems, you can do quite well on them. But it doesn't feel like it kind of understands your rough intent as well as Sonnet does. Like, if you look at a lot of the other frontier models, one qualm I have is it feels like they're not necessarily I'm not saying they train on benchmarks, but they perform really well in benchmarks relative to kind of everything that's kind of in the middle. So if you try it on all these benchmarks and things that are in the distribution of the benchmarks they're evaluated on, they'll do really well. But when you push them a little bit outside of that, Sonnet's, I think, the one that kind of does best at kind of maintaining that same capability. Like, you kind of have the same capability in the benchmark as when you try to instruct it to do anything with coding.
What, another ridiculous question, is the difference between the normal programming experience versus what benchmarks represent? Like, where do benchmarks fall short, do you think, when we're evaluating these models?
By the way, that's like a really, really hard, it's like critically important detail, like how different like benchmarks are versus like real coding. For real coding, it's not interview style coding. It's you're doing these, humans are saying like half broken English sometimes, and sometimes you're saying like, oh, do what I did before. Sometimes you're saying, go add this thing and then do this other thing for me and then make this UI element, and then it's just like a lot of things are sort of context dependent. You really want to like understand the human and then do what the human wants, as opposed to sort of this. Maybe the way to put it is sort of abstractly is the interview problems are very well specified. They lean a lot on specification, while the human stuff is less specified.
No, I think that this benchmark question is both complicated by what Swally just mentioned, and then also to what Aman was getting into is that even if you there's this problem of like the skew between what can you actually model in a benchmark versus real programming, and that can be sometimes hard to encapsulate because it's like real programming is like very messy and sometimes things aren't super well specified what's correct or what isn't. But then it's also doubly hard because of this public benchmark problem. And that's both because public benchmarks are sometimes kind of hill climbed on. Then it's like really, really hard to also get the data from the public benchmarks out of the models. And so, for instance, like one of the most popular like agent benchmarks, SweetBench, is really, really contaminated in the training data of these foundation models. And so if you ask these foundation models to do a SweetBench problem, you actually don't give them the context of the code base. They can like hallucinate the right file paths, they can hallucinate the right function names. And so it's also just the public aspect of these things is tricky.
Yeah, like in that case, it could be trained on the literal issues or pull requests themselves. And maybe the lab should start to do a better job, or they've already done a good job at decontaminating those things. But they're not going to omit the actual training data of the repository itself. Like these are all like some of the most popular Python repositories, like SymPy is one example. I don't think they're going to handicap their models on SymPy and all these popular Python repositories in order to get true evaluation scores of these benchmarks.
Yeah. I think that given the dearths and benchmarks, there have been like a few interesting crutches that places that build systems with these models or build these models actually use to get a sense of are they going in the right direction or not. And in a lot of places, people will actually just have humans play with things and give qualitative feedback on these. Like one or two of the foundation model companies, they have people who that's a big part of their role. And internally we also qualitatively assess these models and actually lean on that a lot in addition to like private evals that we have.
It's like the vibe.
The vibe, yeah, the vibe.
The vibe.
The vibe benchmark, human benchmark. Yeah. You pull in the humans to do a vibe check.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean that's kind of what I do, like just like reading online forums and Reddit and X. Just like, well, I don't know how to properly load in people's opinions because they'll say things like, I feel like Claude or GPT's gotten dumber or something. They'll say, I feel like, and then I sometimes feel like that too, but I wonder if it's the model's problem or mine.
Yeah, with Claude, there's an interesting take I heard where I think AWS has different chips, and I suspect they have slightly different numerics than NVIDIA GPUs, and someone speculated that Claude's degraded performance would have to do with maybe using the quantized version that existed on AWS Bedrock versus whatever was running on Anthropic's GPUs.
I interview a bunch of people that have conspiracy theories, so I'm glad we spoke to this conspiracy.
Well, it's not like conspiracy theory as much as they're humans are humans, and there's these details, and you're doing like this crazy amount of flops, and chips are messy, and man, you can just have bugs. Like bugs are, it's hard to overstate how hard bugs are to avoid.
What's the role of a good prompt in all of this? So you mentioned that benchmarks have really structured, well-formulated prompts. What should a human be doing to maximize success? And what's the importance of what the humans? You wrote a blog post on called it prompt design.
Yeah, I think it depends on which model you're using, and all of them are slightly different and they respond differently to different prompts. But I think the original GPT-4 and the original sort of breed of models last year, they were quite sensitive to the prompts. They also had a very small context window. And so we have all of these pieces of information around the code base that would maybe be relevant in the prompt. Like you have the docs, you have the files that you add, you have the conversation history. And then there's a problem like, how do you decide what you actually put in the prompt and when you have a limited space? And even for today's models, even when you have long context, filling out the entire context window means that it's slower. It means that sometimes the model actually gets confused and some models get more confused than others. And we have this one system internally that we call Preempt, which helps us with that a little bit. And I think it was built for the era before where we had 8,000 token context windows. And it's a little bit similar to when you're making a website. You sort of, you want it to work on mobile, you want it to work on a desktop screen, and you have this dynamic information, which you don't have, for example, if you're making, like designing a print magazine, you know exactly where you can put stuff. But when you have a website or when you have a prompt, you have these inputs, and then you need to format them to always work. Even if the input is really big, then you might have to cut something down. And so the idea was, okay, like let's take some inspiration. What's the best way to design websites? Well, the thing that we really like is React and the declarative approach where you use JSX in JavaScript, and then you declare, this is what I want, and I think this has higher priority, or like this has higher Z index than something else. And then you have this rendering engine. In web design, it's like Chrome, and in our case, it's a Preempt renderer, which then fits everything onto the page. And as you declaratively decide what you want, and then it figures out what you want. And so we have found that to be quite helpful. And I think the role of it has sort of shifted over time, where initially it was to fit these small context windows. Now it's really useful because, it helps us with splitting up the data that goes into the prompt and the actual rendering of it. And so it's easier to debug because you can change the rendering of the prompt and then try it on old prompts because you have the raw data that went into the prompt. And then you can see, did my change actually improve it for like this entire data set?
So do you literally prompt with JSX?
Yeah. So it kind of looks like React. There are components, like we have one component that's a file component, and it takes in like the cursor. Like usually there's like one line where the cursor is in your file, and that's like probably the most important line because that's the one you're looking at. And so then you can give priorities. So like that line has the highest priority, and then you subtract one for every line that is farther away. And then eventually when it's rendered, it figures out how many lines can actually fit, and it centers around that thing.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And you can do like other fancy things where if you have lots of code blocks from the entire code base, you could use retrieval and things like embedding and re-ranking scores to add priorities for each of these components.
So should humans, when they ask questions, also try to use something like that? Like, would it be beneficial to write JSX in the problem? Or the whole idea is it should be loose and messy?
I think our goal is kind of that you should just do whatever is the most natural thing for you. And then our job is to figure out how do we actually like retrieve the relative things so that your thing actually makes sense.
Well, this is sort of the discussion I had with Arvin of Perplexity. It's like his whole idea is like you should let the person be as lazy as you want.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that's a beautiful thing. But I feel like you're allowed to ask more of programmers, right? So like if you say just do what you want, I mean, humans are lazy. There's a kind of tension between just being lazy versus like provide more as be prompted, almost like the system pressuring you or inspiring you to be articulate. Not in terms of the grammar of the sentences, but in terms of the depth of thoughts that you convey inside the prompt.
I think even as a system gets closer to some level of perfection, often when you ask the model for something, you just are not enough intent is conveyed to know what to do. And there are like a few ways to resolve that intent. One is the simple thing of having the model just ask you, I'm not sure how to do these parts based on your query. Could you clarify that? I think the other could be maybe there are 5 or 6 possible generations given the uncertainty present in your query so far. Why don't we just actually show you all of those and let you pick them?
How hard is it for the model to choose to talk back? Sort of versus that's hard to sort of like how to deal with the uncertainty.
Mm-hmm.
Do I choose to ask for more information to reduce the ambiguity?
So, I mean, one of the things we do is, it's like a recent addition is try to suggest files that you can add. So, and while you're typing, one can guess what the uncertainty is, and maybe suggest that, like, you know, maybe you're writing your API, and we can guess using the commits that you've made previously in the same file that the client and the server is super useful. And there's like a hard technical problem of how do you resolve it across all commits, which files are the most important given your current prompt. And we're still sort of, initial version is rolled out, and I'm sure we can make it much more accurate. It's very experimental, but then the idea is we show you, like, do you just want to add this file, this file, this file also to tell, you know, the model to edit those files for you. Because if you're making the API, like, you should also edit the client and the server that is using the API and the other one resolving the API. So that would be kind of cool. As both there's the phase where you're writing the prompt, and there's before you even click enter, maybe we can help resolve some of the uncertainty.
To what degree do you use agentic approaches? How useful are agents?
We think agents are really, really cool. Like, I think agents is like, it's like resembles sort of like a human. It's sort of like this, like you can kind of feel that it's like you're getting closer to AGI because you see a demo where it acts as a human would, and it's really, really cool. I think agents are not yet super useful for many things. I think we're getting close to where they will actually be useful, and so I think there are certain types of tasks where having an agent would be really nice. Like, I would love to have an agent. For example, if like we have a bug where you sometimes can't Command C and Command V inside our chat input box, and that's a task that's super well specified. I just want to say, like, in 2 sentences, this does not work. Please fix it. And then I would love to have an agent that just goes off, does it, and then a day later, I come back and I review the thing.
You mean it goes, finds the right file?
Yeah, it finds the right files. It like tries to reproduce the bug. It like fixes the bug, and then it verifies that it's correct. And could be a process that takes a long time. And so I think I would love to have that. And then I think a lot of programming, like, there's often this belief that agents will take over all of programming. I don't think we think that that's the case, because a lot of programming, a lot of the value is in iterating, or you don't actually want to specify something up front because you don't really know what you want until you've seen an initial version, and then you want to iterate on that, and then you provide more information. And so for a lot of programming, I think you actually want a system that's instant, that gives you an initial version instantly back, and then you can iterate super, super quickly.
What about something like that recently came out, Replit Agent, that does also like setting up the development environment, installing software packages, configuring everything, configuring the databases, and actually deploying the app?
Yeah.
Is that also in the set of things you dream about?
I think so. I think that would be really cool. For certain types of programming, it would be really cool.
Is that within the scope of Cursor?
Yeah, we aren't actively working on it right now, but it's definitely like we want to make the programmer's life easier and more fun. And some things are just really tedious, and you need to go through a bunch of steps, and you want to delegate that to an agent. And then some things you can actually have an agent in the background while you're working. Like, let's say you have a PR that's both backend and front end, and you're working on the front end, and then you can have a background agent that does some work and figure out kind of what you're doing. And then when you get to the backend part of your PR, then you have some like initial piece of code that you can then iterate on. And so that would also be really cool.
One of the things we already talked about is speed, but I wonder if we can just linger on that some more in the various places that the technical details involved in making this thing really fast. So every single aspect of Cursor, most aspects of Cursor feel really fast. like I mentioned, the apply is probably the slowest thing. And for me, sorry, the pain in Charlotte's face.
I know it's a pain. It's a pain that we're feeling, and we're working on fixing it.
Yeah, I mean, it says something that feels, I don't know what it is, like 1 second or 2 seconds. That feels slow. That means that's actually shows that everything else is just really, really fast. So is there some technical details about how to make some of these models, how to make the chat fast, how to make the diffs fast? Is there something that just jumps to mind?
Yeah, I mean, so we can go over a lot of the strategies that we use. One interesting thing is cache warming. And so what you can do is, if as the user is typing, you can have, you're probably going to use some piece of context, and you can know that before the user's done typing. So, as we discussed before, reusing the KV cache results in lower latency, lower costs, cross requests. So as the user starts typing, you can immediately warm the cache with, like, let's say the current file contents. And then when they press enter, there's very few tokens it actually has to pre-fill and compute before starting the generation. This will significantly lower TPFT.
Can you explain how KV cache works?
Yeah. So the way transformers work,
I like it.
I mean, one of the mechanisms that allow transformers to not just independently, like the mechanism that allows transformers to not just independently look at each token, but see previous tokens, are the keys and values to attention. And generally the way attention works is you have at your current token some query, and then you've all the keys and values of all your previous tokens, which are some kind of representation that the model stores internally of all the previous tokens in the prompt. And like by default, when you're doing a chat, the model has to, for every single token, do this forward pass through the entire model. That's a lot of matrix multiplies that happen, and that is really, really slow. Instead, if you have already done that and you stored the keys and values, and you keep that in the GPU, then when let's say I have stored it for the last n tokens, if I now want to compute the output token for the n+1 token, I don't need to pass those first n tokens through the entire model because I already have all those keys and values. And so you just need to do the forward pass through that last token. And then when you're doing attention, you're reusing those keys and values that have been computed, which is the only kind of sequential part or sequentially dependent part of the transformer.
Is there like higher level caching, like caching prompts or that kind of stuff?
I see. Yeah, there's other types of caching you can kind of do. One interesting thing that you can do for cursor pass is you can basically predict ahead as if the user would have accepted the suggestion and then trigger another request. And so then you've done the speculative, it's a mix of speculation and caching, right? Because you're speculating what would happen if they accepted it. And then you have this value that is cached, this suggestion. And then when they press tab, the next one would be waiting for them immediately. It's kind of clever heuristic / trick that uses a higher level caching and can give it feels fast despite there not actually being any changes in the model.
And if you can make the KV cache smaller, one of the advantages you get is like maybe you can speculate even more. Maybe you can guess here's the 10 things that could be used by like you predict the next 10 and then like it's possible the user hits the one of the 10. It's like much higher chance than the user hits like the exact one that you showed them. Maybe they type another character in, or it sort of hits something else in the cache. So there's all these tricks where the general phenomena here is I think it's also super useful for RL is maybe a single sample from the model isn't very good, but if you predict like 10 different things, turns out that one of the 10 that's right, is the probability is much higher. There's these tacit K curves, and part of RL job, like what RL does is you can exploit this passive K phenomena to make many different predictions, and one way to think about this, the model sort of knows internally has some uncertainty over like which of the K things is correct, or like which of the K things does the human want. So when we RL our cursor tab model, one of the things we're doing is we're predicting which of the 100 different suggestions the model produces is more amenable for humans. Like which of them do humans more like than other things? Maybe like there's something where the model can predict very far ahead versus like a little bit, and maybe somewhere in the middle, and and then you can give a reward to the things that humans would like more, and sort of punish the things that it would like, and sort of then train the model to output the suggestions that humans would like more. You have these like RL loops that are very useful that exploit these facet K curves. Aman maybe can go into even more detail.
Yeah, it is a little different than speed, but I mean, like technically you tie it back in because you can get away with the smaller model. If you RL your smaller model, it gets the same performance as the bigger one. That's like, and while I was mentioning stuff about KV, about reducing the size of your KV cache, there are other techniques there as well that are really helpful for speed. So kind of back in the day, like all the way 2 years ago, people mainly use multi-head attention. And I think there's been a migration towards more efficient attention schemes like group query or multi-query attention. And this is really helpful for then, with larger batch sizes, being able to generate the tokens much faster. The interesting thing here is this now has no effect on that time to first token pre-fill speed. The thing this matters for is now generating tokens. And why is that? Because when you're generating tokens, instead of being bottlenecked by doing these super parallelizable matrix multiplies across all your tokens, you're bottlenecked by how quickly, it's for long context with large batch sizes, by how quickly you can read those cached keys and values. And so then how that's memory bandwidth, and how can we make this faster? We can try to compress the size of these keys and values. So multi-query attention is the most aggressive of these, where normally with multi-head attention, you have some number of quote-unquote attention heads, and some numbers kind of query heads. Multi-query just preserves the query heads, gets rid of all the key value heads. So there's only one kind of key value head, and there's all the remaining query heads. With group query, you instead preserve all the query heads, and then your keys and values are kind of there are fewer heads for the keys and values, but you're not reducing it to just one. But anyways, like the whole point here is you're just reducing the size of your KV cache.
And then there is MLA.
Yeah, multi-latent. That's a little more complicated. And the way that this works is it kind of turns the entirety of your keys and values across all your heads into this kind of one latent vector that is then kind of expanded infinite time.
But MLA is from this company called DeepSeek. It's quite an interesting algorithm. Maybe the key idea is sort of in both MQA and in other places, what you're doing is sort of reducing the number of KV heads. The advantage you get from that is there's less of them, but maybe the theory is that you actually want a lot of different, like you want each of the keys and values to actually be different. So one way to reduce the size is you keep one big shared vector for all the keys and values, and then you have smaller vectors for every single token, so that when you can store the only smaller thing as some sort of like low rank reduction. And the low rank reduction will at the end of the time, when you eventually want to compute the final thing, remember that like your memory bound, which means that like you still have some compute left that you can use for these things. And so if you can expand the latent vector back out, and somehow like this is far more efficient because like you're reducing, like for example, maybe like reducing to 32 or something, like the size of the vector that you keep.
Yeah, there's perhaps some richness in having a separate set of keys and values and query that kind of pairwise match up versus compressing that all into one. And that interaction, at least.
Okay, and all of that is dealing with being memory bound.
Yeah.
And what, I mean, ultimately, how does that map to the user experience? Try and get it.
Yeah, the two things that it maps to is you can now make your cache a lot larger because you've less space allocated for the KV cache. You can maybe cache a lot more aggressively, a lot more things. So you get more cache hits, which are helpful for reducing the time to first token for the reasons that were kind of described earlier. And then the second being when you start doing inference with more and more requests and larger batch sizes, you don't see much of a slowdown in as it's generating the tokens, the speed of that.
But it also allows you to make your prompt bigger for certain.
Yeah. So like the size of your KV cache is both the size of all your prompts multiplied by the number of prompts being processed in parallel. So you could increase either of those dimensions, right? The batch size or the size of your prompts without degrading the latency of generating tokens.
Arvid, you wrote a blog post, Shadow of the Workspace,
Yep.
iterating on code in the background.
Yep.
So what's going on?
So to be clear, we want there to be a lot of stuff happening in the background, and we're experimenting with a lot of things. Right now, we don't have much stuff other than like the cache warming or like figuring out the right context that goes into your command key prompts, for example. But the idea is, if you can actually spend computation in the background, then you can help the user maybe like at a slightly longer time horizon than just predicting the next few lines that you're going to make, but actually like in the next 10 minutes, what are you going to make? And by doing it in the background, you can spend more computation doing that. And so the idea of the Shadow Workspace that we implemented, and we use it internally for like experiments, is that to actually get advantage of doing stuff in the background, you want some kind of feedback signal to give back to the model, because otherwise, like, you can get higher performance by just letting the model think for longer, and so like is a good example of that. But another way you can improve performance is by letting the model iterate and get feedback. And so one very important piece of feedback when you're a programmer is the language server, which is this thing. It exists for most different languages, and there's like a separate language server per language, and it can tell you, you're using the wrong type here, and then it gives you an error. Or it can allow you to go to definition and sort of understands the structure of your code. So language servers are extensions developed by, like, there's a TypeScript language server developed by the TypeScript people, a Rust language server developed by the Rust people, and then they all interface over the language server protocol to VS Code. So that VS Code doesn't need to have all of the different languages built into VS Code, but rather you can use the existing compiler infrastructure.
For linting purposes?
It's for linting. It's for going to definition. And for like seeing the right types that you're using.
So it's doing type checking also?
Yes, type checking and going to references. And that's like, when you're working in a big project, you kind of need that. If you don't have that, it's like really hard to code in a big project.
Can you say again how that's being used inside Cursor, the language server protocol communications thing?
So it's being used in Cursor to show to the programmer, just like in VS Code. But then the idea is you want to show that same information to the models, the AI models. And you want to do that in a way that doesn't affect the user, because you want to do it in the background. And so the idea behind the Shadow Workspace was, okay, like, one way we can do this is we spawn a separate window of Cursor that's hidden, and so you can set this flag in Electron is hidden. There is a window, but you don't actually see it. And inside of this window, the AI agents can modify code however they want, as long as they don't save it, because it's still the same folder, and then can get feedback from the linkers and go to definition and iterate on their code.
So like literally run everything in the background, like as if, right?
Yeah.
Maybe even run the code?
So that's the eventual version.
Okay.
That's what you want. And a lot of the blog post is actually about how do you make that happen, because it's a little bit tricky. You want it to be on the user's machine so that it exactly mirrors the user's environment. And then on Linux, you can do this cool thing where you can actually mirror the file system and have the AI make changes to the files, and it thinks that it's operating on the file level, but actually that's stored in memory, and you can create this kernel extension to make it work. Whereas on Mac and Windows, it's a little bit more difficult, but it's a fun technical problem. So that's
one maybe hacky but interesting idea that I like is holding a lock on saving. And so basically you can then have the language model kind of hold the lock on saving to disk, and then instead of you operating in the ground truth version of the files that are saved to disk. You actually are operating what was the shadow workspace before, and these unsaved things that only exist in memory that you still get linter errors for, and you can code in. And then when you try to maybe run code, it's just like there's a small warning that there's a lock, and then you kind of will take back the lock from the language server if you're trying to do things concurrently, or from the shadow workspace if you're trying to do things concurrently.
That's such an exciting future, by the way. It's a bit of a tangent, but like to allow a model to change files. It's scary for people, but like it's really cool to be able to just like let the agent do a set of tasks, and you come back the next day and kind of observe, like it's a colleague or something like that. Yeah.
And I think there may be different versions of like runnability where for the simple things where you're doing things in the span of a few minutes on behalf of the user as they're programming, it makes sense to make something work locally in their machine. I think for the more aggressive things where you're making larger changes that take longer periods of time, you'll probably want to do this in some sandbox remote environment. And that's another incredibly tricky problem of how do you exactly reproduce, or mostly reproduce, to the point of it being effectively equivalent for running code, the user's environment with this remote sandbox.
I'm curious what kind of agents you want for coding. Do you want them to find bugs? Do you want them to like implement new features? Like, what agents do you want?
So, by the way, when I think about agents, I don't think just about coding. I think so for the practice this particular podcast is video editing, and a lot of, if you look in Adobe, there's code behind. It's very poorly documented code, but you could interact with Premiere, for example, using code. And basically all the uploading, everything I did on YouTube, everything as you could probably imagine, I do all of that through code, and including translation, overdubbing, all of this. So I envision all of those kinds of tasks. So automating many of the tasks that don't have to do directly with the editing. So that, okay, that's what I was thinking about. But in terms of coding, I would be fundamentally thinking about bug finding. Like many levels of kind of bug finding, and also bug finding like logical bugs, not logical, like spiritual bugs. Ones like sort of big directions of implementation, that kind of stuff.
That's your find and bug finding.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting that these models are so bad at bug finding when just naively prompted to find a bug. They're incredibly poorly calibrated.
Even the smartest models.
Exactly. Even O1.
How do you explain that? Is there a good intuition?
I think these models are a really strong reflection of the pre-training distribution. And, I do think they generalize as the loss gets lower and lower. But I don't think the loss in the scale is the loss is low enough such that they're like really fully generalizing in code. Like the things that we use these things for, the frontier models that they're quite good at are really code generation and question answering. And these things exist in massive quantities in pre-training with all of the code on GitHub on the scale of many, many trillions of tokens and questions and answers on things like Stack Overflow and maybe GitHub issues. And so when you try to push into these things that really don't exist very much online, like, for example, the cursor tap objective of predicting the next edit, given the edits done so far, the brittleness kind of shows. And then bug detection is another great example, where there aren't really that many examples of like actually detecting real bugs and then proposing fixes. And the models just kind of like really struggle at it. But I think it's a question of transferring the model, like in the same way that you get this fantastic transfer from pre-trained models just on code in general to the cursor tab objective. You'll see a very, very similar thing with generalized models that are really good at code to bug detection. It just takes like a little bit of kind of nudging in that direction.
Like, to be clear, I think they sort of understand code really well. Like while they're being pre-trained, like the representation that's being built up, like almost certainly, like somewhere in the stream, there's the model knows that maybe there's something sketchy going on, right? It has some sketchiness, but actually eliciting the sketchiness to like actually like part of it is that humans are really calibrated on which bugs are really important. It's not just it's not just actually saying like there's something sketchy. It's like is this sketchy trivial? Is this sketchy like you're gonna take the server down? Is this like part of it is maybe the cultural knowledge like why is a staff engineer a staff engineer? A staff engineer is good because they know that 3 years ago, like someone wrote a really sketchy piece of code that took the server down, and as opposed to maybe just like you just this thing is like an experiment, so like a few bugs are fine, like you're just trying to experiment and get the feel of the thing. And so if the model gets really annoying when you're writing an experiment, that's really bad. But if you're writing something for super production, you're like writing a database, right? You're writing code in Postgres or Linux or whatever, like your Linus Torvalds. It's sort of unacceptable to have even in edge case. And just having the calibration of like how paranoid is the user, like.
But even then, like if you're putting in a maximum paranoia, it still just like doesn't quite get it.
Yeah.
I mean, but this is hard for humans too to understand which line of code is important and which is not. Like I think one of your principles on a website says if a code can do a lot of damage, one should add a comment that say this line of code is dangerous.
And all caps, and I'll repeat it 10 times.
No, and you say like for every single line of code inside the function, you have to add, and that's quite profound. That says something about human beings, because the engineers move on. Even the same person might just forget how it can sink the Titanic, a single function. Like you might not intuit that quite clearly by looking at the single piece of code.
Yeah, and I think that one is also partially also for today's AI models, where if you actually write dangerous in every single line, like the models will pay more attention to that and will be more likely to find bugs in that region.
That's actually just straight up a really good practice of labeling code of how much damage this can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's controversial. Like some people think it's ugly.
Well, I actually think it's like, in fact, I actually think this is one of the things I learned from Arvid is, like I sort of aesthetically, I don't like it, but I think there's certainly something where like it's useful for the models, and humans just forget a lot, and it's really easy to make a small mistake and cause like bring down the server, and of course we like test a lot and whatever, but there's always these things that you have to be very careful.
Yeah, like with just normal doc strings, I think people will often just skim it when making a change and think, oh, I know how to do this. And you kind of really need to point it out to them so that it doesn't slip through.
Yeah, you have to be reminded that you can do a lot of damage. It's like we don't really think about that. Like, you think about, okay, how do I figure out how this works so I can improve it? You don't think about the other direction.
Until we have formal verification for everything, then you can do whatever you want, and you know for certain that you have not introduced a bug with the proof path.
But concretely, what do you think that future would look like?
I think people will just not write tests anymore, and the model will suggest, like you write a function, the model will suggest a spec, and you review the spec, and in the meantime, smart reasoning model computes a proof that the implementation follows the spec. And I think that happens for most functions.
Don't you think this gets at a little bit some of the stuff you're